to All Right, Exploding Heads, episode, what's this number?
167.
167, thank you, not 168, because you never know with these guys. We got all
fuck this together mode. I'm going back to grid view.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was making it a celebration here.
I can't. I feel like I'm suffocating in balls.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Let's change it back then. Now
so
we got
it's
to
like
change
last
it back
night for
live
him.
on the air. We haven't even introduced Watson yet. What the
No.
hell? I mean, what is this shit?
Well, where is
Doesn't
he?
need any.
He's hiding. Right.
He's in the balls. He's actually on camera and sitting. It's just the balls are just in front of him.
I'm balls deep, gentlemen.
Oh, these are
What the hell
balloons.
is he?
We don't
the
even
hell
know if
view
this is
we
going to
use?
record.
What's
Sorry?
the view we use? Grid view?
This time I did.
Whatever.
Grid
Yeah,
view's the
this
normal
time
view, right?
The normal
so.
view, grid view. I tried
Yeah,
to do a party for the party atmosphere, but
It was cool. No, it was cool for all of about 30 seconds.
You're right, though.
You
This
know
is
what?
better.
No,
This-
it would have been fun if C didn't have the perfect spot, just fucking hovering above the balloons like a fucking angel.
An angel.
An
he says.
angel.
Whoa.
We all know he's gonna have the worst top 21, and there he is in the middle, like an angelic angel risen.
We say this every year, and every year I come out with the listener's choice.
Yeah.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing to be the lowest common denominator? Is that what this is?
You calling
I
our
mean,
patrons the lowest common denominator?
Yes, I am. Fuck them. No, just kidding. No, they know I've got tons of love for this community and everything. And yeah, Brandon and I are always the ones who have the lists that are most disagreed with. And yeah, see, you and Dave have the people's list, which is really neat. That's what's so fun, and especially with this year. 2021 is a crapshoot. I'm so curious what you guys have in your list at all. When I did the Horror Movie Weekly episode last week, our lists were so diverse. It was crazy. So how do you guys feel about that?
Oh,
It is crazy.
It is
It's going
gonna
to
be
be crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's
Yeah.
why it doesn't matter this year because
Yeah.
whoever
It doesn't
people's
matter.
choice. Well, it just doesn't matter. The people's choice. It's not going to matter because I don't even think the people can agree because all these lists are going to be so. As a matter of fact, I've listened to 3 podcasts. Not Watson popped up on
Thank
Horror
you.
Weekly. I can't do that. Even
Oh
if,
shit.
Watson, check it. Even if we weren't doing the guessing game, I still wouldn't listen because I wouldn't want to be spoiled as to what
Guessing.
happened on the show.
Yeah.
You know
yeah.
what I mean? Because I don't want to do that. I get so angry even at the slightest things. If I'm listening to a top 10.
Oh, we know. We
You
know.
angry?
Listen to this, folks. Explain it. And I think you're about to go into it. He's explaining spoilers on a top 10 podcast show and how it angers him.
Well, yes. Okay, I'll tell you why. If I say, okay, here's my number 10, Malignant, and I start talking, right? And then Watson, and then we all, we talk a little bit about it for like a minute, and Watson goes, yeah, and I think we're going to be talking about this again later on. What the fuck? Why am I going to listen to you, Watson? Am I right or am I
Right? Yeah.
But don't we
Exactly.
always do that? I feel like we're victim to our own complaint.
I feel
We're
like
victims
we've
of your
done that,
complaint.
but I'm gonna be really conscious not to do that because it
Yeah.
really not angers Dave, it enrages.
I'll tell you one
It
thing, Dave.
disappoints me.
I have a feeling we'll be talking about that movie later on tonight.
We're going to be talking about lots of movies later on tonight, and that's what it is. And I've listened to 3 things. I looked at about 5 or 6 YouTube videos today, and I went and I did some. I just surfed the fucking net, if you will, and
Chris
dug up
Hansen again?
different- Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, I was dying during that whole conversation. I was crying.
Look at Dave's face. Dave's like defeated. He was on a roll. It's all positive, and we're just cutting him down. And I apologize, Dave, because it is a party show.
No. Because you listen, because I listened back to it, and I was like, man, I think that the way I said it, it sounds bad, and I think these guys are like, busting my balls. But I didn't want anyone to get the wrong idea. As a matter of fact, I sent these guys this thing yesterday, them two and JP, and said, hey, look it. This is a thing on YouTube. Somebody made a post about this girl and everything else, and they showed a bunch of this is what she looks like now, and she's beautiful, and yada yada. Anyway,
I already gave
Bottom
my
line.
deposition to the FBI today, so
Well, Dave, I knew exactly who you were talking about.
really,
Yes, sir.
Her name is Emily. Emily, is that what it is? I think so.
Yeah, and her address is 156. No, just kidding.
Now I gotta look.
Creeps.
Come on, what is her name?
What do you mean you
She
gotta
went to
look?
Reeves Middle School.
Yes, Emily. Emily, her name is. You know who I sounded like?
The Watsy Party Show? Why don't you save the
Oh,
perverted
God, no,
for
not
that
this.
show?
Yep.
Wizard of Oz. That's what the guy says in Wizard of Oz when he's messing with her and he goes, remember when she's Professor Marvel in the thing, and she he's bamboozling her, and she's like, I see a woman in a spotted dress because it was in the picture, and she's like, oh yeah, my Auntie M, and then he says, yes, her name is Emily, like it was some grand related. But when I said her name is Emily, I thought of that right away because my fucking mind, between that and Willy
Look at
Wonka.
this. Bees number 1. Booyah! Booyah!
Oh, baby. That's a good shirt. Nice shirt, man.
That's a nice.
My
No, I
son
gotta
got
tell
it
you
for me
guys,
for
you guys
Christmas.
It looked
You
better
guys look-
inside out.
You guys look fantastic. I haven't seen you guys in forever. I always listen to the audio version of this. You guys look good. Like there was a little while there where where B was looking like COVID-19 the person, and I was just like, yeah, you guys look good there. Yeah, Brandon, you got that.
Thanks.
You got this really nice gray going. It's really distinguished. Like
Very,
you should
very
wear
gray.
like some nice jacket. C, you're always handsome, Dave. You know I love you. But yeah, it's good to see you guys. I'm happy to be here, guys. And happy to be here to talk about 2021 and all that. What are your overall feelings about the year as a whole? Because I'll tell you, I think like every year I wasn't feeling it at first. And then it seems like every single year, right, where you reach a point, like 3 quarters in, and you get a solid sense of things. The year begins to feel cohesive. And I started having a lot of fun with 2021, more than I thought I would. And so the highest highs for me that you'll be hearing on my list are just just me having fun with the year. I don't have a lot of lofty things to say about the ins and outs and the psychological underpinnings of this or that. I just picked
Thank
the ones
God.
that gave me the yeah, right. I know nobody wants to hear that.
Nobody wants to hear about under.
Yeah.
But,
I'm kidding, but I agree too.
no, but what about you guys? Like, how are you feeling? Because I had a lot of fun with this year, and I think my list will reflect that. What about you guys?
Didn't Brandon say pretty much until
Yeah.
August this year sucks, and then it started and then the turnaround, and I think every year we do have this same sort of discussion where we're like, it's off to a slow start, and then come Q3
Yeah,
Yep.
that was
fiscal
Nice.
of the fiscal year.
Fiscal.
The third quarter.
Yeah, so you got that hat, the tax typewriter things.
It starts to pick up, and I mean, what I noticed is I have a lot of that 7 to 7.5 range, and don't get me wrong, there's a chunk of 5ers and lower, but for the most part, I enjoyed the year. There's a lot of good, very good movies this year.
Awesome.
Go
Look
ahead,
at
B.
Brandon's fucking smug face.
I know B's got a ton to say.
No,
so
I
say it.
know. I agree. Everything that C said is true. The first half of the year, I honestly thought that my number 1 could be a 5 out of 10. Like I was getting scared.
Wow.
I
Every
thought
year, same thing.
Halloween Kills was looking like my number 1, and I didn't even like it. That's how bad the year was. But I gotta say, I am so excited about my 21 films. All 21.
Finally.
Like
Finally.
a solid list of 21s. Probably the best 21 list of the 4 of us. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it.
Wait. This is a Mark Nato forced laugh. Sorry, he put a post today. He says he hates forced laugh in podcasts, and I wanted to make sure that I put one out there for the show.
Well, don't worry, there'll be plenty tonight.
Oh, Watson.
B, I love to hear your positivity there because real talk, dude, you have sounded fucking miserable for months on this podcast. Every time I listen to this fucking show, I'm always like, geez, can somebody give B a hug? And I mean that. I mean that. So to hear you be positive at the end of the year, dude, honestly lifts my heart. And I mean that, buddy. Like, it's good to
Thank
hear
you.
you
I
feeling good about the year,
I
dude.
appreciate that. It's, you know what it is? I'll watch a ton of great movies, and then I'll watch a turd, and that happens to be a turd we're reviewing, and I come on and be like, this movie's shit, and then these two start gargling its balls, talking about how great it is, and I'm just like, what is wrong with them? Or what is wrong with me?
One fucking movie. One movie we liked. Halloween.
Here we
Kills
go.
more than you.
Halloween Kills, the Advent Calendar, VHS 94.
Wait a minute.
Whoa, hey.
Hey.
Yeah.
You're on people's list movies here. People have those movies on their list. Advent Calendar, VHS 94. But it isn't like they're that,
No, I know. Look, the one thing I'll say about this year is it took a lot more watches to get a solid year-end list. When it came down to making my list, I probably had 40 movies in contention for the top 21.
Same
And-
B. 46.
Yeah, and I watched a ton of films this year, whereas last year I think I had around 60 for contention.
Jeez.
What was your total number this year, B?
288.
Oh my God. Well done, buddy. Wow.
And
Well,
it was
C.
way too many. Way too many.
C. What was yours?
102 and
103.
102. Oh, you
I'm at
son of a
103,
bitch!
you F slur. No, no. Like, and the thing is, I took about 5 off. I took like what was the Christmas
The
movie you
beta
guys
test?
did, Silent Night. I took The Lamb off. I took a few others, so it would have been. It said 108, but I took like 5 off, so we're at 103 now. So
That is inclusive of those films and the beta test
okay.
and ones that I just put them at the bottom and just
Yeah.
said these are not counting towards like any of the top tier, or nor will they be in the bottom rung as well. But they're in my
Yeah.
total numbers for sure.
I like that. Maybe I'll do the same. So I saw 108. So Dave,
There you go.
you haven't got to see how many. How many you had and your thoughts on the year, man? What are you thinking?
Yeah, this is nice. I get to do it all at once. First of all, my thoughts on the year. I think that it's a pretty solid year. I'm going to stick with what I've been saying, that 2020 and 2021 didn't really have the banging years that I think we got from like 2014, 15 and on. But
Banging years.
Dang it. Is that like the Wonder Years?
Yeah.
right, the
The
bang.
porn version of it. Starring Jenna Jameson as the mother.
But they're solid year, but still a solid year, and my list is going to reflect it, especially with the ratings I give. I don't want to spoil anything about the ratings, but I'm not going to be too high. But I am going to have my top such and such is going to have some high numbers in there, maybe even more than usual in some cases. So I think it ended up being a consistent year. Stuff coming from all over. I think that it was kind of this year. We kind of had like a lot of foreign movies. They made a nice comeback, which was great. A lot of foreign movies. We had a lot of good movies from Shudder and even Netflix. There was a lot of good streaming stuff coming out. And you know how I feel about found footage. I thought found footage was really well represented this year. And I'm sure we're going to talk about a couple of found footage movies.
I'm
at
sure
some
they'll
point.
come up on a list.
Later on tonight.
We're
Later
talking
on
about that,
tonight.
yeah.
So
What the fuck is happening?
That was great, Dave.
so
I'm
anyway,
about to leave.
solid, really good. These are my totals, and I'm going to get into the woods just for a minute here. This year, it was an off year for me, percentage-wise, because I like to count how many movies are 7 or higher. And
know.
last year, I'll tell you this.
Because you're
Okay.
crazy, man. We
Well,
know.
check it. Well, no, it's because I'm not crazy, because I like to maximize my time spent. So anyway, life is short. So back in the early days when I was watching a ton, I started counting. The year in 2017, I watched 111. So I'm in trip digits, right? 111, and I was only 65% 7 and above. The next year, 113. That was in 2018, and I was 62%. So now I started this new thing of trying to go for just the best of the best, just to be a little more discerning. 2019, this is where this begins. I only watched 63 movies, and 88% of them were 7 or higher. So I was onto something. Last year, 2020, 65 movies, 61 of them 7 or higher, 94%. I
You
thought
were
I
proud
had
of that. Yeah.
down to a science last year.
We all can tell he's proud of it. What do you think, John
Guess
Rhodes?
what? I just
I'm
checked
happy.
out my 288 films.
I love
They're
it.
all 8 and above. They're all 8 and above. So I did 100% this year.
You're the man.
280.
There you go. Then I've done
Jeez.
everything wrong. You're gonna have movies showing up on your 21 I've never even heard of, and they're gonna be 8 and above. I'll be surprised.
Everything's on the list.
Well, first of all, I already know how I'm picking your number one.
Five-way ties.
I figured this out. Well, no,
Yep.
listen. It's going to be a movie that I give a 7 out of 10. It's almost a guarantee it's going to be B's number one. Because if I look back at it every year, it's always movies that I'm just kind of 7, maybe 7.5 on, and for him they're always like freaking 10s, or they're his number one of the year.
Can I say something? Can I say
do.
just
Why
real
not?
quick?
Shut
So
up.
I have two films I have two films that I've been going back and forth with at my number one, and I'm still not 100% sure, even at this moment, which one's getting.
This is why you're great.
But I'm with him this year. I actually am I could be happy with any of my top 5 being the number one pick.
Agreed with that as well.
My top 5, any one of them could have been my number one. And I was struggling with this for the last 2 days of what I really wanted to put as my number one. And I came up last night. I said, no, we got to get this done. I'm sticking to my guns, but I'm like B. I could probably switch it at the very last second.
I think you should switch it. If Dave starts to get happy that he guessed it right, switch it on him.
Well,
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to him. I wouldn't do that to him.
Speaking of guessing it right, this is what I did. This year
shit.
I said
I
we
haven't
talked
guessed.
about it.
Yeah.
Everybody gets 3 choices for everybody because it's such an oddball year. It's never been done, unprecedented. So I wrote everything down. I have it right here. I have 3 written down for every one of you.
Well, I gotta write
And
those down,
honestly, it's 100%. Everything that I've written down is just knowing your guys' taste. We haven't really been transparent in any way at all. It's just what we love. It's just knowing each other's tastes. That's all I can do is say, okay, this is a B movie. This is something I think C be into. This is something that Watson I think was gonna. That's all it is. It's just that's all we can do because we keep kind of quiet about it, and that's fun.
It is fun.
But,
it is fun.
Yeah, I love doing it, and whatever
I
happens.
wrote down 3 movies for each of you, and honestly, all 3 for each of you might not even be on your list because I honestly have no clue.
That's the year we're having, though.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That sums up this year, not just for the 4 of us, just for fans of horror in general. This is just the way it is. It's a crazy year.
I love the year-end shows. I love it for this reason.
Oh, it's my favorite show of the year.
It is
always
mine too.
Man,
It's mine too. It's the one I stress about the most, put the most work into, and feel the most unprepared when we come on here.
Same, man.
Honestly, I have like 30 pages of notes. I feel like I'm gonna be fumbling over sentence 1 when number 21 gets announced. Like, this one was good. I don't remember it. I watched it 800 movies ago.
We got to figure out the order. I didn't even think about this. Usually I have it all like, okay, this happened last year, this happened the year before, and I have it. This year I didn't even get into that.
I think John Rhodes should go last.
Who went last? Who went last year? Anybody remember?
I want to say it was either me or Christian.
Because I think I led off, right?
What was your number 1 last year, B?
Rent the Pal.
Okay, what was Christian's?
Last year?
Black
I have to-
Christmas.
Yeah, Black Christmas.
That's what I have for him this year.
Goosebumps, I think.
Goosebumps too. Electric.
Electric Boogaloo.
Can I go?
Can I go?
Yeah, you
Please
can
don't.
go.
Oh,
Go ahead.
for
What was
fucking
your number
sake.
1 last year?
I don't know. What was his number 1?
Didn't the 3 of us all have the same number 1?
Oh
Me
wait,
and
no,
you-
I had the
me and
call. I had the call, and I
Oh,
had the
that's
Dirk
right,
and the
yeah.
Wicked as number 2.
You switched it. That's
Yeah.
right. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, when I did Horror Movie Weekly last week, I'm stressing over my top 10. That was a top 10 show, and I switched my 1 and 2 last minute. I was even dishonest about my number 1. My number 1 was I just had to go with it. It was like, nope, it's this one, and I can't even. It has to be 1. So do you expect any of that's going to go on this year? Are you guys still solidifying this, or do you feel strong about this top 21? Because there's a lot of good stuff, like we've said,
This is such a good year. And look, I always come out with a few controversial picks that Dave's like, I don't think that's hard. And there
I'm
might
not
be.
going to do that.
There might be 1 or 2. But I always justify it because we do our little shtick every year where we do the number of movies for the number of the year it is. So having 21 films, if 19 are pure horror and 2 are fringe or borderline, I'm content with that.
You be content.
Yeah.
You
So
be
be it,
content.
man.
We're not content.
The only thing I might say is while it didn't make my list because I personally didn't consider it horror, that's it. I've never once said, that's not horror. It can't be here. Some people may think that some people say that. I'm not one of those people. What do I care? I wouldn't, honestly.
No.
I'm not uptight about it. But there has been a couple times, well, I didn't consider it horror, so I didn't watch it. And people might poo-poo on that. But, I mean, it's just what
if anybody poo-poos anything, I'm never talking to them again. Because I don't want to hear poo-poo as a term on the show moving forward.
Pretty sure that's how you get pink eye.
Okay. Well, you know where that comes from.
Okay.
That was a very delayed laugh.
I love it when Dave does that. When you guys just throw him shit, and he'll just be like, "Okay."
Yeah.
Well,
Done and
but
done.
hold on.
Yeah.
You know where that comes from. It's a line from a classic movie
Ass?
that we all love.
My butthole.
God damn it. Yes.
He said, I tried to warn her about it, but my wife poo-pooed me. It's a line from a famous movie that we all happen to love, that I know at least 3 of us, it's on our top 20 horror movies. How about that?
Yeah.
Willy
Yes.
Wonka?
But she poo-pooed me. No, it's a horror movie. That's how I knew it. 'Cause we
Oh,
made
well,
our top
I know a
20s.
lot of people like to say Willy Wonka's a horror movie, so Willy
Oh,
Wonka?
boy. Okay. We reviewed it. We reviewed it in our first year, too. I'll give you that.
Rosemary's?
It's in our Hall of Fame. Yes, Rosemary.
Rosemary's
Oh.
Baby.
Yeah, don't you remember when he says that about was the girl jumps out the window and he's talking to the cops, the guy, and he goes, "Oh, but
I had to think
was
about
worried."
it, but then I'm like, what could it have been? Yeah, it had to be that one.
That's something that's said in my household quite frequently because of that movie. I poo-pooed somebody.
What's in that
So,
movie?
it's true. My wife loves that movie too. You know, I poo-pooed. Anyway, let's get off the poo-poo and onto the
Please.
whatever.
Did you have to mud flap it after you had that discussion? Anyway, let's get on to let's get into it. And
Let's get right in. Oh yeah.
how are we doing it? Are
gonna
we just round robbing? Are we going to do like the 21 to 11, like Fast and Furious? Like what was the?
I don't know. I don't think we should. I think we should talk.
You know,
about
yeah, I think we should round robin it as well. Yeah, round
but keep it quick. But
Yeah.
keep it quick.
Yeah.
A quick round robin.
I don't know
At
what
least
I
for the
want.
first 11.
I texted Dave about this.
Okay.
Just try to
Just
save
quick
space.
either way, because I remember last year. Actually, you know what? I definitely went before Christian last year because I remember last year for 20 through 11, I did mine really quick and didn't even say anything about it. Then this fucking skunk started doing fucking dissertations on each one. I'm like,
Oh, wait a
I-
minute.
I never-
That happened to
I
me
know
too that
what-
year. I just
Oh,
listed
you fuck.
mine, and then
Yeah.
everybody,
Yeah, it was
Dave and
C.
C were
Yeah.
talking about theirs. I'm like, oh damn it.
And Watson was late, and I already did mine.
Yep.
And he came on because they were laughing at Watson because he had a lot of the same picks I had.
Oh,
So
Yep.
remember that? Because it sounds like Dave's list. They were saying so. Now it's all coming
Yeah.
back to me. So now we know that
Sounds like
C
It's
went
all
ahead of B.
coming back to me.
So either Watson or C were the number 1 or the number 2, as in going last, and then it was. So this time we'll flip it. I say Watson's the guest. He goes first.
Okay.
Then C, and then it's between me and B.
I'll go
Who do you
third.
think's gonna? Okay. Well, if you said it, then I guess I go last.
No, that's
Okay.
fine. You take it.
That's fine.
You, go
You
last.
take it in the rump.
Okay.
You take up the rear.
So Watson first.
All right.
So I'm like the shit part of
So-
the human centipede. That's the worst. Second and third in this 4-piece human centipede. It's the worst.
Yeah.
I love my position here.
I don't even think fourth
Next
is that
year
great
you're
either.
first.
So you can shit into the air, but you're still
I
not
feel
getting
like you're gonna go to KFC and order a 4-piece human centipede.
extra crispy.
Next year you go
gravy.
last. See.
Extra gravy.
Extra. Yeah. Oh, let me put this out there.
Uh,
Remember what we're talking about tonight, and if it were, the
Top 21?
awards have to come up. Top 21. I got to say this again. I'm always freaking saying it when we talk, but top 21, bottom 5 when the time comes, at the end of the show, of course, with the the recommendations, the whatever they're called. The
I recommend we wrap this up.
well, I had my notes here. How many times have I copied and pasted it? And now I don't have the freaking thing that I'm always saying to you guys.
Best
Okay,
actor,
top
best-
21, bottom 5, biggest surprise, biggest disappointment, best score, actor, actress, and director. Say them in the movie. If you're talking, if it doesn't happen to be on your list, you save it to the end. That's
Well,
it.
I was conscious to have them all on my list this year. I feel like if it's not on your list, it shouldn't win a best award.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. Why can't a movie have the best, what you consider the best acting performance of the year, but everything else about the movie sucked? Why
It's
not?
the best acting performance of the
sucked.
year is in a subpar movie. Wasn't good enough to make your list. The acting couldn't have been good enough to win the award.
Well, I'll tell you what. Biggest disappointments could still make my list.
Biggest
Okay?
disappointments is podcasting with you two. Whoa!
Oh.
Oh!
Ba-bum-ba-bum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
know.
Watson's here to save the day.
Yeah. I'm
So
glad we're
Watson's
feeling the
first.
love.
Rod, let's just get into it. I'm tired of hearing this fucking.
Just go 21 through 1. Give your honorable mentions. Give your
Yeah.
awards, and let's
We'll
wrap
be out of
it.
here in 10 minutes.
Get the fuck out.
And we'll usher you out, and then the show will start.
And then you guys start the show. Exactly.
And then John
Get
Rhodes
out,
is
Watson.
coming in to join us.
John Rhodes. Hey, Johnny.
Poor John Rhodes.
What do you have to
Keep
say?
going
Here
on.
he is. Yeah.
There he is.
Hey.
Hey, here he is. Rabbit in white.
Smoke him if you got him.
Nice.
I like
Rabbit
John.
in white.
Yeah, well, he's a skeleton. Rabbit in white. It's, you know. It's, son of a bitch. What was I going to say?
So
Something else. Well,
we're going round robin though, right?
yeah, we
Yeah.
are. Strap
I
yourselves
like
in. It's going to be a long marathon show, but that's the way it should be for this show. That's why it's
Oh, yeah.
nighttime. Nighttime is the right time. What movie, see?
Nighttime is the right time. Is
I'll even give you a hint. Cocaine is involved.
nighttime is the right time. Friday
And if-
5.
see,
No.
Friday, not 5.
Oh,
but a-
8
Adam. Okay, thank you.
with Kelly who?
Kelly, who? Absolutely was her in Tamara.
Look at
Blanco.
Brandon's fucking face.
It
even
had
his-
to come up.
We've asked.
Wait, congratulations! The first award is here. The biggest disappointment. This moment right now.
By the
My
way, Dave Parker apparently was busting my balls on their show that they just recorded yesterday, their year-end show, talking about how I have 8 copies of Friday the 13th. Why he didn't mention C, I don't know, because he also does the same thing I do. but
I get out of this. For whatever reason, I got a free pass. No one seems to give a shit about what I've
Yeah.
got, and
Everybody's
you always
Teflon.
hear about it.
Like everybody on the show right now.
I'm shit stick. All shit sticks to me. Everybody else in my life is Teflon. We can say the same things, and I get the heat. I don't know
Yeah.
what it is about me. That, and I'm always Mr. Approachable out in the world. Everywhere I go, I'm Mr. Approachable. There could be 5 people, and they see us walking. Hey, you, come here. Can you help me where this is? And not that I don't mind helping people, but when you're at work, it kind of sucks, and you got something else on your mind. But
Funny
anyway,
enough, I seem to get myself in those situations too, Dave. Everybody else
We
can
look
just
approachable.
walk to get the fuck out. No, but I don't. I don't think I do. But everybody else, no problem. I'm the one that gets suckered into these situations. I
always.
can get into a story, but it would take too long, and I want to hear
Dude, yes.
Watson's fucking 21.
But let me just say, Dave Parker, one thing. You could bust my balls about Friday the 13th and having 8 of them, but it's better than owning freaking 8 copies of Spookies. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh.
Or Psycho fucking Gorman. Yeah,
Hey,
shots
boy.
fired already.
Don't
Shots
be mean to
fired
that
already.
movie, because that number 21. No, just kidding.
I don't give a fuck if it's on your list or not. I'll tell you what, if it's anybody's number 1, I'm quitting the fucking show. So be.
Wait, hold
if
on,
this
let me-
podcast ends,
let me do some shuffling.
Yeah, like, no doubt. You,
We'll move that.
you guys want to hear something funny on my than I know Brandon does. I only own number 2. That's it. That's it. I own
Friday
I
2.
just own Friday 2, and that's it.
I wonder too.
On Plex, not even on physical media.
Do you mind cutting his mic?
I am not a completionist at all. Franchises or whatever. All my movies are in a box in the garage. I don't give a shit. So, yeah, I'm like, but I love the horror rooms you guys have. So, yeah, I love the backgrounds, like C's background, Dave's background. But yeah, so should I jump into this 21?
Let's jump.
No.
Okay.
Might as well jump.
No. So I'm coming in with Christian's number 1 of the year, I believe, and that would be Night Books. No, I think he said this wasn't on your list. He said it wasn't on his list, I think, in a previous episode. But yeah, I mean, seriously, number 21, I've got Night Books. It's absolutely entry-level horror aimed at a younger audience. I realize that, but the script is solid, and the visual presentation's top-notch. Kristen Ritter can get it, I'll say that, as this hot version of the witch from Hansel and Gretel who lures kids into her extra-dimensional mansion and then keeps them there, you know? And she seems like she's having a blast in the role. And I'll say this, there were even some twists in the third act that really surprised me. I didn't expect for there to be such a well-thought-out explanation as to why Kristen Ritter seems to need this kid to read the stories aloud, as we see all throughout, I thought it was a stroke of genius. That elevated the movie for me. It's like, oh, there's actually a reason for this other than she's just a bitch, right? And so, yeah, I definitely recommend this to you parents out there who have grade school age horror fans. There's a lot here that will entertain all ages. Great visuals, good performances. At 21, I've got night books.
Yeah, when we said talk about the movie, we meant shorter than that.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
wrap it up,
That was
Wrap
actually
it up.
that was actually perfect, Watson. Perfect length
Okay.
and a good. You know what? I watched it with Christian, and we both enjoyed the movie. It was a
Did
lot
you
of
like
fun.
it? Cool.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
both
just
liked
leave
it.
it be.
What?
It's great. I think it's better than Goosebumps. He says he said you watched it with Christian, and B said
I
what?
said you are a Christian. Stop talking about yourself in the fucking third person. I watched it with Christian. What do you?
It's like Malignant over here. That's all, you know. Night Books, I think, is better than Goosebumps. I really enjoyed it, and I'll say one thing about it. They do say something that I really like. Happy endings are a dangerous thing. It's a good line from that. Yes. Because they are. And boy, that girl. Yes, I'm with. What's her name? Kristen who? Is it Kristen?
Kristen Ritter.
Yeah, oh, man,
Kristen Ritter.
this is getting
Indeed.
dangerously close to a Chris Hansen conversation again.
She's like 40.
She's a.
Not Kristen Ritter. Because he's like, that girl. I was like,
Oh.
everyone else is a kid in this
Yeah.
movie. You better
John
pick
Ritter.
Kristen Ritter.
All right, moving on.
Tim Ritter.
Oh, it's me next. I'm number
I guess it
2.
is.
My number 21
Sorry.
is my number 21 is Candyman. I was you know what? I was pleasantly
That is
surprised
nice.
by this because tons of people were shitting on this film, so I didn't know what to expect. And I went in and I thought the movie looked amazing. I thought it was decently paced. You know, to be totally honest, I thought the pacing was better than the original. And people might think that's blasphemous. I don't give a shit. This was a faster paced movie. It was gorier and it was a lot more fun.
Nice.
Right on.
Cut his mic.
It's making a lot of top 10 lists. I don't
It
know
is.
why. I don't know what you've looked at, Steve.
Number
A
21.
lot of people are into it.
Yeah.
Right. I know. But you're saying number 21. A lot of people poo-pooed it, but honestly, it's making some people's top 10s.
Good night, everybody.
Poo-pooed. All right, I'll stop it. Good old
Who's
Candyman.
next?
Nope. I won't go.
He hates Candyman. He told me.
No,
He
I
said-
didn't hate it. I just really was disappointed.
Wow.
Okay, my number 21 is, and Dave, you were gonna mention all where they were streaming and stuff. You were gonna break that down, weren't you?
Was I? What, for every movie we talk about?
I thought you said you broke it down for your list. How many were Shudder? How many were Hulu?
Well, no, I didn't do that, but I should have. But I kept writing down how many movies were actually on. I have a little note next to it saying it's a Shudder movie or
Oh,
it's
okay.
a foreign movie because of how many there are. You
Not
know?
a big deal. My
That's all.
first film is a foreign film. It's on Hulu. It's an Iranian film called The Night.
You bastard! Already,
Did I-
already, I haven't seen
Already. I hadn't seen it either.
I was told
Really?
to skip it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were told to skip it by who? Somebody with no taste in heart? One of these two?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm sorry. What do you mean?
No, it wasn't one of these two. It was, I can't remember who it was. It was just somebody on the on the internet.
The director of The Night.
Yeah, maybe skip The Night. So
Really?
yeah.
I
But B,
thought
tell it. Like, what did you like about it? Like,
Yeah, it's
let's
it's
hear
about
it.
a young Iranian couple who stay a night in a haunted hotel, the Hotel Normandy, and they basically get trapped in this hotel and they're forced to confront their fears and admit the truth to each other or be trapped in this hotel forever. And I think it's like a fitting little homage to like The Shining almost. Except that even though the hotel is much smaller in scale, it's a much smaller budget film, the hotel is less menacing in the sense that it wants these people to face their fears, to face their demons, and to come out victorious on the other side. But it's ultimately up to the individuals trapped. And our lead actors in this are terrific, and it's really atmospheric. And I saw this one very early on in the year, and I'll admit a recent rewatch kind of snuck it on to that 21 spot. But you know, I think if you're a fan of The Shining, this film is sort of like a little homage to it. So, The Night.
you
Iranian
didn't
film.
tell me of all people.
I didn't have this on the list because I sent you a list of or you sent me a list of all the
I
movies.
sent
and
you a list. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
This
figured
wasn't
you
on-
just would have said, "Hey, something about The Shining is homage pretty well in this movie," and that would have been enough for me to check it out. You know what I mean?
yeah, I'm sold. B, I'm sold, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check this out.
Yeah, no, I mean, it tackles, some really. One thing I'll notice about all these films, and I'll say this quick because I don't want to talk for an hour about each film, but a lot of these films this year tackle similar themes about grief and about, dishonesty and disloyalty and really atoning for your past sins. And I found a lot of similar themes in movies this year and a lot of deep hidden messages. And I think this one's a classic opportunity of, living a lie and having to face your fears and face the truth and admit your mistakes to live an honest life, or else you're just going to live in darkness with all these demons you have. And it's really well done for a small budget film. It feels bigger than it actually is. So
well said. Holy
check
crap.
it out. Yeah. And this
Right
was an 8
on.
out of 10.
Wow.
This was an 8 out of 10. Everything starts at 8 for me.
Oh, there you go. Get your popcorn ready. Oh yeah, did you give your rating?
Spoiler.
else?
Sing 2 is his number 1.
C and I did not give ratings, but
You guys forgot.
yeah.
Just always.
I forgot to even include it in notes. I'm starting with an 8 as well.
I'm starting with a 7.
7. Oh boy, 2021 was
This
not your
fucking guy,
year.
it's a-
Shit.
well,
What the fuck is wrong with the 7?
It was.
I don't
Candyman,
understand
so-
this.
It was Candyman. It was a
It's a fucking
movie.
7.
Here's the
Splurging
funny
out.
part. I score a Candyman higher than you do. That's funny. I'm just saying. I think most of us have 8s and higher on our list.
Yeah, don't feel
You know,
bad. See, Candyman made my top 288 this year, so.
You had the night. No one even fucking. The director didn't even watch the movie. No one heard of it. I had to look it up while we're talking. I'm like, oh, it did come out.
What do you think? I'm making? You know what? I'm gonna do that next year. I'm gonna I'm gonna make up a title, make up a whole movie, and see if I can sneak it in there. And you guys can figure out which
I
one
love it. I love it.
Do it.
That would be
You got to be smart though. Don't do it as your first pick. Just do it like number
No.
12.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. It'll be a
Yeah,
throwaway
this is
right
from-
there in the middle. Number 12.
This is from India. It's
Yeah,
called
this is from India.
The Twilight Zombie or something.
Called Mazel Tov.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 21. This movie is a foreign movie. So here we go. It can be found on Prime. I did that just for you, B. There you go. It's French. Any guesses? No, I won't do that.
Oh.
No, because there's some French action going on.
Bunch, yeah.
But this one here, I quite enjoyed. It's called Meander.
That's the one I was going to guess, Dave.
Really?
Nice.
Nice.
Yep.
All right. Honestly, this movie has been in my top 10 at some point. I was pretty high on it. The rewatch maybe brought it down a tiny bit, but I still quite dig it. The lead girl, she's a French model and actress. Gaia Weiss, her name is. Very, very pretty girl. Does a real good job here. But it's basically this girl gets taken and wakes up in this place where she has to go through all these tunnels and other stuff to survive, and she's not quite sure why. And it's really cool because it kind of deals with other stuff later that as the movie goes on, things are uncovered, and it's more than just escaping traps. It's more than Cube or Saw. There's something else at play here. But most of the fun stuff is getting out of things in time before you get burned, or having to swim and doors closing and just going through all these elaborate tunnels and trapped things. A good goal. There isn't a lot of stuff you see, but what you do see, like there's a rotting body in the beginning that looks freaking great, and then
Oh, yeah.
there's a meetup with another guy later on, and you're kind of surprised that at least I was that this person was at the same
Yes.
place she was, and what was maybe at play here, and there's some good stuff. There's some real moments, you know what I mean? There's like a burn and some other stuff, and it's actually fun. You're along for the ride with this girl, and she's a likable character, that she's been through stuff. And as the movie goes on, you learn more about her and why she's in the place she is mentally when we first meet her and what's going on here. And then when the movie comes to its conclusion, you can have your own type of, you can theorize till the cows come home. And-
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But I quite enjoyed it. It's called Meander. Like I said, it's
Strong
on
female
Prime.
performance.
Yes.
This year, another notable for this year, strong female performances.
Definitely.
Yep, agreed.
I had a
So,
much
yeah,
easier time
Meander-
picking a female, winner than I did a male winner. What?
Same, buddy.
Right?
Right before I logged on with you guys, I still didn't have my best actor. I'm like, oh, damn it.
Yeah, I was like, what guy was even in a movie this year?
Mine
Right.
came right away for actor. For actress, it was
Really?
much more this year.
Oh, I felt like every
I'm with the
movie
other
the
guys.
actress.
Yeah.
I felt like every movie the actress was strong, and I
Yep.
mean that Meander's a
Yep.
perfect example because if you're not in it with her,
Right.
the movie's gonna be an absolute bore because it's
She's
it's
in every
her.
fucking scene, every shot,
Yeah.
pretty much.
But she is terrific in it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. For actor, like I didn't do a lot of thinking. One just popped up, and I listed all my movies first, and I'm looking at it, and I was like, okay, did anything else stand out? And I'm looking at it, like, oh, that's definitely the performance of the year. For actress, I had to go back and forth between like 3 of them. So even
Yeah.
when I do pick one, it's like I'm also gonna. I think the one I picked ultimately, other people are not going to pick. They're going to pick the other ones that I was going to. So I'm kind of like
That's fair. I get
hoping
that.
that it's one of those things. So anyway, Meander. First round is done.
All right, then on to round 2. At number 20, I've got Broadcast Signal Intrusion.
I knew you
And-
like that.
Nice.
So, yeah, B, I think you might want to spurg out because I'm about to say a word here. I know you got a dad joke ready for this, but I'm really into creepypastas.
Yeah.
Nothing
It's
like
a creepy pasta.
spooky spaghetti. I don't know. I thought he was gonna come in with a no, but yeah, Dave. I know Francesca is into the creepypasta stuff, and the subject of this movie is often featured in those sorts of scary stories. These mysterious pirate broadcasts that have a larger and more sinister meaning than anyone suspects, and we follow our lead as he tries to get to the bottom of one such strange broadcast that he comes across in his line of work, and it takes him down a rabbit hole of conspiracy theories, missing women, and murder. And I think my only gripe with the film is that I had a hard time understanding what was going on in the third act. The narrative started feeling like it was stepping on its own toes. But I think a rewatch in the near future will help with that because it seems as though all the pieces are there. I just couldn't quite grasp them. But in any case, this is an excellent 90s throwback horror movie, and I think you need to see it if you haven't already, folks. It's a very strange and different sort of movie, kind of murder mystery, conspiracy, strangeness. That's Broadcast Signal Intrusion, and I forgot where I streamed this originally. Dave, do you happen to know where this comes from?
No, but I'll
this
look.
comes from?
I'll look.
Yeah.
I'll see.
I think just general any of the streaming services. I think like we all do, we dip into so many different services that offer streaming that it's like, this many months later, I can't remember the life
It
of
had
me.
a very classic noir type feel to it with that jazzy
Yes.
soundtrack.
He'd
It
be
was
driving
like-
through the city and it would almost
Yeah.
feel like it should be playing over like a Scorsese, like shots of New York, and it's like,
exactly, yeah.
what's going on here? Yeah.
I agree
Dude.
with you with the third act. It's one of those films where rewatches because you're kind of deep in the conspiracy with this guy, and it's almost like there's enough pieces there to put things together, but it's also like
Yeah.
is this just a descent into madness and it's all just coincidence because there's a lot of talk about coincidence in that movie and
that's a good
having,
point too.
Yeah,
That might- Damn.
yeah. No,
Okay.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
It would be funny if I said, I should check that out.
Okay. No more then.
You can rent this movie basically anywhere, but it's not streaming free anywhere at this time.
Yeah, I paid.
So,
yeah.
uh,
I've seen that.
But it's all over the place, like the rest. I really enjoyed this movie. I think there was some creepy videos and the masks and the way they were talking and stuff was pretty cool, and I was really engaged. Then something happened towards the end where a character just maybe it just went over my head, but a character kind of disappears, and then I thought A, there was maybe a reveal about that character, or B, some type of closure. But it's almost like, okay, this happens. You're free to go, and then usually in movies that doesn't happen. Usually, okay, wait, we've been spending time with this character, and all of a sudden they left me hanging, and that was the only thing. Do you have? I mean, no spoilers, but did you think about that, Watson, or do you have an answer to that? Like, but you can't share it. But you know what I mean.
think so. I did think about it, but I think B, what do you think? Like, I think I know. But again, it was one of those things where,
Yeah, like there's clues in there
yeah,
as to some things that might have happened, but again, this is a multiple view film.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, I could buy that. You know what I was expecting? You ever see that movie, The Game? Michael Douglas?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
he meets
love it.
a woman in that movie, and things go on, and something's revealed later. I was almost expecting it to go down that route, but it didn't. But I'm not
cool.
complaining. It was just an observation that I have in my notes about the movie that I was like, did something go over my head or not? It's just one of those things.
Yeah.
So you guys think maybe it did? Maybe there was something that I
Same for me.
picked up on. Okay. All right. Just making sure. Otherwise,
right there with you. I loved it till the third act, and I thought it just sort of started making stuff up and got ultra confusing.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest,
Okay,
I just feel like but again, I watched it once. It was good. I think I gave it a 7 as well. But
Nice.
yeah, I dug it. I definitely dug it. Okay, who's next?
I am. My number 20 is one of many female serial killer movies that came out this year, and that's The Stylist. I thoroughly enjoyed this. Again, I kind of think it's like Maniac-esque. I think you kind of like the female maniac, if you will, and it's great. Gory surprise. It was again a lot of fun, and I thought she was great in the main role as well. Another great performance.
Definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, I enjoyed this one.
Oh,
Yeah, it was
7 out of 10.
7. Okay.
Agree.
All right.
All right, my number 20, The Night House.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
the first time I watched this, I think it's not that the score went down for me. I just felt like I had much more of a handle on what I felt about, and I felt like it was going to be higher on my list. Upon a second view, there were some things that I was just conflicted about, but in terms of the film itself, Rebecca Hall, I could see her winning Best Actress. She's phenomenal in this. She's a great actress to begin with. The story revolves around her dealing with her grief after her husband commits suicide and doesn't leave a note behind. And then it turns into like this great supernatural ghost story that's told with just striking, beautiful cinematography. It's really, really, really beautifully shot. And I never thought the concept of nothing could be more terrifying until this film. So it's certainly a high recommendation, even though it is lower on my list. But that was just because I was just having trouble making sense of a few things that take place in the film. But overall, it's still an 8 out of 10 and a recommend. So The Night House at number 20.
Nice. It's a solid flick, man. I saw it at the theater, and then I listened to the podcast that I mentioned earlier, or on an earlier show, I'm saying, when I said when Brian and Jamie really dissected it, and it picked up on some things and kind of went deep into it, and I was like, oh, I didn't really take that literally. Now I see what they're going for here, and it opened up my mind to some different theories about it. And then I sat down and I watched it the second time, and I enjoyed it more. So it is a solid flick.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah.
No, it is.
Yeah,
It's so beautifully shot.
This one barely missed my list because I was trying to get in the rewatch and just I just didn't have the time to. But I know it should be on here. I just needed that Dave Z second view to understand it a little more. But I got to say, the way they present the antagonist in this movie, in Negative Space, and the way a book, you'll see the profile of a bookshelf and a window and a wall, and then boom, a visual, and you're like, I've never seen anything like that.
Negative Space has never been presented better, unless you're talking about Christian's podcasting.
No.
Oh boy.
He's
Is he there?
his popcorn, just not
He's
giving
there.
a fuck.
Oh, he's not there. I wanted to
He
see
said,
his
"Get your
face."
popcorn."
Oh no, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, I
He's
didn't
there.
want to
He's
tease
naked.
you when you were off camera.
He took his clothes off.
He's cutting a hole in the bottom of the popcorn bag.
Hell, use that butter.
You
Use
know
the
He's drinking wine. He doesn't want anyone to know about it.
Ah!
We're gonna get.
Dude, you hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head with that Negative Space comment, though. It's so well done with the visuals. Like you're looking in every scene to see if it's there, and it's probably in scenes where you don't even realize it.
Oh, that would be rad if that's
And then
I
true.
would
and
bet.
then the reveal at the end when you're seeing all the killings take place. The way, oh man, just some really beautiful cinematography.
Now I'm disappointed it's not on my damn list. Ah, jeez. David Bruckner too. So yeah.
Right, David Bruckner. Yeah. Yep. Okay. My number 20 is a slasher. And it's one of the few. I mean, okay, maybe not few. Probably had like 4 or 5, 6, whatever this year. But I think that this movie's going to. I don't think it's going to be a very popular decision. And I think people may have skipped it if they just kind of looked at the cover art or something like that, or just I don't know, just the way it was presented. They may have skipped it, but I really enjoyed it because it really felt like an old school slasher. Like it's hard to get that feel. And this movie's called Seance. It's a bunch of yeah, you liked it too. Good.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
glad to hear it.
Absolutely.
what is it? A girls' school for what is it? A prep school academy or something like that? I forgot exactly what it was, but there's a murder in the beginning. Kids playing a prank, but not really a prank. Like I said, it has that old school feel where something happens and then what's going on? People are being bumped off. There's some cool victim POV in the one shot. There's a Halloween style kill at one point. It kind of reminds me of Stage Fright a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The lead is actually quite likable, and then the more you learn about her towards the end, the direction it goes. There's a reveal and a second reveal, which I think are done really well. It's old school stuff. There's a couple real solid kills. There's one or two gory kills that I wasn't expecting, and if you like slashers, and I love them, I think this one really did it this year, and it doesn't seem to get a lot of attention, but I saw it once and I was like, man, I really dug that. And the second view I was like, yeah, nothing's changed. It's an 8 out of 10 and it stayed that way. But yeah, Seance I think is
I also gave it an 8 out of 10, and the only reason why it missed my list is because I almost wish they didn't explore other elements like supernatural elements. It kind of blurred the line between what it wanted to be. I wish it had stuck straight slasher.
I think that was the point, though. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. That's what made it unique to me. That the
Yeah.
misdirection is exactly what elevates it to me.
See, I felt like it didn't know what it wanted to be, so it kind of took me out of it for a little bit. But that final climax with those kills, probably one of my favorite kills of the year, involving a light bulb.
the throat slit.
Oh,
Dude.
brutal.
Yes. Oh,
You shouldn't have killed my friend.
How old are
Right.
these girls supposed to be? Because Suki Waterhouse is 30, so I'm like watching this going like, this isn't high school. What is this? Like, what am I? I got a little confused with that, but, huh?
I don't know. What is
No,
that? Like a
they're
prep
supposed-
academy?
Yeah,
Fin-
they're supposed to be
finishing
like,
school.
They're supposed to be like 18. They're supposed to be like
Okay.
18.
Well, I guess it's no different from slashers of the 80s and 90s
Sure.
where they're high school kids, but they don't really seem like high school kids.
Yeah,
you
no,
know?
for sure. That's not a damning thing. I quite liked this movie. I think I was like at a 7.5 on it and thought it was super solid. Yeah.
She dates Batman. She's allowed to do whatever she wants.
Wait, who's she dating?
She dates Robert Pattinson.
Oh, really? Because she was with Bradley Cooper. I don't know how the hell I know that.
I don't know any of this stuff.
I think
so,
because I watched The Bad Batch and she was the lead in that, and that's why I was like, who is this girl? She's great in this movie. And
Yeah, she got her arm back.
she sure did. And her leg.
Nice.
Nice. Cool.
All right.
That's Seance. All right, at number 19 for me, I'm coming in with Red Dot. This was one of the first movies I recall watching in 2021, and it's kept its place on this top 21 all year. It's such a mean-spirited, just movie that it does not
horrible.
quit. Yeah, there's a scene
Brandon.
involving a dog in a tent that told me this movie was going to go there, and it does. Like, you've got this couple, everybody who's just trying to mend their relationship by going on a winter camping trip, and things go horribly wrong as they find they're being stalked by somebody who means them harm. And when we reach that third act, when we find out what's going on, it hits hard because this movie is unrelenting and doesn't let our protagonist off the hook. I was pretty surprised at how it ended, too. I didn't expect the movie to get that nasty. And so that's why it stuck with me all year. And also, just as winter horror movies go, there are few I've seen that will leave you feeling this cold. It maximizes the dread of the freezing setting really well. And so, yeah, I recommend people hop on Netflix and watch Red Dot, 8 out of 10. Check it out.
Awesome.
Shit. I didn't see it.
Neither did I. I was saying horrible because of Brandon's joke earlier when you were talking about when you introduced the movie.
I said it's a great Indian flick.
I didn't hear that. That's awesome. See, that's what I like. That's the B. Yeah.
Horrible joke.
Christian
Horrible
heard it, and
joke.
I covered my head in shame because
It can't be helped.
No.
Rightly so.
Every time I see that title all year long, every time I saw it brought up, I always say this to myself: Red Dot. Every time. I can't help
What'd you
it.
say?
Red Dot. That's all,
Red
I
Dot.
always say it. I do this shit all the time with movies. I just see the title and I say it to myself in some
And
weird
jump
way.
into a racist persona.
God bless you guys.
Yeah. Well, the
That's
next
when this
film
show's
I
at its
watched,
best.
and that's my number 19. So
Nice.
the only one that seems to like this movie more than I is, well, two people: the director of the film and Heather Powell.
Yeah.
She loves it. I really liked it. Again, it's my last 7 on the list. They go down from here. No, they go up. I thought this was nice, tongue in cheek. I loved the play on brand, on like retail commerce and the personalities that you encounter there. I thought it was a lot of fun. Yes, it's silly, but it provides a lot of entertainment and some gory surprises as well. And I thoroughly recommend it as long as you know what you're getting into with a title called Slacks and the cover art that you'll see. Unless you're Dave, who doesn't even look at it while he's picking his movies, and you don't know what he's getting because he wants to go in totally blind.
The
try.
Dave Z method.
That's it.
Try.
But otherwise, Slacks, but I gotta say, like, I forgot what the name of the pants were. They were like, I know they had the SS logo, and it looked exactly like the Nazi SS logo, and I think they were trying to somehow tie that in because they were this pant that were gonna like create like one being because it was one size fits all, so it didn't matter who you were, what size you were. It was like creating like this perfect race of people that could all fit into the same pants. So I thought there was some deep meaning there, but overall I just found it goofy. And when those pants started to dance, I was just like, I'm out.
B, I was with you on that subtext there about that, like about the SS and stuff like that, and I was kind of laughing to myself because Hugo Boss, you know, is they're the ones who made the Nazis look so damn good, as we all know, and sometimes I laugh every time I just kind of walk by like a Mercedes or every time I walk by, you know, some Hugo Boss cologne in a store, and I'm just like, Nazis.
Yeah. Nazis.
Nazi bastard. Yes.
Killing Nazis.
Killing Nazis. What'd you give it, C?
That's 7. My last 7.
7. All right.
You know, at some point in C's top 21, he's gonna like a movie.
Well, that's more than I could say for you.
When are we getting to Junior? That's what I want.
About you.
He just pops the popcorn in his mouth, just like, it's more than I can say for you, kid. Pop. Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, see?
Hey,
it's a broadcast signal intrusion here. Yeah.
Damn good popcorn. I can't stop eating it. My mom just hands me popcorn. They're watching a movie upstairs. And I'm like, I can't. This is amazing, but I'm going to be like dying of thirst.
Nice.
I hope they bring you more food like that.
Popcorn?
Like that one episode where you're getting a 5-course fucking meal. That was so
he had 3 breakfasts.
Manja.
Manja.
Somebody bring me popcorn. Recording so he could have his red wine.
Yes.
No, keep it away.
I got so much popcorn, Dave. Some of it hitting the floor. I can't even touch it. Can't eat it off the floor.
I'm trying to get some. I'm trying to yell at my family. I want popcorn down here.
Rich, popcorn.
I love you guys. I seriously love you guys.
Love you too, buddy. Shit.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay.
All
is
right,
it my
guys.
turn or B's?
That's mine. My number 19 is a small French Shudder film called Teddy.
I saw Teddy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
a werewolf film. I sort of felt like it was almost like a Napoleon Dynamite meets a werewolf flick. It was very
nice,
lighthearted and stuff, but Teddy was a very relatable character. He's sort of the dog laughing of his town. He's a high school dropout, but he's a very loving individual. His parents are dead. He lives with, I believe, his foster aunt and like his cousin, and he's very affectionate and caring for them, and he's very affectionate and caring for his girlfriend who he's in love with, and he has this sort of vision of creating the perfect future with her. He thinks he's going to be able to rise above his status in life, and all this is happening while the local livestock is being slaughtered, and there's a wolf loose, and he gets randomly scratched one day and attacked, and his transformation begins, and as his life sort of spirals out of control and his relationship sort of takes a hit, and just things unravel, and you're rooting for him to sort of make it because he's a very nice, relatable sort of underdog character, but it ultimately plays out in a really cool final act. It's very Carrie-esque with its final showdown, and it's light on the horror, but what it gives you is really well done, and I recommend it. It's a solid 8 out of 10. I think I read an article on this one because I wanted to know, I wanted to dig a little deeper on this, and I read something about, in France and stuff, this was really going for this sort of commentary on the economic and social divide there, and that's really what Teddy's story is, because he's so clearly, economically and socially below the other people in this film, but he's such a decent character that you're rooting for him. But yep,
Nice.
There's a
Well
biopic,
said.
right?
yeah, this
There's
is
a biopic. Teddy Pendergrass.
no Teddy
Teddy
Ruxpin.
Ruxpin.
Yeah.
Of course.
Nice.
Pendergrass.
Dang it! I almost said Roosevelt at the same time you said Rux, but I'm glad I was late on that because I would have been the odd man out of that fucker. No,
Of course, you go to a fucking president.
Yeah, I know, right?
He-
I like
go to some
I like that
fucking-
he went to Pendergrass. though.
Me.
Teddy Pendergrass. Do you listen to Teddy Pendergrass?
Only because of I didn't even know who Teddy Pendergrass was until I saw Delirious, and then Eddie Murphy. You got what I need.
What I need. Yes.
And then I started listening to Teddy Pendergrass. And he's great.
He is. No,
Yeah.
it's just funny. Teddy Roosevelt, Teddy Ruxpin, Teddy Pendergrass.
See, I'm loving just watching you on camera, you popping the popcorn, and he's great. And you have the smile on your face. You look so cool. I don't know.
Great. Yeah.
It's damn good popcorn, man. I'm
No, Teddy was a great film, B, and I love what you said about the socioeconomic divide and all that going on. And I think the only thing that pissed me off about the movie, because I really liked it, was there's a killing spree at the end,
Yeah.
and somebody gets left alive. And I was
Yes.
like, no, that's the person I would have fucking killed. So
But
I get it.
But that last scene is
Yes.
sort of like
What
it's
was
so,
that?
I like that. It's sort of like almost like a what could have been, and it's sort of sad.
Yeah.
It's sort of
Shit.
like almost like a dreamlike post credit scene, and it's really like kind of heartbreaking actually.
Yeah, he's never getting that life. That house,
No.
nothing. Like after the events of this movie, it's like, yeah, this is yeah, everything you've been building toward it. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah,
Like,
but
shit.
that character gets their comeuppance.
Yeah,
You know,
okay, fair.
Yeah, I mean they're doomed just like Teddy was.
True.
Yeah.
And just
was
like
it
the
featured-
characters in the original Friday the 13th. Because if you remember, Crazy Ralph said, "You're doomed. You're all
Right.
doomed."
You sure did.
Friday the 13th.
As a,
Right to the
just a,
13th,
just a
we
little
can't talk
reminder. Just a reminder, Brandon. I just wanted to make sure you remembered that scene.
about- No more Friday the 13th talk tonight, B. How's
No,
that?
it's fine. It's fine.
We'll try not to. Okay. As far as Teddy goes, I have 2 words.
You're
Tongue
doomed.
shame.
Oh,
Done what?
What was that?
Tongue
Tongue
shaving. Shaving. Shaming.
tongue shaving.
Tongue shaming. And once I went down on this chick, and boy,
That's what I thought you were talking
the
about.
internet, they were all
That's what I
fucking
thought too,
friends
right?
with
What?
my-
She
Yeah, right. See, and I both thought you were talking about when he helps his girl out. You know.
Well,
through-
yeah,
through-
so they are right. She did tongue shame him,
Oh,
but
he got tongue shamed, so he tongue shaved.
Holy cow. Look at this guy. Who does he think he is? Chief White Tongue or something? What the hell? Tongue shaming.
Tongue shaming.
that was the
Okay.
name of the guy who's hanging on the wall in Friday 2.
Tongue shame. Yeah,
Chief-
Chief Tongue Shame.
She tongue shamed.
Well, I happen to have the
Yeah,
junior of
yeah.
tongues.
Oh, really? That's a great thing to have, buddy.
Brandon, everything is canceled. We're canceled now by just with Brandon's jokes tonight.
What? The,
Between Brandon just doing what he did about the native. Oh, I love it. I have some anti-Semitic stuff I'll say later. So we got this. We got this, guys.
Yeah, we cover everybody. It's
We're
like
gonna
South
cover
Park.
everything.
Yes.
So, and
Just
believe me,
like
what I
South
have my views on women. No, just
Oh, stepdad.
love them.
Whew, love them too. Just plain
Yeah.
like.
Uh,
Okay,
Christian's like,
Number
"Move this
19.
shit along."
moving right along.
Number 19. I'm like, what the fuck is going on
I'm
here?
trying, buddy. We're doing okay. Number 19. C, you're not the only one. All I can say about this movie is I thought you were supposed to be the good guys. Slacks, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah.
Yes, people think
All right.
that I don't like horror comedy. Well, the thing is this. This to me, there's a difference. This movie illustrates the difference between satire and humor and something not being goofy. That's the difference. This is smart, friggin' clever comedy and a clever take on the things that they want to say. And I agree with the message that they're doing here. It's done in a fun way. I love seeing this type of film. I thought when you hear the premise, you think, okay, it's going to be ridiculous. But you know what? They did it right. The execution
Yeah.
was right.
Agreed.
The usage of the genes for the kills and for everything they did was actually done smart and looked good. And as far as the genes dancing, I thought it looked great. It doesn't look like shitty CGI because it really isn't CG. They showed a thing at the end, yes, but it's actual genes in front of a green screen. And
it was Michael Jackson doing that. Those were Billy genes.
Damn. All right. That was good.
Oh. The lead character is.
I love the
only
Watson
character.
approval.
Yeah.
I love it.
The seal.
Libby is the lead character. And she's the only good character in the whole movie. And she's the only likable one. But that's okay. Sometimes that's all you need. The one girl you're kind of on the fence, she does that. You know what she does? She kind of does the joke. It's almost the same thing that they did in Friday the 13th, the remake. And
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
when he says,
Wait a second, Dave. I don't think you can say it. You told Brandon no more Friday talk.
That's why I'm smiling. I'm like, 2 seconds ago, he's done with the Friday talk.
Oops.
No, go ahead.
It just can't be helped.
Yeah,
When
you
he
gonna
goes,
start
"Oh,
a
yeah."
record label?
Yes, exactly. He goes,
Yeah.
just because I'm a black guy, it can't be Green Day. And he goes, oh, no, I don't mean that. He goes, so what's it gonna be? He goes, hip hop. And then they laugh. Same thing happened here. Just because I'm an Indian, I have to like Bollywood music or something like that. And then later on, that's what she's listening to.
Yeah.
So,
I was dying at that. So good.
it was great. I mean, she kind of came around a little bit, but the bottom line is the kills were actually done well. The horror itself is actually horror. That's the difference in a horror comedy that's done right. When there is something happening and there is someone being chased by something, even if it is a pair of jeans, it's played off as straight horror. Even though it's jeans, it doesn't matter. It's executed the right way. They even had that little Amityville 2 sound. You know that sound in Amityville 2 when they look up at the house and like certain moments it's like strings that goes, it's hard to explain, but I would bet that it's the same freaking noise they use in this movie and it's with intent. But I do like it. I have one little observation. The ending is spectacular. It's definitely my kind of ending. But the thing is, one observation that it's still an 8 out of 10. I don't understand why the other genes waited until the end to come to life. That's the only thing I noticed. I'm like, well, wait a minute. How come this one came here and all these other ones don't start till they have some grand army at the end? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But that's why
It might have just been for. It might have probably just been for give it that climatic jolt. But from a story like from a making sense for what they've set up, I can see what you're getting at there too.
But even with that little snafu, it's still an 8 out of 10 for me. Slacks, it's on Shudder. Check it out.
So we've aligned at 1 so far. Let's keep a note of that too. We've had the same 19.
That's it. Twinsies. Yeah.
Twinsies.
Yep.
Loxies.
You can talk about Friday the 13th all you want if you word twins.
If you what?
That's
I never said.
a series throwback.
I'm not allowed to say twinsies?
He doesn't like it.
I don't like if anyone's saying twinsies.
We could say
Too
poo
bad.
poo on the Shrunken Show, but I can't say twinsies.
I don't want poo-poo twinsies.
I'm not going to say poo-poo. I'm taking poo-poo out, but twinsies stays in.
It's the way you say poo poo. I don't know what it
That's
is.
how
It's
he
dirty.
says it.
It sounds dirty. Poo poo. It sounds like you got like shit on your lips or something like that. I don't know what it is.
That's the idea. You're supposed to
Wait,
sound like that.
Is that shit lips or lip shits?
There we go.
Dr. Lipschitz.
Dr. Lipschitz should call into the show again. I might have to, or somebody might have to do that once again.
I might have.
Somebody
Have
might.
you seen
Remember
Dr.
that back in like the early days, Dr. Lipschitz called, and I think he did again. But
He still makes the rounds, apparently.
oh, that's good. That's good. Okay,
He's
so
treating B right now. I don't know.
what's that?
He's treating B right now. He was sick this week, you know?
Oh,
Does he eat Lipschitz or not?
you get some Lipschitz?
No, he always blows Lipschitz off. He goes to some other guy, I guess.
You don't want to blow Lipschitz off. All right. So I got number 18. I'm talking about Werewolves Within. I can't believe how much fun I had with this movie. It's a horror comedy about a forest ranger who gets stationed in a small alpine town that's got a strange but just really peculiar but really tight-knit community going on. And there's a lot of political tension among the citizens of this little place because of a wealthy sort of oil baron type who wants to start construction of a pipeline there, which will bring an economic boom to this dying town, but will also not be good for the environment. So, you know, there's that element of the story that's dividing the community. And then there's this werewolf killing people. And so it becomes something of a big whodunit murder mystery. Like, why is this werewolf doing what it's doing? Is it random? Is it political? You know, who benefits here? And you know, you've got to watch to find out. And man, this cast of characters was so fun to follow. Finn, our super nice, overly nice forest ranger, reminded me a lot of Christian because of the nice thing. And no, not at all. But he's nice
because of the blackface, actually.
Because of the blackface, yes. Oh, man, I'm definitely
I am gonna stop now.
Somewhere in here. Okay.
Just begun.
So no, but Finn is super nice and he's fun to follow. The male lady Cecily was just adorable as hell. Excellent leads, and once again, as with my last pick, Red Dot, this also boasts an awesome winter setting. You know, there was the Wolf of Snow Hollow last year. That was the werewolf comedy sort of movie in the snow. You know, like this, except that this actually has a werewolf. So check it out, folks. That's Werewolves Within, and I had a blast with it. And 8 out of 10. And I don't remember where I streamed this, so just somewhere. Paid a couple bucks for it. So
the movie looks damn good, and the performances are good. And again, it was another 7 out of 10 for me. It just, or maybe it was 6.5. I can't remember. It's on the list here somewhere. But it was like, I enjoyed it, but I felt like it just missed something. Like all these movies, it's going to be a little bit different for each of us. I don't know what it was per se. If it was that it didn't go too much further with the comedy, and I wanted more comedy, or if it was that it just didn't deliver on the actual monster element until really the end.
Yeah, that's true.
But again, it was enjoyable, and it looks really good. And like a lot of the movies this year, there's a lot of movies that looked fucking great this year.
Yeah.
It was a good one. You know what I like to say about this movie? It's cutely political, and that's refreshing. The way the politics are thrown in there,
yes,
it's done the right way. It's done tongue in cheek and not hammer over head.
Exactly, and the political tension builds, kind of blends right in with the murder mystery, and especially, well, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But yes, they poke fun at everybody in the movie because, of course, I'm thinking if this movie is going to make the oil baron guy the bad guy, it's like, please don't do this. Like, that's too obvious. And then, and even then, like, so we already see him as, but it's like, okay, so he's bad, but he could also bring this town to life. So, okay, then there's the environment, but then the town dies, and you've got that hilarious gay couple. I like how they're obviously going to be, sort of for the environment, but then they're joking about rich people, and then one of them's like, we're not rich, and then the other one kind of leans and sort of whispers to the other one, yes, we are. So they're fine. They don't have any skin to lose. Who was it?
You know who that dude is? Guillermo from What We Do in the Shadows, the TV show. One of the two gay guys.
Oh, nice. I've only seen a couple episodes of that, but
it's
nice,
fucking amazing.
I'll definitely check it out.
Shadows.
But, yeah.
What? I didn't recognize him out of the.
But yes, that was a fun movie, and
fucking god.
Yeah.
He's like, what number are we on?
Number 18, right?
You're doing good. Yeah, do it up.
Do it up.
Number 18 is a super dark film that, I don't know if it's my surprise of the year, but I was surprised at how much I enjoyed this. Considering it felt like it took forever to come out, it's Antlers. And I give this 7.5 out of 10. Dark, lots of slightly spoilery, so if you haven't seen it, maybe skip over 10, 20 seconds here. But a lot of characters and a lot of carnage for characters that you don't expect to happen in the film as well. Plus, I like how they play with the mythology, and again, really, really kind of like somber, like really. What is this face, Brandon? You're throwing me off here with that fucking face of yours.
No, I was just gonna ask, when did you go see it?
When did I go see it?
I did.
Oh my god.
That's not forced laughter either. That's funny shit.
Really?
When to go?
Really? He was just waiting to crack that. You could see it on his fucking. It's like the poo-poo lips you had. This, you could just see it. Like you could just see it on his fucking face.
I didn't see Antlers. It's not one of the 288 films.
What?
I can't.
Seriously?
I didn't get a chance to.
Dark, man.
Chance.
Dark, kind of depressing.
Yeah.
But really well done. And like I said, there's carnage for characters that you just don't expect to see to that extreme in a film like this. I think it was definitely a surprise.
Cool.
and good
Right
mythology.
on. You know, I liked it, and I can't explain what it is, but for me, there was just something missing. Like I was waiting for some kind of reveal or something I hadn't seen before to be brought into the plot to
More
take
antlers?
it to that next level. Yes, but I enjoyed it.
Oh, but the
I'm not
monster
saying I
was
didn't
great.
enjoy it. No, the monster
Yeah.
was. That's the creature effects and what they're. I just felt like maybe we're spoiled, but I was expecting almost like what I said before about that Possession movie. Is it my fault that movie Possession that I see that I thought it was run of the mill and I was expecting something else to happen? That was my takeaway from Antlers. I enjoyed it. I just didn't. Like I said, the best way I can put it is I felt that something was missing, and I don't know what. It's a weird thing, but it's well shot and everything else. There's nothing wrong with the acting. The creature effects are good. I could see why it's on your list. I wish I could have got a better feel from it.
All right, be a deer. Stop talking about antlers.
Oh my lord!
Oh boy.
This guy's
Yeah.
on fire tonight.
Right?
All right, I'm just
Fuck.
gonna hightail it out.
You can be a
I
deer.
wish-
and tell
I
your
wish
pick.
I'm gonna Saint mod myself right now, actually, just to get
Okay.
off this fucking episode.
Oh, dude. there were two sets of movies this year that had almost identical endings. I found it very strange. I'll talk about it after, but there were two movies, and four movies, two separate groups of movies that had
Two movies or four? One category or three?
I'm a joke.
I don't get it.
I just gotta say it real quick. The movie The Advent Calendar and the movie The Funeral Home both had a final scene of a girl just randomly breaking out and doing ballet dancing, and Saint Maud and Censor had the exact same.
I knew you were going to say Saint Maud and Censor.
Yeah,
When
and
did she
those
say
two-
Saint Maud?
Whoa!
Yes.
Yeah, Saint Maud and Censor had the same ending, and The Funeral Home and Advent Calendar had the same exact ending. Both. It's shocking. And that's it.
Good observation.
Thank
It's
you.
funny though. When he said Saint Maud and you went into that, I knew that you were going to say Saint Maud and Censor.
Yeah, it was identical. One was better
Yeah.
than the other. We'll maybe get to that later on the list. All right, my number 18, Dave, you've had this on your list. We're not exactly twinsies, but it's Meander.
Oh,
nice,
number
nice.
18.
I knew you'd
Yeah.
like this one. I recommended it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Big fan of this one. Gaia Weiss, like I mentioned earlier when you brought it up, that she carries the film because it's really just a solo performance in this. And again, another story dealing with grief. And I really love the supernatural alien elements we get, the visuals. I read an article where they were comparing it to Cube meets Lovecraft, and I thought that was fair. It got very Lovecraftian towards some of those latter stages on the ship, some of the images we see.
Yeah, and it also has to do with your interpretation. You could look at it from otherworldly. You could look at it from a religious thing. I don't want to spoil it.
No,
but
no,
think
I totally agree with you. There's definitely a lot. I think there's a lot of films this year that are open to interpretation. This is certainly one of them. But the performances was great. Again, dealing with grief and trying to come to terms with it, and ultimately the choices she makes in the end and how it concludes was satisfying enough for me. So it's my number 18 film, 8 out of 10, Meander. Check it out.
B, you know what I liked about the ending of this, and I won't say what happens, but I like that the ending goes there. And by that I mean, like, when you say you watch the ending to the Tom Cruise movie, not Eyes Wide Shut, it was Vanilla Sky.
Yeah.
He opens his eyes, and you want to go, I just want to see for a minute what he's going to see on the other side.
Yeah.
This movie goes, so do I. I want to see that too, and then it does. So
Yeah.
I was very happy about that.
Agreed.
That
said.
is cool. That is cool. Okay, number 18 for me. I'll get it over with quick because I know it's a very controversial one. I know somebody here really fucking hates the movie. And that movie is Malignant. Yes.
Hey.
I got to tell you, I think this is easily one of the best made films of the year. I think the fucking cinematography.
I keep hearing people say this. I wish I could agree
You
with
don't
it.
even agree on that?
People,
What
I'm in the minority. People seem to love how well this movie's made, and I've heard it time and time again. So I guess I would have rewatch because
Yeah, you would
again,
appreciate it if anybody. That's your shit. Framing shots. You know what I mean?
but I would forgive acting and dialogue and all the nutso things I had problems with there. Why am I freezing? just see myself freeze, and I look like Jon Favreau. As in happy.
It's
like Jon
January.
Favreau now. Not Jon Favreau circa 96. Anyway,
Right, not swingers. Right.
yeah, so then where I'm going, but what I'm saying with it is, Dan, I don't want to take this away from you because I'm in the minority here.
Do
But
it.
normally I gravitate towards that. I've got to watch this again because I don't remember any of that. But every person that's posted about it or that I've heard speak about it has mentioned how great the movie, how well made the movie is, and I
really
definitely
is.
didn't notice it. So I really have to,
Wow.
really have to go back and check it out.
I don't think that James Wan can make a bad movie.
Yep, I agree.
And I'm not a fanboy. I just think that he has a certain style, even in Shittiest 2, which I will fucking tear apart, is still quality looking. I think it's his laziest film in more than one respect. But I just think that he has a certain style. I think when the movie ended, I even said it to Francesca. I said, well, I don't think he can make a bad movie. Now, my wife, my daughter, and myself all got angered at the end of the movie. The end, not the third act. I loved the third act. When that thing happened and it went full fucking wherever it went, which,
it's
I'm
all
not going to
part
get
of the
into
movie.
it. I loved it.
Brandon's
I thought,
with me, I think, with this at least. Maybe not about
Yeah, I think I gave it like a 6.5. I didn't hate it
Oh,
as
you're
much
higher.
as you did,
Yeah.
but I just felt like I didn't get it, like, because it was just so loved, and I agree with Dave totally with the critique in that final act. I got it. I totally saw it, and I was like, yeah, that's sort of. It sort of
right,
doesn't make
a little,
sense.
a
It's
little
sort of
cheap.
Yeah, very
Yes.
cheap. Yeah. Yeah.
Little cheap, not thought out, just like almost like, okay, what are we going to do here? We want to have it end this way, but how can we do it? It's almost like, well, I think he wrote himself into a corner. And I've said it before about James Wan. He's like Stephen King with the infamous the third act or the end. That's his fucking weakness. Not every time. Saw is one of the best ever. But I'm just saying, in general, I think that is a critique on Wan. But the way it happened and how I don't want to say. I don't even want to compare. Okay, I'll say one thing. If anybody wants to go back and it really knows this podcast and can go back to that show where we talked about Better Watch Out and the major complaint I had towards the end of that movie where they let the shot linger and I'm like, okay, there's no way they can come back from this now, and they did. That's what it was, because when something happened in this movie, it was so shocking and so jaw-dropping that like. I was like, they're really going to go here? It could still end a certain way, but what some of the decisions they made, I'm like, wow, that's fucking ballsy. Bravo.
Yeah.
And a minute or minute and a half later, it's changed. And, like, even Francesca just went, lame. You know, she's just like I am. She was like, oh, what the fuck? And she likes to see things out of the ordinary, you know? So anyway.
I agree
don't
with
think you should.
Francesca. It was just about an hour earlier that I had that thought process, as did my daughter.
That movie. I even said it when I don't know how, but we definitely talked about this at some point. We didn't review it, did we?
Probably.
But there was a scene where somebody gets kidnapped in like an underground
Yeah, they're
tunnel,
up in a-
and then
someone's-
the next thing
Second
they
view fixed it.
and then they
No,
fell
no,
through
no.
the
Yep.
ceiling, and I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, an underground tunnel runs through this person's attic? I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly.
No, the second
Brandon,
view
I'm
fixes
right
that,
there
yeah.
with you.
It
Yeah,
does,
second
no.
view. It's a
I
little
agree with
confusing.
you.
I agree.
I agree that it was my mistake in terms of misinterpreting, but I was like, what the hell is going on? There's an underground tunnel running through this
But-
person's attic?
It's funny that we both had that problem, and I saw it
Yeah,
in the
right.
theater with my daughter. And another thing that I complained about, and Brandon, hey, Dave, the only reason I'm saying this is because you know, and I don't, I'm taking away from your
Who
pick
cares?
here.
No worries.
And
Let's get
but
it
I'm
out
just
there now.
saying, I just felt like a movie was on 1.25 speed, which. Everybody that listens to this podcast would be like, Christian, you always complain about a movie taking too long or whatever, but it felt like it didn't. James wanted, or whoever, the editor didn't allow it to breathe, or whatever it was. The pacing fell off, the performances fell off. I just couldn't grasp on anything. So then when the third act kicked into gear, I was like, finally something cool is happening. Only to be like, wow, this is just a train wreck, and I could never recoup. I could never come back from it. But again, I'm in the minority. But it sounds like, you know, what you felt in that last second when Francesca said lame. I felt that after the first scene, and I turned to my daughter, and we've told the story numerous times on this podcast already. I won't get into it again, but we both had the same reaction, and we both just couldn't come back from it in the theater. But
It
again,
sucks.
that's me.
Maybe a second
and I
view.
do owe it a second view. Because it is my
you
biggest
might-
disappointment of the year.
Oh, there you go. Get it out there. All right.
There it is.
Biggest disappointment for Steve Malignant.
Oh,
I should have
nice.
thought that,
I hope my biggest disappointment shows up on someone's list.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, Malignant, who knows? It might come up again. I don't know. Anyway, 8 out of 10.
Sorry, Dave, because I feel like a dick there, but
Wait,
there'll be more of that
No.
later.
This is what we do. It's okay.
Wait, you're the last to go, Dave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's
Yeah, but
it's the
my-
water.
I'm just waiting for the perfect time. So at number 17, I've got, and I loved your review of this gentleman. I've got Benny Loves You.
Hey.
Wow!
Wow.
I had way too much fun with this movie. Like, I had a couple drinks, and this movie just hit right. This killer stuffed animal Benny is the most adorable slasher killer in history. Every time he'd do that, oh wow! I would seriously start laughing. I was like,
Yes.
I love that was even a thing he says.
Right.
Like, I get Benny loves you. I get that, but then he'd just be like, oh wow, and I just, that was what they wrote in the script. They're like, okay, we need a few sound bites for this thing to say something. Let's make oh wow a thing. And he says the same 3 things the whole movie, and I was loving every second of that. And I mean, look, like a number of other movies on my list tonight, like there's just nothing really to this movie. Maybe there's some subtext about maturation and the putting away of childish things, as the good book says, but honestly, you're watching for the fact that this little stuffed toy is murdering people right and left. That's what we're dealing with here, and it works. It's cheesy to the max. And what I love about it is that it's unapologetic about that. It owns it. And that's what makes this movie shine like it does. Like, in lesser hands, this wouldn't work. It would look stupid. Like, the way this doll moves around, you'd be like, this low budget would tank it, and you'd be like, what sort of crap did they make here? Well, this is a steaming pile, but somehow these filmmakers just did it. The performances reinforced that. And I'm happy that it all came together because I had so much fun with this movie. So that's, Benny
Awesome.
Loves You at number 16 for me.
Awesome.
Right on.
It is
Yeah,
shocking how many reviews I hear about people complaining about the acting. I mean, you get that it is tongue-in-cheek, right? Like,
Yeah.
people
Right.
complain about this acting in this film. I'm like, this acting is great for this movie and for the characters that they're playing and for the comedic element.
Spoiler,
The
Benny
underlining
won
can be
Best
thinking.
Actor for me.
Pardon?
Benny was best
Benny
actor.
won Best Actor.
Oh, wow.
Dave, could you do the oh wow? Yeah.
I love how he would get scared of Jack.
Yeah.
Like he'd kill and he'd get scared and run, he'd hide and be shaking.
Oh wow.
How about when he sees himself?
Yeah.
He sees himself in the mirror and gets scared at that one point.
Yes. Oh, those were great. Oh, that doll, that little. I love Benny, man.
Such a charming.
He is.
It definitely is. Right on.
All right. My number 17 is a movie that's brought up twice already, and it's Meander.
Oh,
Again.
Twinsies,
So far.
triplets.
Trio. Meander, as just to add on to what they said, I mean, we talked about Seance, I believe, with kind of pulling the rug out of you. The setup here seems like it's going to be a totally different movie. And that's what I like. When she gets in the car and you think, okay, here we go. What's going to happen? And then boom, it goes in a totally different area. And then, of course, the comparisons to Cube and Saw or Escape Room, you can kind of blend them all together. But the movie's lit beautifully. She's in every scene. She carries the movie. Again, low budget, done amazingly. And as Watson mentioned, it's great to get that end revelation. Like, you get to see behind the curtain or whatever, instead of just like her walking out and it being an angelic glow against her face and it ending there.
Yeah.
We see it. And I think you guys summed it up there, but it's a great watch. A great watch, great pacing and some gooey elements as well.
Gooey.
Gooey.
It definitely had some gooiness to it.
Yeah. 7.5.
I like when,
Sorry.
Hey, we're getting
And you like
there.
you like
we're
what?
getting there. But what I was gonna say is I love that one scene where she meets somebody and her heartstrings get pulled upon and something goes on, and then she has to make the decision. And she goes, "Well, I would love to do this, but this isn't real." And how hard that would be to do, because you want to cling to that. That's what you're thinking about, and it's like it can be so easy to go the other way, and you're like, I really want to do this, but ultimately I can't bullshit myself, and that's not always easy to do in matters of the heart when it comes with loss. So I didn't say that when I mentioned it, but it just when you were talking about towards the end, it just popped into my head what she had to deal with and who she was with and what was happening. But
considering the movie is a girl crawling through a bunch of tight spots, they keep it moving.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I got lots of movies in my phone.
I should have known better. I should have known better.
That's when it gets real gooey in those tight spots.
Wow.
Bring condoms?
No. I did not.
Nice. Okay, B.
All right, my number 17. And now here's where we get into, like, I'm like, why is this at 17? Why is this not higher? But here it is. I made my list. I'm sticking with it. It's Censor.
Oh! One of my 3 for you, B.
I knew that was, because, I mean, you always said it's a B movie. It is a B movie. This might have fell victim to, I did get to rewatch it, but I was crazy with rewatches this year that I feel like maybe it needed even a third watch. But, the setup of the story, we got Enid's character. She's a censor for the British board. It takes place during the height of the video nasties. And, she approves a film that ultimately leads to somebody killing his entire family. And she sort of becomes like the outcast. And there's a side story with her sister who disappeared when she was younger. And her parents just had the sister declared legally dead. And just things are spiraling out of control for her. And she is assigned to this new work of this director, Frederick North. And she sees parallels in his work that parallel her life with her sister. And then one of the actresses in the newer movie looks exactly like her sister. And it takes her down this rabbit hole of surreal, sort of nightmarish stuff. And it's really, really well done. Very, very stylish. Very Giallo-esque at times.
Yes.
Bright, vivid colors and stuff like that. The performance is really well done. And, I think ultimately this is a film that's only going to go up for me upon further rewatches. But again, I saw it twice, but it was in a short span of time. I didn't really get to linger with this one enough. But I give it an 8 out of 10. The final scene is really well done. I mentioned earlier that it sort of mirrors Saint Maud, but also there's a shot within the final sequence that mirrors a scene earlier in the film where she's in a video store and she sees a cover of a non-horror film, and it mirrors it perfectly. I don't know if you guys remember that scene.
No.
The film. I one watch.
There was a film in the video store when she's first going to inquire about Frederick North or the other guy's work, and she sees a cover of an art box that says "The Day the World Began," and it's sort of like this happy, picturesque family, and it's sort of what she aspires for because of how her life turned out and how broken she is, and she sort of captures an image of that at the end.
Yes, it definitely informs that. That's excellent observation. I didn't catch that. Cool.
Yeah, it's really well done. So 8 out of 10. For first and second view, but
it was my number 23. I had it at number 21 at one point, and I just juggled it around, and I ended up putting Candyman in. So I'm there with you. That last act though is a little messy. That I got to rewatch it to fully grasp everything that was happening. Because
I just like that they amp up the violence in the third act. I do admit it might be a little bit messy, but I think you get a lot more substance in the third act.
But I love the video nasty element to it. Like that element is fantastic. Like it's really good. She's great in the role too.
Yeah, that's why I said like there's so many strong female performances this year. She was great. And there's one kill in particular involving a horror ward, and it's really
it's good.
Reminds me almost of like the end of Hot Fuzz. Ow, this really hurts. I'm gonna need some ice cream.
What's this, Dave? What's that wagging of the finger?
Another comparison. No. Another thing like B was talking before, similarities in movies. something, a utensil that was used to kill in this movie mirrors something that happened in Malignant.
Yep, I was thinking that too.
Right? Just
Yep.
thought of it now when he said it because it was an award, and so was that thing.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't think about it till just now when you said
Oh,
that.
wow.
Like, oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yes. Wow. Right on. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow,
Censor was good
indeed.
stuff. Okay. Is it me? Or no?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 17.
Number 17 has been brought up again. I saw this at the theaters, actually. It's called The Night House. Really, yeah, really original story. I liked it. I was really on board the entire time. I'm not going to critique anything. It's just I enjoyed it. I wish it could be as high as it is on some other people's lists. A lot of people have it in their top 10s, even like top 3. People are really digging it. I really enjoyed it. I just there's nothing negative I could actually say about it. I just felt maybe something in the plot. I would have liked to have seen the kills done differently. Like anytime we see any kills of anybody dying at all, it's just in that one sequence of a few minutes, and it's fine. I just would have liked to see anybody actually die along the way. There was nobody got killed, and I'm not saying I have to have kills in my movie. Poltergeist is one of my favorite movies of all time, and nobody gets killed in it. In that kind of movie, I don't need it. I just wish maybe there was something thrown in there. Again, it's a situation where I can't sit here and say I could find a way to write it in. So it's really not fair to critique. I always say, if I could sit here and say I would write this, then I'm going to critique it. So I can't really critique it. It's just more of a wish. I wish that I could have seen some other kills. But the mystery of it and what you see happening when with the pictures and what's happening here and what she sees in her late husband's phone and just going along that road and we're uncovering it with her. I'm glued to it. I was really into what was going on. Her performance is excellent, of course, and you feel for her. And when she goes out to dinner that one time and some of the reactions she has throughout the movie is really heart-wrenching stuff. You really feel for the lead character, and we talked about it before with the silhouette shots and everything else. But it's a unique story, and it's a really good film. 8 out of 10. That's The Night House. You know what it is? The ending. Jason Smith sent me a message, and he knows my taste, and he sent me a message early on when it first came out. And it just happened to be he loved it. So he goes, check out The Night House. And I start thinking that when someone recommends a movie to me, it's because they know my taste, and like, okay, this is the movie he'd like. So when it got to the end of the movie and something was going on in the boat, in the climax, I was expecting it to end a different way that would be a quote-unquote Dave Z ending. And when that didn't happen, initially I was let down. But then upon second watch, I was like, okay, this is what it is. It's not that kind of movie. Go along for the ride. And I enjoyed it a little more. So, but 8 out of 10, The Night House, it's a great flick.
Very good. Nice. So, right at number 16, I'm coming in with this is a surprise that is even on the list, but Seder. I liked this movie a little bit when I first saw it early in the year, but it was the Dave Z second watch that got this movie on the list in the first place, because before that it was somewhere in the upper 40s, kind of mid in my list. But I just love it when a second viewing is this rewarding, where you feel like the movie just opens itself up to you in a way that wasn't true on that first viewing. And what's just so impressive here is that Seder is basically a one-man show. I mean, this filmmaker, Jordan Graham, did practically everything in this movie himself. He wrote it, directed it, produced it, scored it, did the cinematography and editing, and the movie just looks so good. This guy is brilliant at what he does. And yeah, from that technical perspective, this movie is masterful. It did take me the 2 watches to appreciate what was happening in the narrative, though. But once I fell into the groove of what the story was doing and what it wanted to say, I was hooked. I somehow, I don't know what it was that first viewing. I wasn't picking up on it. I wasn't feeling it. And then it ranked so highly in my co-host Projectile Varmints, Susie's over on Horror Movie Weekly. It ranked high on her list. And I was like, okay, I need to watch this again. And I was like, okay, you know what? This was I'm really glad I did. I don't have a lot of movies like this on my list. My list is just, this year's just fun for me. I don't know, but as art house horror goes, this is definitely one of my favorites in that sort of subgenre. So, and I appreciate that this exists. Seder at number 16, and by the way, up to this point, everything's been an 8. So I know I missed last time with Benny Loves You, but everything's an
Same
8
here.
so far. Yeah.
Right on. We're in the same ballpark for the most. Well,
Yep.
not C, but he's getting there.
Yeah.
I'm not there yet.
You're
either.
getting there.
My 16, I'm at 7.5 again, and it's been spoken about as well at Seance. Again,
Oh, nice.
I love the fact that they set it up one way and you think you're going one route and it ends up being a slasher. And I thought it was a lot of fun, and I thought they did a great play on that, and they kept interest through the whole film, and some great kills. So again, I don't think there's a significantly deeper meaning, as Watson kind of alluded to. Like there are some films that we'll probably talk about that have multiple elements to them. I mean, you brought up even Censor. You can bring that up, but this one I think is a little bit more on the nose, but it's fun. It's a fun film.
Yeah.
You know what?
Hey, I
also,
agree.
Simon Barrett did this. I didn't realize
Yeah.
that when I watched it, and because it's streaming on Shudder, I just watched it, and it was afterwards when I was like, oh, this is Simon Barrett, who always works with Adam Wingard, and he's, Barrett himself is coming into his own, and he has been for years. So it's cool to see him directing rather than just being Wingard's writer. So it's pretty neat.
And I thought they did a good job with the some of the female relationships. When you think they're going to be kind of like cliche or tropey,
Right.
I think they play around with that a little bit. Again, 7.5. Sorry, I'm hiccuping here because I knew that was going to happen with me wolfing down popcorn and drinks and everything. Sorry. But anyway.
That's crazy. It made his list. I give it an 8 out of 10, and it just missed my list. But I agree with you.
Same.
Listen,
Yeah.
I think there are definitely films on my list that are just on the nose. Really don't have to deep dive in them. I just feel like when I'm looking at my list, I'm like, fuck, there's so much deep diving in so many of them that I appreciate a film like Seance. It is just pretty straightforward, fun, entertaining. 8 out of 10 film. I don't need to deep dive every fucking movie.
I'm loving it, dude. You sound great.
That's for sure. Wait.
Awesome. Wait.
No, I didn't mean wait. That wasn't your pick. You said you left it off the list, right?
Yeah. No, I was just.
Okay. I got confused. My mind. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no, my number 16 pick is actually one that I almost left off the list because I honestly don't even know how to talk about this film because I only saw it once. I wasn't even sure if I liked it the first time I saw it, but the more I thought about it, the more it lingered with me. I'm like, I must like it because it stayed with me, and it's Titan.
I knew that's what it was going to be.
Damn it, I had that as one of my number ones for you.
You know what? This is one of those films where I literally only saw it once, and I knew it had an effect on me. I just didn't know if it was positive or negative. But I mean, I really don't know. But because it's not usually my style of film where a character is so cold and so murderous and evil, and there's no explanation, and there shouldn't be, and that's fine. Maybe it has to do with Alexia's character being born into this cold world. I mean, she has no relationship with her family. She's her only connection is with this automobile that nearly kills her and basically fuses with her and creates her identity. And then, her first connection in life comes almost too late, and it's tragic when she is escaping from one life and then meets up, I believe it's Vincent's character who's lost his son, and she's, I won't. I'll stop. I'll stop there. I won't go deep diving into it. But man, it's definitely one of those films where this director, Julia Ducournau, however you say her name, she's terrific. She did Raw. She's exploring a lot of themes. I actually read an article on it, and even reading the article, I still couldn't comprehend it. I was like, this is maybe above and beyond my intellect.
I don't think it is. I think there's a lot that's on the note. It's kind of like a combination of body horror with element of these thematic overtones to it. I think if you put too much on the nose about, it has the best car fucking scene in movie history.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
But I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about this later.
I'll have some things to say at some point. If it's
Oh, goodness.
and I'll lay low.
I love you, Steve.
I'll say this though. This is the actress who played Alexia's first acting role, and
Wow.
again another strong performance. Absolutely brutal kills.
Oh, yeah.
With the stool in the mouth. Oh,
Yeah, it's good.
and you don't even see it, and it's brutal. But some brutal kills and just some really heartfelt connections in the second half of this film.
Yep.
The actor who played Vincent did a fantastic job, and it was sort of heartbreaking, again, in its climax, and a lot of themes of grief and gender themes and identity, body horror, all this. A lot of deep diving you could do on this one, but on the surface, a visually stunning film, entertaining, good kills, just one you're sort of on board with from the beginning. Either you are or you aren't, because it just...
I really need to see what the rest of your list looks like, because holy shit, the way you're talking about this film, it almost feels like it's your number one.
Well, listen, I
thought it would be
crazy.
We talked about it earlier.
He probably doesn't understand it. It's not easy to understand, and some
not.
people don't care that they don't understand movies, and sometimes people do care if they can't understand it.
I do.
Like, I
care,
can't
yeah.
understand it, so...
But what part are you having trouble? Okay, well, maybe we'll talk about... Again, I don't know what, like, if you're talking about the fusion of... we'll talk about it later.
Yeah,
I'll say this right now. One quick thing is this. You talked about the killing. How come in the beginning, the first person gets killed that tries to do something to somebody with a pencil or something? Whatever the hell, I forgot what it was. It was a quick thing. Somebody was in a car, somebody was outside of a car, and then yellow stuff came out of their body. Is this like another world, but they're just not telling us this?
No, it was like he was
He's foaming at the mouth. There's no yellow stuff that comes out of his
It
body.
wasn't yellow.
Didn't they pull something out, and they were like a bunch of yellow shit came out of them? Like, I felt like I was watching Halloween 3 when they killed the robots and yellow shit came out. That's what I was saying.
I don't think so. No.
No. It was just a regular, good old-fashioned knitting needle in the ear.
Maybe he was waxy in that ear.
I gotta see it again. I saw a bunch of yellow come out instead of red. I was like, "What the hell is this? Are these just a different?"
Maybe
world?
it was the gas that didn't go into the boy's mouth in Silent Night that came out of his ear. Good night, everybody.
You know something, you fucking skunk? I read an article with Camille Griffin, who directed that, and she said that they actually shot a different scene. Her visions of the clouds were different. So when they show that, and listen, Dave sent me the article, the video interview where she says that he ingested smoke. So I was wrong. I admit that. Like, that's fine. That actually helped me because I had to make peace with it and come up with my own interpretation of that. But
it happens, man. That's the journey of film. That's what's cool.
And, and you know I'm busting your balls, obviously.
Oh, yeah. And fuck you anyway. I love it. No, but Titan, listen, I had an experience with it. I enjoyed it. It's an 8 out of 10, but this is one that I'm looking forward to owning. This is like The Night House, like a film like Broadcast Signal Intrusion, like Censored. These are the types of films that I want to own because I want those commentaries with the directors, with the writers, with the stars. I want deeper dives from the people involved in the film. Same thing with Silent Night. Reading all those articles, seeing that interview Dave sent me, like I want that. So it helps me sort of justify what I'm viewing and make my interpretation either make sense or tell me I'm wrong and tell me what's really
I don't think there is an explanation. I don't think the director could explain. I think the director is trying to be like David Lynch, just doing weird shit to do weird shit. And if you try to ask them what's going on, you could, ask questions. Going to say, and it's okay if you happen to like David Lynch movies and that stuff like that, and it doesn't bother you that it doesn't make sense, then so be it. That's your jam. But
yeah.
I think that's what's going on here.
That could be it.
Really?
Don't like when I don't
know. I don't know if it's David Lynchy, and I'm sorry, guys. I'm having the worst delay we've had in the last recent. I don't know what's happening.
You seem fine.
Okay, maybe I'm glad on your end, but the David Lynchy thing, I get what you're saying. I don't know if it doesn't make sense. I think you just have to go with it. It's in the world that she's created in this film. This has happened, and this is the journey that they're going on. It's one element of the film, but everything Brandon brought up about the relationship, about how cold she is, and how the killer, and she hasn't had anybody in her life, and then the switch that happens when she takes on this persona and identity falsely, and what it means to the person that had lost a son, and how they bond and whatever. I think that's obviously the main focus of the film and everything else. But the ending, again, I don't want to spoil
He-
stuff. I don't
he
want to
almost-
spoil
he almost-
stuff
He
because
almost said it though, because
Yeah.
Right, I
that
don't want-
relationship, that switch in the relationship, is what builds it up for me. Because that's my type of film. That relationship, and Vincent's character is one of the
weird.
best. He almost won Best Actor for me because I just thought it was such a strong performance and heartbreaking. But again, like he was about to touch on that ending. What does it mean? What does it mean? I can't make
It's just
sense.
weird for weird's sake. That's
No,
what I'm trying to.
I don't know.
I don't think it is weird for weird's sake. I think it's
Crony
like a
fucking
full
life.
a full thing. I think it actually, like, her journey ends up completing like his loss in a sense, and I'm not even really articulating this the way that I really want to, but ultimately, like, it brings him peace at the
Oh,
end.
I could
It's like,
respect that part. Just okay, the very last shot. No, I could respect that, and why? I'm talking about the journey of the other shit being just weird for weird. Just the fact that happened is weird for weird's sake. It's let's just do this. Okay, this happens, and as a result, this is what's gonna happen. But too many things are like, what's the word I'm looking for? Contrived in the plot. It's like, well, no one's gonna question this, and no one's gonna question this, and this is, and like, did she just become a killer? Right now, out of nowhere, decide to start killing people, and we
I
don't
think
know why?
people question it the
Or-
whole time. It's on the news.
That's what I'm saying.
She
You can't answer the
leaves.
question.
No, it's on the news. She leaves.
on the news,
They're
yeah.
still looking. They're still looking for the killer. They said they don't
Right.
understand why they abruptly stopped. All the guys are questioning it. Every guy that's questioning it,
I know that.
Vincent constantly says, "This is my son. I don't want to hear anything else about it." I think they.
But then he
explain
acts like
shit.
it's a girl. But that's what's weird. No guy treats
No,
his son that way. Dances with him like it's a female. It's so fucking
They
contrived.
all are dancing. All the guys are dancing. I didn't get
But they're like,
contrived
yeah.
at all. I
think
didn't
it's
get that
contrived
at
at all
all
either, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't get this at all.
Often.
But yeah, it's like I thought it was, and I didn't think he was treating her like a girl until he
The way
found
he was
out.
dancing, remember? It was just him and it was
They
just
were
the two
all
of them in a
dancing.
room
All the
together.
guys. All the
No,
guys.
no.
Okay.
I'm only talking about
In the house.
There was a
In
scene.
the-
Yeah, it was
Okay.
just a guy, and the way he kept acting towards what he thought was his son, and then when he grabbed him and did a thing and spun him up close, dancing with him like he was a girl. None of that makes sense. Nobody would do that to their fucking long lost son. And it just so happens to fit into the narrative that, oh yeah, this really is the disguise somebody. It's just that's what I'm saying about it being contrived.
Well,
This
the
would
movie's-
never happen. People
was
don't
trying
act
to
that
push
way.
boundaries in that way about what a relationship is, and I know exactly what you're talking about because she does this all the time. Even in Raw, she's got these vet school
Raw.
people doing partying, like, and you get these firemen dancing, and she has an explanation for everything. Julia Ducournau is she knows. She's one of those directors who, unlike the guy who did like It Comes at Night, like, who doesn't know a damn thing about his own movie. It's why I don't like that movie. But this woman knows every scene and what she thinks it means, at least. And so it's hard to sometimes jump on board when you were trying to visually present a theme on screen, like something that happens at the very end. It's like, what is that? Well, she's trying to say something, and so the metaphor comes to life on screen in literal fashion. And it's kind of like, it's easier when you're reading a book and you read like literature that's trying to present something, like in Kafka, oh, it's a bug person who's going to work. It's like, oh, why is a bug going to work? No, you got to be on for the ride, and you gotta just go with it. And okay, why are you showing this? Gets eaten at the end of Neon Demon. It's like, can you really eat a person whole like that? No. What are they trying to say by the
Well, that's
cannibalism?
supernatural shit.
Well,
that makes sense there.
Yeah.
This is not.
Okay. I didn't
Okay,
mean to
hold
jump
on,
on
though.
that.
No, but okay. How about this?
It's crazy.
How can I put it to you? How about? Oh, the biggest thing is there's no way you're going to cover that belly with all the fucking
No, I mean-
tape in the wall.
No,
That's
but
ridiculous.
I don't.
Okay,
Again, I
now-
don't think that's the. Honestly, I think the way they set this movie up, what you're in for. Like from pretty
Yeah,
much. Let me
weird.
rephrase
Just
this.
weird shit.
From the car fuck scene on, you know what you should be kind of knowing what you're in for, because that's the first weird scene.
Yeah, it's weird.
Weird
It's weird
scene.
shit. It's you can't explain it. I get it. But like later on, this is the thing that
I
bothered
think
me.
the director can explain it. I think
Yeah, I think so too. I know.
Yeah,
so, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
how about if I asked her this? Okay, how come that fucking scene towards the end where the guy's ex-wife shows up and she goes in that room and she sees her stomach and she sees something come out of it? And I'm like, okay, are you impregnated by an alien or something? She didn't even acknowledge it. If any human being walked into a room and saw that coming
She
out of
didn't know.
someone's stomach,
No, she didn't see
no,
the
no,
stomach
she
move.
was just
She saw the
she saw
pregnancy.
No, it
She just saw
wasn't just
the
a pregnancy. There was a what do you call? There was like metal there. There was something going on there, and she, like,
she was black. She verbally says,
Wait,
"What have you gotten yourself into, girl?" or whatever. And then she says, "I don't care what you're doing. I just want you to be there for him, or you take care of him,
right,
or whatever."
But she wouldn't say that because if it just would have been a regular old pregnant girl, and he walked in there and the discovery was, oh, this is a female, and oh, they're pregnant, that would be the appropriate reaction. But to walk into a room and see that and what's going on and completely not even acknowledge it doesn't make a fucking
Dave,
sense.
So is this not Dave's number one? Or
No, and you know what, Dave?
I
My thing is this: from a movie, and again, I don't
8
mean to
out of
just.
10.
I don't mean to go back and that's what you. Sorry, Brandon. I apologize. I don't mean to go back to this, but from the time she has fucking sex with the car, the reaction to a woman walking in, seeing a girl bleeding black oil out of her body and whatever, it's going to change.
Yeah.
Everything changes. The reaction. I had no problem with this. I watched
you
it
walked
twice.
in a room and you saw that, you wouldn't react.
But it's not. You're talking about if she walked in a room in a Friday the 13th movie or in a standard movie. This is done differently. The whole setup, the whole way the movie's presented, the relationships, the dialogue between people is different.
That's what I'm saying. It's just weird for weird's sake. There's no explanation why. It just is. Like if I just don't. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say it's just contrived to fit the fucking weirdness of the film. Like, let's do this and have them walk in, because they didn't even have to do that. You know what I mean? When she saw her pregnant and didn't acknowledge it, like the way you would acknowledge it or any person would. Because again, this is supposed to be a normal world outside of that. The way this movie's portrayed, it's like everything. There's an abnormal thing happening with a car, and ultimately what happens at the end. I get that. That's fine. But like. It doesn't mean that everyone else in this fucking world is going to act all weird that way, and the father's going to dance with him that way, and when the ex-wife sees what she sees in that room, she doesn't even fucking pay it any mind.
Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't see what she sees. Maybe we're seeing all this because we're in the mind of the main character there, and maybe she's coming in and seeing a pregnant woman.
Maybe
I can't believe we're
again,
talking about this so much. Right
I would
now.
like to ask her that. I bet there'd be no answer.
Oh, I bet there would.
No.
I bet there would be an answer, but
Yeah.
I'm with you in terms of the fact that I couldn't make sense of it, and that's why it's not higher on my list. But
That's fair. That's
but
why
do-
I wanted it to be higher too. That's what I'm saying. These
but
are my
I do
problems.
I do feel like this director, just from obviously seeing Raw and just reading the few articles I read and interviews with her, she has a firm grasp on every single detail she has in each of her films.
Yep.
She does. Whether I'm with
That's
you,
okay.
I
You
didn't
guys can
understand-
think that prior to anyone asking her. We don't know. No one
Yeah,
else.
look, if it came out, it's just like, oh, I don't know, I just did that because it looked cool.
Yeah, but David Lynch does that. Nobody seems to care. But
I do.
tons of people care.
I like some
Yeah.
Lynch, but to be honest,
Yeah.
I'm not a diehard Lynch fan because I ask people like, oh, what does it mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it means. It doesn't mean anything. Like, how's it enjoyable then if it doesn't mean anything? Whereas here,
see, that's my issue here.
well, here I was
Right.
able to you're able to pick out some of the themes and dissect them, on the surface. But in terms of the bleeding motor oil and fusing with the cars, that type of stuff, that sort of
Well,
the bump.
the deal is with films like this, you have to make peace with the idea what the film is doing is trying to visually present the metaphor in a literal state. Now, you can't do that in reality, but you can do that in film where you can play with your own reality and it can be whatever you want, even if it is 99% in cold, stark reality. But if you're like, okay, here's what I want to say, and in just weird, bizarro-esque fashion, I want to bring the metaphor to life on screen. If you can just go with that some movies do that. They have weird scenes that are trying to exemplify the behind the scenes, the underpinnings and the themes going on, and then instead of just leaving it to, well, I'll just leave that to everybody and just kind of suggest it. It's like, no, I want to visually show my theme. And even though it might not make sense, you got to understand that that's a convention of art to try to visually present things that way. And if you can do that, you can be at peace with a movie like this.
And I think she does
I
it.
wish I could.
She does it so that I want to keep revisiting in the sense of pulling more things out of it. Whereas David Lynch just has me scratching my head and not necessarily being on board. But this I'm on board with, and that's the difference.
Well, the
Agreed.
I'm not
father
a
and the
huge
son
fan of David
dancing
Lynch
that
either.
way. The father and the son dancing that way doesn't seem odd to you.
It does. I have some thoughts about it, but
It does, but
It
yeah,
would
I'm
never
not like, yeah, I'm not losing sleep over it. It's not like,
Come on, it's just
yeah,
those
it just
crazy
doesn't make any
French.
fucking-
yeah.
doesn't make
I
any
almost,
sense.
I almost can just say, it's a different culture. They just, it's more about, he's just happy, and he's just in his moment, hey, that's it. He tries to fight him too, and she's hitting. So I can fight back like a man. It's like they're building on this thing where he might have his doubts about stuff, but he's not willing to accept it yet because he's all wanting to have his son
Maybe.
back. And then, of course, even when it's presented directly to him, he
Yeah.
just says, "I don't even care."
Yeah.
You're my
You're
son.
my son.
You're- Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But more to come.
Okay. No. See, there you go. You guys know me. You guys know me. If you can provide me with something, sometimes, like what you just said about that, with the fight like a man and all, I remember that. Maybe that was part of the plan there. So maybe that's not too bad. So there you go. Already, I've listened to your side of it, and I said, okay, I'll give you that. Maybe it's not so bad. I'm not the type of person that can't bend. You guys know that. Just
No,
tell
exactly.
me. Tell me.
And a heavier
at the
dose of
end-
what Watson said, because he again exemplifies exactly, when it's rolling around in here, but it just doesn't come out. And Watson always seems to have it right on the head, and that's it. It's film, and I think she's like an artist, true artist. She knows what she wants to say, and she's painting that. I'm not saying I understand everything through and through, but I love that aspect of it because it makes me
yeah.
want to go back and experience it again instead of being put off and saying, "Oh no, not for me. I'm done."
It was it was entertaining enough, and you can pull enough there to keep yourself engaged and keep yourself, sort of informed as to what's going on. Versus, not. I don't want to shit on Lynch because I don't hate David Lynch, but in terms of like just being completely lost in what the fuck from start to finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
No,
So,
yeah,
wow.
that wasn't that.
Wow, that was a long discussion
got
for
out
your
of the
number
way.
16.
Yeah.
And we'll be
Get it out
back
of the
next.
way.
And we'll be back next week with the top 15 of 2021.
All
Yeah,
right.
that was great. That was an awesome discussion.
At least I won't have to come up again in that respect. I'm not going to be questioned
No.
if it comes up on someone's list now because you guys have said what you said and I said what I've said. So it's okay. It's out the way. Okay. Here we go. My number 16. This will not probably
Titanic.
spur any type of long.
I fucking love
Well, I'll
this
tell
movie.
you right now.
I understand everything.
I will tell you right now. Full transparency. Titan, I gave it a 7. It's a 7 out of 10. I didn't fucking hate it by any means. I wanted to like it more than I did. To me, Raw, I love Raw. It's a 9 out of 10. I fucking love it. It's different type of shit. Titan, to me, was like this year's Agazusa, except better. Agazusa, I give
Whoa,
a 5.
whoa.
That's when I got
Agazusa.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That same type of movie where I can't
Yeah.
explain what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
And it frustrates me because I like other aspects of it. But again, it's a 7 out of 10. I don't hate it. I just don't get the love that I keep seeing from some people. That's all. So
Yeah.
anyway, number 16. Here we go, people. Found footage, and this is found footage.
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah, this is what a year for.
I blame
for found
society.
footage. No,
Oh
this
no!
is
Oh no!
not. It's not. I blame society. It's horror in the high desert.
Nice.
I tell you, I really enjoyed this movie, particularly what happens in the climax of this movie. This is why I love found footage. When shit gets real and we get the video that we finally are trying to uncover what happened to this guy who went out in the desert and has these vlogs and all this stuff in YouTubes, and he goes out there and he does his shit and he's like a survivalist type, and when he goes missing and what's going on here, and when we finally recover everything, when we get to that last video, there's this creepy music.
Oh.
There's this one particular moment that got me real good, and it's why I love found footage. I feel as if I'm in the freaking protagonist's place.
The
And I'm
money.
like, what situation? What would I do in this situation? I'm holding the camera. I'm going here. It's dark. It's scary. What the hell is going on here? And the shit that goes down, it scares me so much because it just feels so believable the way it's played. I don't know ultimately what the hell's going on there, but there's this creepy music that's being played out there, and there's shit that goes down. It's all the build up to that, and I'm okay with that because the build up is just fine. What's good about it is that it's believable. It looks like, you know, a documentary you'd see on fucking Netflix or something like that. And that's, to me, what good found footage mockumentary type movies are. That stuff is believable. But where it goes, and when we get to that freaking climax, it's an unforgettable, you know, few minutes of the year for me that are going to stick with me. Yeah. And I'm not going to say too much else about it. I just, you know, I had to check to make sure it was. I didn't really have to check to make sure it wasn't real because I know it's not. But I mean, it's like one of those things as you're watching. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. But that climax and what we see in that video and everything else is one of the things, a visual this year that's haunting. Yes. And I'm so glad because I have a feeling we're gonna get a sequel on it, and I hope it's anywhere near as good. I'll be happy. And this is the movie. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I just want to ask a question. If it's a spoiler or not. What was the dessert?
Huh?
It was Black Forest cake.
Perfect. Thank you, Brandon.
Horror in the high dessert.
Yes.
Absolutely awful joke. That's why I got it instantly.
You were right there, man. I was scratching my head on this.
No, I knew it instantly because it's a joke that I probably would have made.
It was a total Brandon joke. Yeah.
He left me hanging with creepypasta. What the hell?
I'm sorry. I wasn't as quick on it.
Did I fuck up or no?
No. No one did. It was just a Brandon joke.
It's hard in the high desert. He just changed it to dessert. But you know what? That's another thing. Tubi. I mean, this isn't a Tubi original, but Tubi had a couple of films, probably 3 or 4 films this year that I watched. Some of them did make it to Prime eventually, but a couple of them, including a couple of found footage, strictly Tubi or nowhere else. I don't think Horror in the High Desert that was ever on Prime or anywhere else, and that's fine with me, but... Absolutely. I mean, you can find some really good stuff on Tubi.
And you know what about Tubi's? Oh, sorry about that. I interrupted you, Dave.
No. I say go to Tubi and watch Horror in the High Desert. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and about Tubi, my son built a PC for our living room that's hooked up to our TV. That's how we will game or watch movies on that through the TV and all that stuff. And when you play Tubi on the computer, rather than say, you know, your television app, your smart TV app. At least with what we have with like the ad blocker stuff my son has all on there are no commercials with Tubi. So we just watch it straight through and just it's great.
Wow.
So yeah.
I gotta learn how to do this. Oh,
yeah,
shit.
I'll ask my son about what he has on there and pass along the info.
Man. But one more thing I wanted to say. I mentioned a few weeks ago that, or a few shows ago, that there was a movie this year where somebody said that somebody hightailed it out of there. This is the one. Someone said that the dude, Gary, his name is the main guy who goes missing, that he hightailed it out of somewhere. So, but how about that when they discover where the vehicle's parked someplace else, and then he wasn't the one driving it, and someone had bare feet and all that shit, spooky shit. I'd probably give it enough away, but if
very
you're
unsettling.
A footage guy, yes, go watch Horror in the High Desert. If you are an enthusiast like I am and haven't seen it, you're gonna love it, and I loved it. 8 out of 10.
Awesome. Dave, you know what? One of the biggest criticisms I found with some of these found footage films when I read the reviews, people are saying, "Oh, this wasn't a documentary. They shouldn't present it like it's real." And so many people are giving it 1 out of 10s on every found footage film, and it's dropping the averages. I honestly, if it's a found footage film, I'm probably going to check it out even if it has a low rating because I'm seeing so many 1 out of 10s people can think of the documentary. I get it. Even on Tubi, they're listing these films as documentary/horror. It should just be called it should be called mockumentary or found footage horror, but it's not. They put documentary/horror.
B, you were really seeing criticism from people who were disappointed that it wasn't a real. Wow. Okay.
I
all the time.
I thought this was real. This is really messed up of the filmmakers. 1 out of 10.
What?
A
dude.
lot.
A lot. He's right. I noticed it too because I look at that shit in the B and I look at
you do. Yeah.
And it affects the found footage films tremendously.
Is that what happened with fucking Blair Witch? When Blair Witch came out, people got mad. Oh, what the fuck? This wasn't real. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
This is it's become a subgenre.
They did, but the internet was, well, I guess the internet was a buzzing at that point, but it didn't feel like it sunk the movie.
No, definitely not. No, there's some low information people out there, and God bless them.
Alabama. We're looking at you.
Oshawa. So at number 15, I've got, we just got off the heels of a bunch of discussion, and sadly, we're not going to do that with this. I've got Vicious Fun at number 15, streaming on Shudder. It's this dweeby dude who just gets trashed one night and accidentally finds himself in a sort of self-help group for renowned serial killers, and he's just trying to pass himself off as one of them or die trying. It was the presentation of this movie that really caught me, the way the movie highlights each of these mass murders, what they do, how they do it. The kills were great. It was just so much fun. Again, I keep reiterating that this list was just mostly a couple deep dives, but just me having just a great time watching the horror cinema of the year. And then there's this female lead, and she's another killer who has a very different approach to what the others in the group are doing. I don't want to spoil that, but it causes major conflict that drives the plot from there. And I'll tell you what, I also really appreciated the way the movie tackles this unrequited love situation. Our main dude is kind of being a simp for his female roommate who doesn't feel shit for him. And like, I love how they address how he should just cut that shit out. Like, it's just like, it doesn't, right. Dude, bros, the dudes out there, don't be a simp. You will always fucking be the biggest loser in the room if that's what you're doing. No, be a fucking Chad and be like, okay, well, she doesn't feel shit for me. Okay, I'm doing other shit then. Like that's anyways. I love that they included that in this movie, and he even gets a little bit of a talking to about, hey, stop that. But anyways, this movie as just a fun kind of slash comedy.
Stop that.
Stop that. That's Turkey Boys. Stop that.
Yeah, it was just fun. The movie's on Shudder, and if you're in the mood to just kick it, have some like a slasher-esque type movie.
Kick it.
You would say this is a slasher, like it's a slasher. Yeah. So yeah, you can't go wrong with this one if you're just wanting to just have some vicious fun with Vicious Fun. I had a great time with it.
Perfect title for it. That's exactly what it was. And you don't talk about a man's mustache. That was my lucky bat for Christian.
my lucky bat.
Oh boy.
Christian had his lucky bat.
Light of the year.
Don't talk about a man's mustache. Like he's like, it's a fake mustache. You can see. He's like, you don't talk about a man's mustache. I was like, this is great. How can you not love this film?
Yeah, it was good.
It was great. And my number 15 is a darker film. In fact, it's Coming Home in the Dark. Again, fantastic film. My only quibble about the filmmaking of this is some of the exterior driving scenes. I don't know if they ramped up the speed or what they did, but they're horrible. They're horribly shot, which is bizarre because the rest of the movie looks great. The acting is great, and some of the most shocking deaths to sort of kickstart the horror and where it goes. And yeah, I guess the biggest, wait a second here, could be the big coincidence that they're all at the same place, because I don't think they've ever really explained that. But if you let that go...
They do bring it up, though. They do address it, but he sort of throws it off like, that's a small country, but is it, though?
Yeah. But
JP, is it, though?
But damn, it's dark, and the acting's great. It's grim. I thoroughly enjoyed this, and again, I don't know why my ratings do seem a little low at this level here, but I gave it a 3.5 out of 5 on Letterboxd, so it was a 7.5.
What show are you on?
7.5
out of 5. What
7.5.
What is this, a Letterboxd podcast?
It was on Letterboxd, you fucking skunk. 7.5 out of 10.
What do you want?
Dude.
I froze.
That's something I noticed. This is very unapologetic. This is not a fun film. This is not a lighthearted film. You're literally coming home in the dark with this one.
Yeah.
Coming home in the dark. Remember that song?
Is that from Friday the 13th?
You
asshole.
asshole.
It's actually
Did Ralph sing that on his bike?
It's a play on the what do you call it? Stone Temple Pilots. Remember that song? Tripping out my paper heart.
Yeah.
So anyway, once back when we were young, and it was in the 90s, and one kid was telling someone else a story about something that had happened with him the night before at a party, and he was telling the story about he was hooking up with this chick. So anyway, he was telling the story, and I forgot why he was telling it, what he was saying. He goes, well, you know what? He goes, yeah, we were hooking up in the dark, he said. And ever since I overheard him saying hooking up in the dark, and then that became a thing at the pizzeria, and we would always sing hooking up in the dark. So now every time I see Coming Home in the Dark, I fucking sing that to myself. Coming home in the dark.
Now everybody knows it.
They sang that in the movie. Hoagie sang that in the back seat.
Holy, that's how my mind works.
Fuck.
That's how fucked up.
Oh man, how bleak this fucking movie.
It's a very bleak film.
Yeah.
And then how it ends. Oh man, but then that's what you want sometimes too.
Dude,
So,
that final image, another
Yeah.
iconic image of the year. That I can't even remember the Tubbs just standing there on the hillside, just crying after he tells them, "I hate this place," and just
fuck it.
I hate
8
this
out of
place.
10.
Yep.
8 out of 10. All
Good, nice.
Boost it up, yeah.
Sweet.
All right.
It should
Oh,
be.
yeah.
It was. Yeah, you like this one too?
I prefer the scene with Crockett, honestly.
Yeah,
over the Tubbs.
Crockett was better than Tubbs. and I prefer Grinder versus Hoagie, but
Of course you prefer Grinder.
of course.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck it, I think Grinder. I couldn't
Awesome.
say Tubbs.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Guys
Could've
near
said
me.
anything. Right.
Cock.
Wait, is it
All
my
right.
turn now?
It
Moving
is your
on.
turn.
Okay,
is.
my number 15 is. I just looked it up. It's from Uruguay, but it's it's
Oh,
a
Uruguay.
You're a what?
Uruguay.
Yeah. Uruguay.
Yeah.
I believe it's pronounced Uruguay,
Comes right after
And-
Grinder.
and it is
Uruguay.
a Spanish slasher called The Last Matinee.
Nice.
And oh god, what a fun film this was! Just an
Love note.
homage to a love note to classic slashers, paying homage to giallos. Very stylish. Really just a simple setup. A killer arrives at a movie theater, takes what you think is his tub of olives, goes in and just starts slaying people in the movie theater. And there are just some brutal kills, really likable characters, and just a blast from start to finish. Just a lot of fun. I really, there's no deep dive on this one. It's just a fun, stylish love note to slashers / giallos. You see posters from Fulci and posters from Argento and
Rangers
the
of
glove.
Lost Ark or Temple of Doom.
Yeah, Temple. Yeah, just a love note to the '80s, and the glove killer, the knife, some of the kills. Oh my God, this one kill where there's a couple making out. Woo, brutal.
Mhm.
8 out of 10.
Nice, man.
Just a blast. My personal favorite slasher of the year.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
There's some
Beautiful.
decent slashers this year, man. It was
There
it was
were.
not
There
bad.
were.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
I love that.
Number
too.
15. Number 15. Found footage. Found footage, people. This is another one that can be found, I believe, on Tubi, and it's called Howard's Mill.
Wow,
And,
nice.
You're sucking Brandon's balls here. These last
Why?
two.
No, no. I had these on my list before Brandon mentioned them on the show. Remember, I used to be in that group, and I had a bunch on the list, and I said, I didn't even know what year they're from yet. And then he said, those two are from 21. I said, well, I'm definitely getting to them, But yeah, but it's a great
Sucking Brandon's
movie.
balls. Yep.
This one, I think, even looks more legit compared to Horror in the High Desert. I think it looks more like something that you can consider. You could fool people for a bit and say you're watching a Netflix documentary or something like that. Until you get towards the end and then you see what's really at hand. Is it just a mystery that can be explained, or is it something?
I could have done without that last image.
Oh, really? With the
mill?
appearance thing?
And yeah, with the appearance. I could have done with. I don't hate it. It didn't affect my enjoyment of the film, but I could have done without it just to the mystery, because that's like what I do.
Answers, I just think it reaffirms that there's comings and there's goings and there's no explanation for it.
Yeah, no, but at the beginning, it sort of builds into like, is it one person? Is it sort of just a whodunit, a murder mystery? It touches on
Right.
that, and then it goes into crazy territory, which is awesome. But then at the end, it sort of tells you like where we're at, which is fine.
It's really cool. The second view, I was really able to follow along because it gets a little. It's almost like a Bermuda Triangle type thing where this mill is located and where there's been it starts off because one person's wife disappears and he's under suspicion, and somebody's trying to make a documentary and they can't prove anything. Let's have this guy tell a story, and then he starts doing some research and he goes, this has happened in this spot before. Then they start doing some, uncovering of some other things, and they find out more and more and more. It's just your typical mockumentary type stuff, and they get to the bottom of some things, but they don't really get to the bottom of it. I mean, there's no way to explain it, but there's time jumps and everything else, and comings and goings and different. It's just a creepy thought.
It's very unsettling. It's what, somebody early on before I watched it compared it to Lake Mungo in terms of the feel it left them with, and I totally agree. Especially, and I'll just say it to you, Dave. I don't know if Christian or Watson saw it, but the bow in the lake.
The bow in the lake.
The bow in the lake
Yes.
is just is haunting. Oh my God!
Could you imagine
the scene where a little girl jumps into some grass?
Okay, yeah. So you did see
and disappears.
Yeah.
I watched that and I was like, holy shit, that is scary.
Yeah.
I don't know what about that. I just got chills thinking about that image. And they keep revisiting it, and yes, the bow in the water, and what eventually. Yeah, this was a good one. Yeah.
It really was, and it just took a second view because they go in different directions, and they start talking about is this supernatural or is it not? And they go, no, this guy once tried to kidnap somebody, and let's go here, and then there ends up being, I don't want to say anything. I'd rather say nothing else. I would just rather tell people, if you like found footage,
Watson,
even if
it's your
you
turn.
Don't. Yeah. 8 out of 10. I will move it along. Go see Howard's Mill. No, why not? I don't want to give too much away. It's a great found footage movie. It's mysterious. It's creepy. And
you know who Christian's
it'll
acting
stick
like?
with you a bit.
He's acting like a real Wayne Ritchie, isn't he?
There you go. Wayne Ritchie. Thank you.
It's a real Wayne Ritchie over here.
Awesome. So Howard's Mill, I believe it's also on Tubi.
Yeah.
Check it out. There you go. 8 out of 10.
Sweet. Okay. Awesome. At number 14 for me, I've got one you can check out on Shudder, and it is called Fried Barry. This is the story of just a low-life dude named Barry who his body gets hijacked by aliens, and they take him on a wild fucking ride through the seedy underbelly of Cape Town, South Africa. It's got sex, drugs, murder, unnatural pregnancy, child trafficking, dick hole probing. That part made me. I was like, "Oh, you can't probe that."
She wears underwear with dick holes in them.
I'm glad I didn't see it.
Oh man, yeah, this movie's balls to the wall crazy. It would serve as a great double feature with Joe Begus's Bliss. I think these two would blend really well together because they're both these frenetic, pulse-pounding, blood-drenched stories. Only this one leans a little more into the dark comedy. But I wouldn't say it's a comedy, but it is comedic in like some dark ways, like where you're just seeing some I don't want to say surrealist because I think the surrealism, we'd have to go back to our talk of Titane, but this just has some weirdness to it that's offbeat. I wouldn't say it's a horror comedy, but there is comedy in it. That's kind of, just dark stuff. So anyways, yeah, you can find it on Shudder. It's Fried Barry, and I just had a good time following how these aliens would take over a human and just do crazy shit. I mean, there you go. There's intellectual.
I enjoyed that one a lot more than I thought I would. I thought it was going to be ridiculous, and I think I gave it like a 7 out of 10. But again, 8. Yeah, but again, for me, this just fell victim to it was so long ago that it came out, and I didn't have it on a rewatch. It just too many films I watched this year, but I did enjoy it more. I like Barry's. Hey, this coming year, 125. That's the goal.
Oh, nice.
Right now I'm at 0. I'm happy. I'm 8 days into the new year. I'm at 0.
Yeah, I'm at 0 as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's for sure.
Oh, it's me.
Cool.
Shit.
Yep.
I skipped it. I asked around, and because I heard it was trippy, so I'm like, okay, trippy, you're speaking my language. But then the feedback I got from anyone that knows is like it's too comical for you.
Yeah, so, I felt like Barry's face would just turn Dave off. He'd be like, look at this goofy motherfucker. I just feel like that would be Dave's response to this movie.
Because Dave, you always ask the pertinent questions about a movie. One of your things would be like, how in the world would she fuck him? How? Like, would he say that? He'd be like, how? I just don't see it happening.
Now I gotta see it because
you might have to see it.
Shit. Okay, C. Sorry to hold you up.
No, all good, all good. and I didn't mind Fredberry.
You need your
I
readers.
checked it out too.
Yeah,
No, this time I'm okay. Holy shit, though, last time. I'm just going to eat healthier. That's going to make my eyes. I'm not even going to get a night test. I'm just going to
eat a lot of
healthier.
carrots. Yeah, carrots.
Yeah.
All right,
Put a carrot up
number
your ass, too.
14. We reviewed this. I feel like we reviewed this early in the year. I'm just ignoring you guys as per usual. The Vigil. Vigil. This is a, you know what? This is a haunting film. This is probably one of the better ghost haunting movies I've seen in a long time because it's actually fucking scary. There's two sequences in this that we spoke about at, when we reviewed it. I think we all agreed that were terrifying, and they've stuck with me. And so for that, I give it very high praise. 8 out of 10. Again, Brandon maybe can speak more to the traditional aspects of it, but ultimately,
Not orthodox.
you're not orthodox. And I think we talked about this on the show, but from my understanding and everything I've read about it, it's very true that like there's a person that oversees the dead body of the person, and what are you doing?
Do you see a funny hat on this head? I ain't orthodox.
Who could tell with that fucking haircut?
Funny hat. I thought I was gonna say the anti-Semitic stuff this episode. Okay, good on you.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be top 3 for
Funny.
city, so I got
Really?
Oh, really? Okay.
But
No, I thoroughly enjoyed it when we
Yeah.
watched it. Again, an 8 out of 10. Good scare scenes here, but ultimately, yeah, it's number 14. It's still good.
good score.
Nice. Cool.
My number
Right on.
14. I honestly don't know what happened. I feel like people enjoyed this film, but I feel like they enjoyed part 1 a lot more because I feel like nobody really praised it. Maybe they did when it came out. But Quiet Place 2.
Nice.
I thought it was just a really solid, entertaining sequel. I thought the setup of the alien invasion was awesome. I thought it jumped right into it. It was fantastic, and just continuing following the Abbott family and Millicent Simmons as the daughter, as Reagan, basically stepping up and being our lead here. She did a terrific job because I really love that in this world where you can't make a sound, this POV from a deaf girl, it just adds to the terror. You know, because she's walking, barefoot on this ground, and she doesn't know she's making any noise at all. And there's just so much tension throughout. And I just thought it was a great bridge film for hopefully, a trilogy and a third film to wrap up the storyline. I know they're supposed to do some spin-offs or maybe a prequel at some point, or I don't know. I heard they're doing some other projects with
The
it.
Loud House.
Hopefully,
It's going to be a tie-in.
I did used to have this deaf friend who he went deaf kind of like in his 20s, and he whenever we'd be out, he could read lips, and he would just yell and scream. Like he'd just be like, so what did you, and I'd be like, oh man, he would die. I actually thought of him when I was in the theater years ago, 2018. Like, oh yeah, my buddy would be dead in A Quiet Place. His deafness would not be helping him. He'd just be like, what's going on? Yeah.
Isn't that
when I
crazy
go down
that
on
you had
when
a...
I go down on a girl, that's how I read lips. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I think my joke will be much better. Isn't it funny that
Although I
you
do wish
had
I went
a deaf
after I
friend
did Scorsese's
and
joke.
now you have a dumb friend? Hey, Brandon.
Zing.
His face.
That was good.
I got nothing. That's why I always make the face when I don't have a good comeback. I'm thinking, and it's
I stumbled over it because you kept going. You're like, there's no way I'm going to let Christian get that joke out. So you kept telling your joke underneath. I'm like, I'm losing my rhythm.
See, that happened to me earlier when you said like 3 or 4 times, I'm in the minority, and I kept wanting to take it back to your blackface joke, but I couldn't do it because you kept fucking talking.
Amazing.
That's what I do.
Anyways.
Yeah, did you guys like Quiet Place 2? I feel like I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like it came and
Yeah.
went. Like nobody really.
Dude,
Yeah.
it was
Was
one
it
of
right?
those for me. I didn't even know it came out in theaters until it was passed, and I was like, "What?" So, I
Yeah.
didn't really this movie.
Yeah,
Hot.
same.
I'm glad. I just felt like it didn't get like the praise. I felt like when the first one came out, everyone was like top 10,
Well-
top 10, and
You're right.
See, that's just it. For me, the first one blew me the fuck away. 9.5 out of 10. Loved it. The theater experience was an original thing. It was amazing. I only watched it one time since fucking buying the 4K or Blue, whatever it is, at my house because I didn't want to disturb that experience, but I did it again and it felt the same way. But like I want to show it to my my friends, but I'm like, I don't think we could sit there quietly the whole movie. That's not the vibe we have here on Friday nights. So I'm like, but I hold the movie in such high regard, and I think it's, like I said, it was a masterclass in tension. Very few movies ever had me fucking feel that way. And then I went and I saw part 2, and it was more of the same, but I didn't get the feel. I can't explain what it was. It's like a 7.5 out of 10. Well, the first was a 9.5.
Wow.
I enjoyed it. It's a good movie. I just never at any point felt like the way I felt the first time for the first movie.
That's fair.
Maybe
I'm
it's
not sure what I gave. I'm not sure what I gave.
And you know what they did? They branched off into different characters. Maybe I just missed the dynamic of the first film with the family and everything else. It isn't that I didn't like it. It's just that it didn't. It was like a lesser than. But
Wow.
I'm not knocking it.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I've seen it showing up on people's lists.
I'm glad because I found it just highly entertaining and just sort of a good popcorn flick. Good.
And I saw it once with popcorn. So maybe next time I'll watch it again. And maybe I'll have a different experience. But I never felt, even though I gave it a 7.5, I never put that asterisk next to it where I said I want to rewatch this before I do. Because at the beginning, basically, I rewatched 30 movies to make 21. You know what I mean? It just, even though some 7.5s did make the jump. For example, Slacks was a 7.5. It made it up to an 8 and got it here. And the next movie I'm going to talk about was a 7.5, and I put an asterisk next to it. Sure enough, I watched it and it went up to an 8. But that movie, I can't explain why. I just didn't.
I didn't rewatch it. I gave it an 8 from the first time. I rewatched all 21 of my films with the exception of maybe 3 of them. Titan was one, and Last Matinee, which I just covered, was another one I didn't rewatch. But I just knew it was a solid 8 out of 10 for me. I really enjoyed it, and I don't want to be like a snob who has all like art house films. I truly enjoyed this. It was worthy of a spot.
Right on.
So.
No, I hear you. And by the way, listeners, episode 136 is where we reviewed The Vigil. If anybody wants to go back and listen to that, I wrote down certain ones for certain movies in case it came up.
136.
136, and C brought it up when it was on his list. So, okay, now let's see my number. Oops, hold on. I gotta go back to this other page.
14.
Can't be losing things. Hold on. It is me, right? That was just Juby?
Yeah, it's you for 14.
Okay, 14. Okay, we have this movie has been mentioned before, and it is The Stylist. Woo! I really enjoyed The Stylist. You know my feelings on female killers in general, and like I said, there are a lot of them this year, and it's been great. And it's so funny that, I mean, it's kind of an obvious thing, I guess, but when C said something about Maniac, that's like my opening note. It says, dig opening kill, comma, Maniac-like. So right off the bat, I thought the same thing. But the thing is, this is one of those movies where I love spending the time with the main character, and I know that she's doing bad things, yet I'm still rooting for her to turn it around. And this doesn't happen a lot in movies where you know that they're doing things, and you're like I just feel like she's, in the beginning, she's like a little socially awkward, but she has all these other things where she's not. She can easily present herself. She cuts hair and has conversation. She can completely function in society. Yet there are other times where she goes...
She's crazy.
Yet she goes back to this, and then she goes on this rampage. But I mean, she meets Olivia, who I also like, who feels like a real person. And she goes and she befriends her more and gets involved in her wedding plans. And then when she goes over her house, and then we find out that she recorded the conversation, and then she has to rehearse lines. I think a lot of people go through this stuff internally. I don't think they sit and rehearse what they're going to say or look in a mirror before they go out to go meet a friend or something like that. But I think that these are the kind of thoughts that go into a lot of people's heads, where they maybe the type of people that have, you know, social anxieties and things like that. And it's a common thing. And I'm not immune to it either.
You think Brandon does this before he goes out on a date?
I think he does it in his head.
I do this before I go downstairs and talk to my dad.
You can't even talk
Hi,
to his
Pop.
old man.
What's for dinner? Hi, Pop.
Do you remember?
What's for dinner?
Do you remember that Peter guy who used to stalk the 22 Shots dudes?
Yeah. He
obsessed
enjoyed us for a
with
bit.
YouTube page. He had this video. He had this video where he was like, "And right now, I'm going to practice smiling." And
I know.
And
it was
practice
so
laughing.
creepy.
Seriously, he was practicing laughing and smiling, and honestly, that was where I actually had a wave of sympathy come over me. I never interacted with the guy, never said a single thing. But Dave, what you're talking about with the stylist here and these people in this strange headspace where social interaction and that human contact, which is integral to life on this planet, and how they can't get there. They can't cross that bridge. And there's potentially something violent underneath that for her, but this Peter guy, I even hit Carly up the other day and I was like, hey, do you happen to remember that guy's YouTube page? And she's it doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, I thought of that guy as you were talking, and just how she's thank God she can present better than that guy, because, I hope that guy's okay. I sincerely do. I mean that. But,
he's a patron.
Right.
Yeah, but same for her. You are rooting for this stylist in a weird way. I just don't understand how she hid the bodies. I'm sort of iffy on that, but that was it.
Oh, you know
I like
what?
the
Let
movie.
me think about that. I would have to go back and see what happened with the bodies, and I don't know. Good question though, but that never occurred to me. But
Yeah.
damn it,
Still great movie. Yeah.
I didn't really have any complaints. Now that you said that, that's going to be something I'm going to look for. But something about the end, it was an issue with me, and that's initially why I had it a little bit lower. Is obviously there's no way that could have happened in the time that it happened, in that small time frame, in the back waiting for a bride to come out, and she wouldn't come out looking so clean and not have blood all over her. So that was kind of shitty to me. I was like, man, it's too bad. Literally, that's my note. Too bad about the ending. That was my experience the first time I saw it. But the more after I had time away from it, I still kept thinking about it and loving the presentation and loving the performance, and that is why I give it to her. For performance for an actress, Najara
nice.
Townsend.
Nice.
I thought she was great. I think she runs the gamut of all different emotions. You see her happy, you see her sad, you see her angry, you see her struggling with stuff. You just, when she goes out to that bar to meet the for the party the night before, what's that thing called? The
Bachelorette
party, and you feel for her when she first gets there, even, and in the bathroom when she hears things. I don't know. It's just one of those things, but. Clearly there's issues here, but I still wanted her to succeed even after she was doing bad things. The stealing the identities and stuff. There's the suspense when she sneaks into the house and has to get out on time. I just love movies that are intimate this way, where you spend time with the character a lot, and they're doing bad things, yet you still want them to turn it around, and it's a believable story. So I definitely recommend this for anyone to see. Check it out.
Story of my life.
Yeah, but it's on Shudder, I think, right? The Stylist, or no, maybe not. Maybe I am
Arrows
Arrow
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's on Arrows. There you
Have
have
a
it.
little
The Stylist.
popcorn. Have a little popcorn.
Okay.
You're gonna have a big belly. Look at this fucking. What a prick.
Nice.
All right. At number 13, I am
go.
coming in with The Last Matinee.
Oh, nice.
B, you said it well.
Hey!
It's a 90s throwback slasher, as B said, out of Uruguay, and it's as good as it is because it goes back to the basics of what slashers are at their core. We've got this, like you said, brutal killer loose in a theater murdering the patrons. That's it. That's all there is to it. That's all there really needs to be to it. Like this isn't the sort of slasher that's trying to deconstruct its own formula like Scream. It's not trying to be meta, like to the max, like Behind the Mask. It's not high art,
Meta
with
to
a
the max.
dissertation's worth of subtext like Halloween 78. It's just a slasher that does what slashers do best. And what elevated the film for me, and I think, B, I'm sure you'll agree with me here, to the point that it made the list here, is the fact that there are no anachronisms that break the spell of what this movie's trying to do as a throwback. Like, you could legitimately fool someone into believing, like, hey, this is a slasher that came out in the late 80s or early 90s, just like say, hey, one of the boutique labels finally released this movie that never hit DVD. Let's watch it together. Mention, like, the director liked Argento and Bava. You say that, and this movie will trick you into going, wait, was this really a movie from the early 90s or like 1989 or something, right? Did you feel that? The authenticity of that?
Yeah.
So,
Ask Dave,
yeah,
because
you
Dave's
slasher
been
fans-
trying to chase this feeling, and he says none of the movies do it. But I agree. I would say that if you didn't know, and they released this and said this is a lost slasher that came out in like '89, I'd believe it.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. So, yeah, you slasher fans out there, if you haven't seen The Last Matinee, you're going to want to check it out. So, yeah, that's Last Matinee at 13 for me.
Guess what? Twinsies! Last Matinee.
What? Finally?
Number 13.
Wow.
Fucking
8 out of 10.
Nice.
My only quibble is I wish he wore
8
a
out
mask.
of 10 for me.
I wish he had a mask, at least at the
Oh.
beginning
You
for a
and
bit.
masks. I wish you wore a mask when we podcast. But you,
Yeah.
Last
Hey,
year's in
popcorn!
I wish you're gonna wear the popcorn bag after you finish it. That's gonna be your mask.
Like what was that bowling movie? Like
Oh my
right.
God, gutter
Gutter
balls.
balls.
gutter balls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gutter balls.
Oh,
He's
that
gonna
movie
wear the
cracks me up.
popcorn bag, and he's gonna be Chief. What was the chief name we came up with earlier?
White tongue?
What was it?
White tongue?
Your
Chief
tongue
White
shame.
Tongue.
Tongue shame. Chief
Tongue
tongue
shame.
shame, and then he wears a popcorn bag. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck
I mean,
this joke.
there's
Let's move on.
nothing much to say about The Last Matinee that hasn't been said already. A ton of fun, gory. But again, if I had, and it's just a quibble. I don't care, but if you wore a mask, it would have been even more so.
But his face is enough in the shadows throughout the whole film that you don't really
Yeah.
see his identity. So it's not really a whodunit, so it doesn't matter. If they turned it into a whodunit, then I'd be like, all right, put a mask on him. But the fact that his motivation for killing is awesome. The reveal at the end, I'm like, oh fuck, that's disgusting.
What
and
about that
awesome.
beautiful parallel to the gumballs that
Oh,
drop on the stairs?
fantastic.
Yes.
To the eyeballs
Great
that
now.
drop down on the stairs?
Yeah.
Like,
Great,
great.
great,
Yeah.
fantastic. And the two kills, not only the one with the couple making out, the guy making out the girl he likes, the skewer through the mouths, but
Ah.
also one of the lead girls, not the projector's daughter, but the other one, who you're really rooting for. She's really nice. She gets like her head smashed in the projector and just brutally crushed, and I'm just like, wow, they didn't hold back.
No.
So
Yeah.
fun
Couple
ass
good
film.
kills.
Fun movie.
Yeah.
Twinsies.
Fun film. Twinsies.
Nice.
All right, my number 13 belongs to a duo of directors who seem to always make my list when they put out a film, and it's Benson and Moorhead with Synchronic.
Ah.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
I didn't see
didn't
this
see
one.
it.
Neither
Oh,
did
yeah.
I.
I didn't see it.
It's on
Nope.
Netflix. It's
Yeah.
very much sci-fi horror. It's about two paramedics who are basically investigating strange links to people dying of a drug overdose of this drug called Synchronic, and it's having otherworldly effects on them. Like one guy is killed with a sword that is from the past. This girl is killed by a snake bite that the snakes haven't been in the area in hundreds of years, and they realize that this designer drug for younger people with underdeveloped pineal glands can cause them to time travel. And it's basically a time travel horror film. It's really cool. What are you laughing at, you?
Because that synopsis was crazy. It's like From Beyond. Yeah.
That,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, no,
totally from
that's,
beyond.
honestly, that's in my
Pineals.
notes. Well, it's not in my notes. I'm lying. It's actually not. But that's what I was thinking about because they talk a lot about the pineal gland, and the whole setup of the story is one of the paramedics, played by Anthony Mackie. He turns out to have brain cancer in the film, and they discover that he has an underdeveloped pineal gland. So because his pineal gland is very much like the young people's, he's able to investigate and to travel back in time and to use the drug to help find his partner's daughter, who is a victim of the drug, who's
I want to check
disappeared.
this out.
It's a
yeah,
lot.
this-
It's
yeah,
a lot of
sounds cool.
fun. And the one thing that these guys always do, no matter what, even if you don't like a film of theirs, they have their own unique style and their own unique stamp on a film. And this is, more of the same in terms of creating something
Who
totally
did this?
unique.
Benson and Hedges? Who was it?
Yeah, Benson and Hedges. Benson and
Yep.
Hedges.
I love everything they've done so far. The only reason I didn't see this is that most people told me they didn't consider it a horror movie. So I
Same,
didn't
Dave.
bother.
This
That's the
is
only reason.
Listen, I said it. I have two films on my list that I know people are going to consider horror. We haven't covered them yet. This would have been the third choice where people are going to be close. But I think it's a blend of science fiction and horror, and I think that was also a theme I saw this year. A lot of blending of science fiction and horror. A lot of blending of
Yeah.
other genres in horror. I mean, I think that's just the new norm now. People are
Sure.
definitely not sticking strictly to horror anymore. Well, not always anyway, but
Right.
But-
no, I'm with you.
yeah,
This
Synchronic. Yeah, Synchronic's fun. It's fun. It messes with the timelines, the way they structure the story, which is really
Sweet.
cool. The way it plays with the whole idea that time isn't really like linear, and it's sort of trippy the way it's told that way, and the performances are
sold.
really good.
I'm sold, B. Yeah, you sold that, dude. Hell yeah.
Nice.
No, it's
Yeah.
good. Check it out. It's on Netflix.
I didn't see that one. I didn't see another movie that I believe is on Netflix, and it's from another great director, Alexander Aja.
Same.
Oxygen. I skipped that one because I'm telling you, 5% of the people considered it horror.
I'll tell you this: with Oxygen, I gave Synchronic an 8 out of 10. By the way, Oxygen was an 8 out of 10. It was going to be on my list. I bumped it off because I was trying to limit the amount of films that were controversial on my list in terms of them not being horror. And that one's really more sci-fi, but again, if you have time, check out Oxygen as well, because I really enjoyed that as well. 8 out of 10 for both these films.
Well, I like Aja.
Yeah, no, he's very good. That's
and
a
I
really
like
good
Oxygen.
film.
It's a perfect.
And
pairing.
Oxygen's cool.
Yeah.
I'll
You're
sign
not
off.
sucking down popcorn, you sicko.
Yeah,
Get some oxygen.
for somebody who likes Oxygen, you haven't come up for a breath in a while. You fucking piglet. Remind me to
Just
pinch
like your
your
last
tits.
boyfriend.
Remind me to pinch your tits. You piglet.
There was a third movie too. What the hell was it?
The beta
Into
test?
the Earth. I didn't bother with that. Into the Earth. Almost everybody said it wasn't horror again, so I didn't bother.
Really, I felt like that was horror. I just felt it was boring as fuck because I'm not really into the ecological horror.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk about that with Duncan, and I need to rewatch it again because the first half I was like, all right, I'm in, and then the second half I was like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, that's how I felt. I was like, I don't know what any of this means.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, well, maybe I'll eventually check them all out. I don't know. I don't know about Into the Earth.
I think someone had a plate in their head and that it was like Titan meets a fucking
Paper
in the
plate?
earth.
Silent Night, Deadly Night 3?
Paper plate.
Shit. Okay.
You fucks.
13.
Yeah.
Lucky 13. Okay. This one I think is going to be pretty controversial. But I have an inkling that it's going to be on someone else's list. So call me crazy, but it took the second view for it to really take me in. But I was like, wow, I really undervalued this movie. This is a really good movie. And that movie is M. Night Shyamalan's Old.
Oh,
I
nice.
didn't see it.
Dude, I really dug the hell out of it. It took the second time, like I said. There are things going on here. It just goes to a different place, literally and figuratively. I mean, these people get taken away to the vacation. They're invited, special thing. And they get taken to this remote beach. And they get to the beach, and all of a sudden, everybody starts aging rapidly. And you notice it more with the children right away because of the way we age. And it's basically like every half hour is like 2 years, or every hour is 2 years. I forgot exactly what it is. But it's really cool. It's always nice to see Abby Lee.
Yeah, she's great.
She's in that? And so was
Yes.
Thomas and Mackenzie, so right on.
Yeah, it had
Yeah.
a really good cast. But my actor of the year, sorry, not to steal, but was Mid-Sized Sedan. No, I'm just kidding. what a stupid fun. Like I like this movie a lot. It just missed my list. I think I gave it a 7.75. But why have a character called Mid-Sized Sedan? Like, what is that?
Because that's fucking a dumb rapper name. Like there are a lot of dumb rapper names these days. I totally get what they're saying. Come on, look at the dumb rapper. They're all over the place. Come on, everywhere you look.
I think they should put T-Pain in T-Tain.
He is part machine.
So 8 out of 10. Let's move on.
No, good film. I'm glad you had that on the list. You know me, I love M. Night, and I really enjoyed this one. I didn't get to give it a second watch, but
Oh, you guys, I avoided this one because my Horror Movie Weekly co-hosts did not like it, and I'm always I can be odd man out over there sometimes with at least with Jay because I'm wacky, but
you like caveat.
Yeah, yeah, he sure did.
Hey, you leave Caveat alone.
I like Caveat too, but yeah, what was it? But yeah, you've sold me on Old. I will check that out here probably in the next week. Sounds cool.
There's some stuff going on. I'm telling you, they're getting some deep conversations in the second half, and they're facing what's happening. And there's just some moments there. It's really an emotional film. It really hit me hard the second time, and I'm like, man, what a thing to have to go through. And then just to look back on your life and like what's happened in it. And anyway, 8 out of 10. Just go.
Oh, cool.
Sorry.
I can't stop.
He can't stop eating. This guy's been eating popcorn for 4 hours.
The bank is fill it up.
We're at 12 now. Okay.
12, yes.
All right, at number 12, I'm coming in with, was this on somebody's list already? I believe it was Antlers,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I had it.
So yeah, man, it's a dark and depressing creature feature set in the Pacific Northwest, and we follow this middle school teacher played by Carrie Russell, and then her brother's the sheriff who's played by Kirsten Dunst's husband, and
Jesse Plemons.
she's got Jesse Plemons, yeah. She's this middle school teacher with a dark past, and who has honed in on a troubled student of hers who's got some massive family secrets going on that tie into a series of murders plaguing this little town. And I've heard people say that the hype for this movie is what did it in for them, but I guess I'm lucky because I tend to keep away from all the preliminary talk about a lot of the movies. So, especially when people get tired of the damn thing before they even see it, I avoid all that. I'm lucky in that regard. And so this movie just kind of came out of nowhere for me. And I was like, yo, this is a cool creature feature. It's slow and deliberate in the first 2 acts, but it gets there in the end. And I got exactly what I wanted. And I think it delivered on the beastly freak goodness. So yeah, there's Antlers at number 12. And so far, everything has still been an 8 out of 10 for Mr. Watson. So
When did you go? It was a dumb Brandon joke.
Red Dot.
From fucking 2 hours
Wait,
ago.
what? Wait, what
Yep.
was
He said, when did you go?
Oh, when did you... Yeah, that was a bad joke when I told it. It didn't get
that
any
was
better
good.
when you told it.
Damn.
Hold on, I'm chewing.
He's
What
like,
else
I've got
is-
popcorn at number 1.
Number 12. Hey, I'm a professional. I want to talk with my mouth full. Fish is Fun
okay, never mind.
is number 12. 8 out of 10.
Hey.
Shit ton of fun. I love that opening kill. I mean, you kind of know, like, I just love how he plays with conventions in this. This guy, Cody, is it Cody Callahan or
Roach?
Callahan is the director?
Robinson?
Yeah, Cody Robinson. Yep, our listener. He directed this, but he puts out a lot of content. Canadian filmmaker. I think he did that other one, The Oak Tree or The Oak House or something that came out this year as well.
The Oak Room.
The Oak Room, and I didn't see that one though. But
Not
you'll
really
see-
hard. That's why I left it off my list, but also worth checking out.
Yeah, guy's got a good track record. I think Dave, you mentioned it. Wasn't he one of the filmmakers that you had on your list, or am I forgetting? Like for
What's
director?
the name?
Isn't it Cody Callahan? Am I wrong with that?
No.
That's a
Colin
director?
Linehan. Something different.
His brother.
Yeah, okay.
Cody Callahan's little brother, Colin Linehan.
Who gives
They
a
have
fuck?
They have
The
a different
movie-
first and last. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, the movie is shit tons of fun,
Starts
as the
with
name
the end
suggests. Looks great, good kills, and the great thing about it, it's got heart, and you got a character that you like. The main guy is just likable. He's instantly likable, and even if he has the trait that what did you call him?
A simp.
Smurf, a simp.
Simp.
Yep.
Smurf.
But you like him because he just, for whatever reason, I love when he meets. He meets the guy at the bar who ends up being like one of the serial killers at the end, and just their interactions are just fantastic and great. There's a lot of great dialogue in this film, and I think again, it's on Shudder.
Yes.
This one,
Yes.
yeah,
Yep.
definitely check it out. It's a lot of fun, as long as you don't mind your horror mixed with comedy.
See, you're down to. I'm down to one movie left for you. I had Vicious Fun and The Vigil for you for top 3.
Wow,
Shit, I'm down to one movie left for you, B.
Yeah. Maybe I'll change it to try and get
I had
a win.
4 though. I had a 4th because you were so tough.
Dave, I feel confident. I'm looking at my film that I have at your number 2 spot. I really feel like this could be your number 1. I really hope it is. Watson, I have no idea. I put 3 good movies down, and they haven't been mentioned yet, so maybe. But you, I feel confident for some reason.
Nice.
All right.
I don't know what any of you were.
I don't feel
like I
confident
said,
at all.
I haven't even made up my mind yet. But we're on where am I? 12?
Oh,
What the fuck am I doing here?
Yeah. 12. Yep.
Where's my list? Number
What
12
the
is
fuck am I doing here?
also on Shudder, and it's The Medium.
Hey. Sweet.
Yeah, this is
Not the long.
No, this
Not
is not
the long.
I'll skip the long and the short of it and go right to the medium.
Where's an oven that I could stick my head into?
Good one. Good one.
Where's the oven? Yeah, we follow a documentary crew in Thailand following around Nim, who's a shaman possessed by the spirit of the goddess Bayan. And it's, it follows her around and it's supposed to showcase her, but her older sister's husband passed away and her niece starts to act strange and seems like she's possessed, and they think it's a transfer of the goddess from Nim to the niece Mink, and all hell breaks loose. And it's so well done, well crafted, really in depth, and just great imagery and great heart throughout. And honestly, the actress who played Mink almost won my best actress. In fact, she'd be my runner-up because she does such a fantastic job of, like, I genuinely felt like I was watching a documentary about this girl who's possessed.
She did great.
Yeah, she was 100% committed to this role, but
the Thai language is just so relaxing to listen to too. It just sort of like puts you into like a nice little somber. I mean, the movie keeps you awake because it's like
makes me wish there was a red dot right on my head, right?
This is fucking horrible. This is our last show. We're gonna get canceled. Our patrons are gonna be like, these guys are fucking horrible. Drop. Anyway, no, but I agree. She's great.
Language.
She's a very aggressive language. She's you relate to her though. Something about her, they casted her perfectly because her demeanor, her face, everything. Yeah. No. The main. No. I'm talking about the Nim's Island.
Oh, Nim?
Nim's
great.
She did a great job too. Yeah. Like, listen, there's so much stuff. There's, everything that happens with all these characters. With Nim, it's interesting that end credits scene. The whole crisis of faith. The idea that that the transference of Bayan might not have been real in the first place, and
that hits.
It does hit, and the misunderstanding. When the mother, when Noi, Nim's older sister, takes her niece to the other shaman to have the acceptance spell to accept the spirit, and it opens her up for, what ultimately is to come. Can
I ask, Brandon? Did you feel like you got a good sense of the third act? What was happening there in that final act? I got confused. Now listen, we did an episode of this on Horror Movie Weekly that's not out yet, but I quite like this movie. I'm big on it, in fact. But I had problems understanding what was behind everything in that last act. There's some weird stuff happens, and I'm not saying it as a negative. I think I need another watch to go, okay, now what was this? But other than that confusion, for me, did you feel clear?
Yeah, because
cool.
It all ties into one specific character who's not in the film and to basically a cursed family heritage.
Okay. Oh, I think I see. Okay, I might have to talk. I might write you in a couple weeks about this when I watch it again. But okay, nice.
My confusion came from the father. There was like a father figure that seemed to have a daughter that lived in the.
That was Nim and Noi's brother.
Yeah.
and his wife, and they had the baby.
Yep. Okay.
Yes.
Thank
you. It was the three siblings.
Oh, that makes way more sense now.
It was Nim, Noi, and Nana. I don't know what his name was.
Nim, Noi, and Mink. And the amount of times they say Mink in this movie, like, I think they beat how many times they yell the daughter's name in that.
Poltergeist 2?
No. I was going to say
Hellraiser 2?
I was going to say Under the Shadow. How the mom and the dad, everybody's yelling Dorsa, the daughter's name, all the time. And, in this movie, they yell Mink. They're just like, Mink, Mink, Mink. And I was like, oh, if I were to take shots of water.
Mink and Gordon. Come here, Mink. Come here, Gordon.
Gordon, yeah.
Good girl, Mink. In fact, I think that Mink would have turned Gordon into a mink.
Hey, what type of shoes did he wear when he jumped out the window? Air Gordons. Okay, move on.
Air Jordans, Christian. Stick your head in the oven now.
That was good. That was fucking good. No,
yeah, man.
Air
he might have the joke of the show.
He does.
And that delivery. Woo! 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 That's just such a Christian thing. I don't know, but I think, anyway.
It sure is.
Yeah, the medium, still an 8 out of 10. You know what? Yeah, 8 out of 10. Sorry.
Oh, you were going to do it.
I was going to do it. I don't think it makes 8.5 out of 10. Fuck. 8.5.
Yes.
Taking the jump early.
Jump it up. Okay. Number 12. Okay. We haven't heard any of these movies mentioned yet. I don't know if
Good.
that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. They're not going to be there at all, or they're going to be there plentiful. I don't know. But this movie is part of a trilogy, Fear Street 1666. Now, I really enjoyed this movie, and I must say that probably the first half of this is probably my favorite act of the entire fucking trilogy, is when they are in 1666. And I'm not going to go on the whole, try to explain the whole fucking franchise right now. I'm just not, because we'll be here all night. But when we see what actually happens with the witch and everything else, and why the curse has
You
come
and your
and
fucking
everything
witches.
else. Well, it's a witch, but it's a slasher too. You know
Must
what
be
I
the
mean? But
season
anyway,
of the witch.
this is Season of the Witch. This is 1666.
Oh my lord!
And I'm telling you, it's so well done in the period piece, the 1666 part of it, and then it flashes back to 1994, which is where the part one was, and then they go to that and they have to wrap it up because this is the third one in the trilogy. But I enjoy the first half so much that I had to put this here. The only thing is, what I love about it is that they show the curse beginning, and they have incidents happening on the land. The food, it goes bad, and everything else, and what's going on. There's a curse here, and I just love seeing this type of shit. It's a solid story. There's a cool twist on the mythology, because we're told in the other two movies that it's this. We watch this and we find out, well, actually, no, that's just the mythology. This is the way it really
Well, I
took
wrote
place, you know. Now, my only issue was this: the reason why I'd like to score it a little higher, but something happens, and I always complain about this in a movie, but there comes a part where two women are accused of witchcraft, and someone says something about check them. If you check them, you're going to see the marks. Well, they don't have the marks, right? So the one woman gets put up, even though she doesn't have the mark, and it's not explained. And I understand mob mentality and everything else, but then don't say check them for the mark and then still proceed. But that's not even the biggest sin. The biggest sin is when the girl does get found, that ends up being, executed for being a witch. And the guy brings her to the group and says, here she is, I found her. But a minute before, the girl herself got the reveal that the other person was the one that was doing it. And all she would have had to say is, hey, check Solomon's house right now below it. You'll see what's really going on. Doesn't say a fucking word. And not even just that. 10 minutes prior, they were at the Solomon guy's house questioning him, and he got into it with another guy and threw mounts and get the hell out of here. So number one, there's already suspicion raised for him. Number two, all the girl would have had to say was, it's not me, check Solomon's house. And she's fighting for her life, and she neglects to fucking say, hey, you know what I mean? I cannot help when something like that happens in a movie. It bothers me. Why not just have him knock her out? And then bring her and say, I found her. You know what I mean? Then you don't have to go to that. And then she can wake up right when she's about to be hung and whisper something to him, and then fucking she gets hung. You know what I mean?
Well hung?
Well hung, indeed. Yeah.
Dave, I'm with you.
See?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Well said.
And I wasn't 100% following what went down in the last act, and something else happened in the last act where, correct me if I'm wrong, I would think that if there's a curse and there's a family and someone's in power, who do you think is going to be more powerful, the sheriff or the mayor? I'm asking you guys. Is a more powerful person? I do too. So they automatically all go to the sheriff, right? That there's two people with the same last name. It could be any. They have no reason to choose the sheriff, and they do, and it just so happens to be the sheriff, and they lead him there, and they do their stuff. That to me was a drop of the ball in an otherwise well-written fucking movie. I just don't. They could have simply not done that and made it not so contrived that they were going to say that and it was going to be him. But I'm not here to knock the movie. It's my number 12. I think it's great. I really do. But those are the only two. I like to rate it higher. Those are the only two reasons I didn't. I like the characters. I like the way it's filmed. It wrapped up nice overall. I like the line, I don't fear the devil. I fear the neighbors that would accuse me. I think that's fucking especially fucking relevant in today's society. I think it's great. But it's an 8 out of 10. Fear Street, 1666. Great.
That was my favorite one of the three. Also gave it an 8. Gave the other two 7.5s. Had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, it was my favorite of the three too.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
I liked them all equally.
Did you?
I didn't really have any. Yeah, I thought they're all kind of on equal plane level. I think they're all 7s, like a boom, boom, boom. All good.
I think
Poop,
I was
poop,
on
poop,
on
poop.
94. I rated it a 4 out of 10. The second one, 78, I was like at a 7, and then this one was like a 7.5, 60. So I kind of
Oh, wow.
ramped up as I went.
4?
A
Really?
4.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. I thought you were joking.
No, 4. But 4 for me means it just falls on the negative side of average. Like it's not a failing grade. It's just like, you have average movies that you feel the net positivity about an average movie is higher. Well, this means just the net negativity was higher. That's all. It's like
Fucking.
This
I
feels like
failed
this,
fucking math. The next
this feels like Tatane Part 2.
Wow.
Well, anyways, all right. At number 11 for
A
me.
over B. Sorry.
Yeah. You need to have a Venn diagram. You need to pinpoint where I've got Skull the Mask. When I watched this early on in 2021, I just kind of saw it, didn't really pay it any mind. Just went by and I forgot about it. And then we start getting into rewatch season to prep for these year-end shows. And I can't believe how rewarding my second viewing of this was. This is a supernatural slasher set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And listen, it's damn near everything I want to see in like a modern slasher like this. I'm sick of teenagers having the corner market on these types of movies. Teenagers bore the shit out of me. They always have, even when I was one of them. I dig the idea of an adult-oriented, mature slasher. And that's what we get here. This movie's final girl of sorts is a badass and overly angry police officer who takes no shit. The killer is intimidating and really cool looking. There's pre-Columbian mythology that gives the story some weight to it and kind of makes certain parts of it artful and cerebral. And the kills are brutal and bloody as hell. There's one where a couple, a man and a woman, are getting it on in a car, and this slasher's just like, I'm not having that. You're dead. And it's this thing kills indiscriminately, but there's a reason for it. There's something bigger going on in the background, and I was just digging it. Like, I'm not the biggest slasher guy on this podcast, but here we are yet again with another slasher on my list that does pretty much everything I want to see in these types of movies, and I gotta celebrate it when that happens. So yeah, if you go on Shudder, folks, and you will find Skull the Mask. And I'll just say, it bored me to tears the first time I watched it. Then I watched it again. I was like, yo, I am feeling this. So, yep, here we go.
I didn't even see it. So
How did it get by?
I
Wow.
saw it
Yeah.
early in the year. I just don't remember what I gave it.
Yo, 8 out of 10. I'm still in the 8s.
Nice.
Yep.
Well, here I go. My number 11. I got to speed this up because I've realized we're 3 fucking hours in. We haven't gotten to our top 10 yet. We listed off all before. I wish I stuck to my guns and just listed off my fucking 21 to 11.
We'll be
Anyway.
Why don't you just list off the rest of yours and get
I will. I think I might actually.
No.
Let's go right now.
We'll be fine.
Number 11, The Medium. The only found footage movie that I cared about this year, other than Howard's Mill, was decent. This was okay. This was great. Way too long for its own good. I know you need the character set up because it definitely makes the second half that much more have that much more of an impact. However, it could have used a little trimming. It just could have used a little, maybe a little less minks. Mink.
Minx. I want more.
Nibble
mink,
little mink,
personally.
ain't she?
I'll take
What
more
movie? I'm just kidding.
What'd you say? Live a little what?
Well, I changed it to fit the name
Just say it, though.
in this movie. Nimble little mink, ain't she?
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know. It might come to me later though.
It's Ghostbusters. It's nimble
Oh.
little minks.
Little
ain't
minks.
she?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Watson, you should have had that right away.
I did.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did. He just
Anyway,
didn't say it.
it's again, the acting, like Nim's acting is great. Everybody's great in this,
What?
and there's some
What was
heavy
her
hitting.
secret? What was her secret?
That movie's
Mrs.
great, by the
Frisbee.
way.
Mrs. Crispy. Mrs. Crispy.
Alright.
Nice.
I'm going
8 out of
hilarious.
10. I'm getting the fuck out of Dodge.
All right. I said it. I had 2 films that you might not consider horror. 20 of them I'll argue with you to my, till the cows come home. But this one, I don't know. I need it on the list because it's just so fucking entertaining and so fun. And it's All My Friends Are Dead. It's on Netflix. it's a Polish comedy horror for me, and it's about a group of friends who gather for a New Year's party, and just one poor decision after another spirals out of control, and just chaos and carnage ensues. And it plays on the idea of the zodiac, and the stars are aligned. There's one character who's really into the zodiac signs and all that, and she keeps saying the stars are aligned, but bad things keep happening. And the whole film is sort of playing on this idea, is like all this, even though it's so ridiculous how everything unfolds, is all this sort of predetermined. And there's sort of a cool end scene that sort of solidifies that whole idea. But it's just so entertaining, great music, awesome cast of characters, beautiful women, and just really good carnage and hilarity. And I give this an 8 out of 10. I've watched this like 2 or 3 times already, and I'll revisit it again. It's just a really fun film. All my friends are dead.
And loved it, but I put it at the bottom of my list. I took it off.
Right.
But it but who else is going to watch this movie? Horror fans, really.
Yeah.
Horror. I think it's horror related, but I get it.
I'm so glad you liked
Dave
it, though.
summed it up.
Awesome. That's so awesome, though, that you loved it, because it's just, wasn't it a blast? Like, everything in it was
so much fun. So much fun. It just goes off the rails. And I think Dave summed it up. It kind of, not the same movie, but the same vibe as Kill Me Your Friends. Is that Kill?
Yeah.
The one that came out a couple of years ago that we liked, that we all liked. But
yeah, it doesn't really turn into horror until like the last 25 minutes. But man, you gotta, it's so crazy. I mean, there's a fucking golden shower and it's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sold.
I gotta finish it. Yeah, shit. I gotta finish it.
Oh, it's gory as hell, and there's a golden shower, and I love that, and how that comes about is fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
really nice.
I had been led to believe this wasn't a horror movie, so I actually I don't even think I heard anybody talk about it. I just saw it on Netflix and was like, maybe I'll get to it. Never did. So cool to see that on your list, man.
And when you watch it, you'll understand what we're saying, because maybe the tone is not so horror, but you have to think of the audience, and I can't imagine just some mainstream people checking this movie out. I think
it's like a bloody American Pie. It's
like really,
that's really what it is.
That's actually a great way to describe it. I'm off the fucking rails here. Sorry, guys.
What about Polish Loomis? Did you notice him now?
Yeah. Polish Loomis.
Now?
Definitely. In the opening scene, there's a fucking guy. He's a detective, and he looks just like fucking Loomis. But
I just thought about it now. Dude, the hippies, like, I want to move it along. I know we got to move it. But the 2 hippies, when the kid sneaks out on the roof wearing the bear, and they're hearing the sounds of the bear because they're so high, like that to me, just like, I'm picturing Dave Z sitting out there and they're freaking out.
They see everything. They're just wondering what the fuck's going on. They're just watching, like, these people are fucking crazy. I want to be with those guys because they live.
It's one of the most fun films I saw all year, and that's why it had to be on the list. But it really, just what a blast. So check it out. 8.5.
Nice. Okay, Dave, come on. We're almost there.
Number 11. Yeah. Number 11. Sorry, Watson, but Fear Street 1994.
4 out of 10.
Great start to this trilogy. I came into the movie, and I think I texted these guys right after and saying that the first 10 minutes of fucking Fear Street 94 are some of the best 10 minutes I've seen all year. It totally was a fucking, like a 90s slasher, but a good one.
It's awesome.
The way it played out, yes, I felt like a slasher again. I was like in the mall and what's going on. And the music, one track after the other, felt so 94. It took me right in. I know some people might think that it was too much, but I liked that it established the time period without doing it too hard. I really enjoyed it. I liked the characters. I love this whole world of Shady Side and Sunnyvale, and whichever way it is, and what's going on between these two towns, and it just the Scream nods in the beginning, the nods to fucking Halloween, little things like that I was picking up on. But it isn't just all about nods. It's just, this is good as an individual story. I like that the kids actually came up with logical answers for once. Usually there's all this other screwy things they do in movies, and it's like, no, you're not going to do it. And they said, no, we're going to do this, and the blood here, and this, and they had ideas. Whether or not they worked the way they wanted to isn't the important part. The important part is they put their heads together, and they thought about things, and it was logical. The one girl, I really loved her. I hated to see her go because of how much I loved her, but what a great kill. One of the kills of the year.
Definitely.
In the climax of the film. Oh my gosh, with the freaking blades. Oh, so good. I just had so much fun with it. I just really, I can't believe how much I enjoyed it. You know, now at the end, I liked that there was a struggle, but it was way too obvious that there was going to be a comeback, and the ultimate thing at the very end, it was almost an epic ending. I thought something was going to happen, but you have to put into consideration, I didn't know. It was my first time watching it. Yes, I knew there were 3 parts, but I didn't necessarily know that they had to be connected the way these 3 movies are connected. So I was like, oh man, it would have been epic if they did this. But then if they did do that, it couldn't have been the same thing. But as a whole, but I really enjoyed it. I can't believe how much I enjoyed it. It was just a hell of a lot of fun. It's not perfect. There's a couple things, but it's good slasher stuff with good mythology of a witch and what's going on here. I just like everything going on between these 2, rival cities, and I like, the story, the curse and everything else. I don't know. I really enjoyed the hell out of the franchise, and 1994 was great. It's just an 8 out of 10. It's not a perfect film by any means, but I really had fun with it.
Nice.
So there you go. Yeah. Time for top 10.
They were fun. I think I was a little sort of put off because everybody who was watching at the time was giving. I'm not even joking. A lot of people I knew was like 9.5, 10, 9.5 to every single one of them. I'm like, stop! You're actually making me hate the movie just because of the fact that you love it so much. Like, they're fun and enjoyable films, but they're not perfect films.
I didn't see them at all until 6 weeks ago.
I saw it, yeah, but they are fun.
You know what I mean? I didn't know anything about The Buzz, and if people liked it or didn't, I just, because I'm, haven't been on the social since they came out, so I don't know. I just took them in, sat down. I knew that they were, something that we should see, and I didn't have any buzz. So it's like, okay, we'll see what happens. And
all right, so now we're gonna do it differently from each year. We're just gonna read our 10 through 1s really quick.
I was about to say, there's our next show, and just make this next week's show. So good night, everybody. We'll hit our top 10 next time.
We're good.
Well, if we want to go for a little while longer, I mean, I know.
We're
look
fine.
At my list, we're gonna breeze through it. We're gonna have a lot of repeats now.
Of course we are. We always do.
I'm gonna speed it up on my end.
There you go.
Hopefully Watson does too.
I will. Yes. At number 10, we're in
You
top
won't
10.
cheapen it.
Top 10'sville, my friends. This has come up before. We are in Repeats Town, and I'm coming in with James Wan's *Malignant*. It's not a giallo, as you guys have said, but it's Wan's ode to them. At least that's what he says, and I see that. So, look, I won't. I think I know definitely where C stands, and but look, watching this in 4K was a real treat. The movie looks amazing, and I'll say this: I have nothing but respect for the risky move that is this film. Very few horror directors have the clout to get something like this financed, yet Wan did it, and this movie is just fucking bonkers in all the best and worst ways. I mean, there are some egregious parts, some I freaking loved, and overall, the positivity. I just watched this going twice. This was, and I was just like, what the hell was this? But I had a smile on my face the whole time. That's *Malignant* at number 10. We're still at it with an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice. I don't agree, but nice.
I
don't have to agree.
Right.
Because my number 10 is going to be definitely divisive, knowing that these two guys here, because my lucky bet, it's Psycho Goreman for number 10.
Hey.
Here we go. Shit tons of fun. I rewatched everything in my top 10 except for 2 that I literally just watched within the last couple of weeks, and I was comfortable with that. But ultimately, everything else I had to just be sure, and I never do rewatches, as you guys know. Maybe 1, maybe 2. I rewatched everything, and man, I enjoyed this more this time. I think because I had no expectations, so I just went in. The girl that you guys loved in her performance, and who irked me the first time, I actually had no problem with her. I thought she was fine this time.
Yeah, the second time, same.
Yeah,
for me.
Comedy all hit. The gore is still great. It looks like they just said, listen, we have this great idea. We know how to do some of these, we know how to do the practical gore effects. We know how to do some of these magnificent special effects that I will say rival some bigger budgeted films. But they also knew that they needed to film it cheaply. so that they used, local locations or whatever. All in all, a lot of fun. I don't care about the hunky boys shit. I don't care about anything else. It's just a fun movie, like this year's answer to the Toxic Avenger. Pretty much.
Said.
Interesting.
8 out of 10.
Nice.
There you go.
My number 10's been talked about a couple of times, so this will be nice and short, but it's Vicious Fun.
Nice.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, it's just a great homage for, and throwback for horror fans. Just great feeling. I love the fact that they have so many different set pieces. You got the bar, you got the police station, you got the hospital. It's just gonna just be eye candy for horror fans. And like C said, the character of Joel just super likable. I know he's a simp at the beginning, but you can't help. And a Smurf, but you just can't help but love him and cheer him. And
He's great.
The lead female character, the storyline with her and her twist with the Midnight Man, I'll just say that. I wouldn't mind if they revisit this universe and did another film at some point, but 8.5 out of 10 for me for Vicious Fun. Number 10.
Nice. Wow. I was trying to find out what episode we reviewed Psycho Gorman, but I couldn't. But maybe by the end of the show I'll be able to pass people on to that. What was that one, B?
Vicious Fun.
Vicious Fun. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, 3 people have had that one. Okay, I thought that was the one that I changed you on. Remember you said there was a movie that you were really into, and then I said some things about it, and then you pointed out, oh yeah, and then you said I changed your mind on it or something. Maybe you forgot. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You said it like the last episode of the one before. There was something you really liked, and then I pointed some things out for you, and you said you went back and watched it. And you're like, oh yeah, he was right. I thought that was the one.
It was Caveat.
Oh, okay.
Even though I still gave it an 8 out of 10, I bumped it off the list because, I kind of, even though I liked it, the whole idea of putting that vest on kind of irked me. I was like, yeah, you really wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
But I still enjoy that film.
Number 10. We talked about this on episode 133, so I don't have to say a whole hell of a lot. But, man, the rewatch, it held true, man. The Queen of Black Magic. I really enjoyed the hell out of this one. This one is, it's on Shudder. Where is it from? Thailand? Queen of Black Magic?
Indonesia?
I believe. Indonesia? Okay. Well, I think I like it better than the other Indonesian movies that we've seen the last 2-3 years, because there have been like 3 or 4 of them. I think this is probably my favorite, even though others have landed on my year-end list. But I really enjoy this. It just gets so freaking crazy in the third act in all the best ways. I mean, there is some freaking unforgiving scenes. There's some stuff with the girl in the mirror and everything else, and caterpillars, and it just goes bonkers, almost like Evil Dead type style in a way. It's just the type of stuff that I like to see in a movie that's without comedy being in it. It's just done the right way. This is my kind of horror movie, start to finish. Queen of Black Magic, 8 out of 10.
Oh, Dave, this pisses me off so much because I meant to get back to this one before we did this show, and I just couldn't make the time, and I know it would have made the list. But it's so vague in my memory that I couldn't put it on in good conscience. So damn, man.
Watch it again. I hope you love it. Maybe we can talk about it.
I loved it the first time. Okay, here at number 9, we've a couple of us have talked about this, and from Thailand we are talking The Medium. So look, possession films are my bag, and I've got no problem with films in this subgenre that do what we do here in the West with regards to narratives having a Judeo-Christian center to them. But it's also really nice to step outside of all that to see how other cultures look at demonic possession. And here in The Medium, we are introduced to, how rural Thailand would go about, or this shamanistic faith would go about dealing with the spiritual capture of an innocent girl. And so, the central mystery of what's going on is fascinating. I think there's a little bit of incest in there. So JP's instantly going like, huh? Say what now? We get to see the rituals that are unique to this faith and how they go about, battling demons. And great characterization. There were some awesome shocks. I did feel like there were some tropey bullshit in the third act, but man, again, like that didn't outweigh the good for me when just the kitchen sink gets thrown at the third act. I was like, yo, I am feeling this movie. So that's The Medium at number 9 with an 8.5.
Nice.
Awesome.
8.5 land. All right.
Well, my number 9 has been spoken about only once, so I'm not sure if it's going to show up again, but a shit ton of fun. with the cutest slasher of the year, and that's Benny Loves You.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Heck
wow.
yeah.
It is just from start to finish, tons of fun. The rewatch only solidified what we already we glowed about it when we spoke about it on the show. Some excessive gore.
Dude,
Some
very
excessive
violent.
gore.
Very
What
violent.
I
Yeah.
want to know, just let me, you know what? I watched it again and I was going to go back. I said, screw it. I'm not going to go back and figure it out myself. I'm going to just ask it on the show. What is with that opening scene? Which is fucking fantastic.
The
Oh,
it's
little girl
great.
gets
It's
slapped?
setting
How
up.
does
This
it link?
happens.
Is it just linking it, saying that
This
like
happens.
this
This
shit
yeah.
happens? Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
because they
it.
say it again at the end. Remember at the end of
Yeah.
the movie? They show, because remember, there's
Yeah.
the girl with the talkie Tina doll, and they show
Don't
that.
forget,
and,
yeah,
and at the end of the movie, don't throw out your old toys, because this
yeah,
might happen.
okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
love
know
that.
if there was something else that I'm missing because I'm like, well, no, that can't be her growing up because
No.
she has no eyes. Motherfucker took her eyes.
She got a
Yes,
case of them bad
yes.
eyes.
She got a case of those no eyes. It is lots of fun. Like I said, great jokes, but yet so fucking gory. And really well, just really well done. Like good acting from the main guy. He also wrote and directed it. So
He wrote, directed, produced, edited,
Yeah.
cinematography, music. I'm not joking. He did
man.
every
Yeah.
I
single
know.
thing.
Wait, like
Yeah.
the guy from Seder.
Written, directed,
Oh.
and acted.
Yes.
And-
Yeah.
yeah,
When you,
all
in
of
fact, when you brought up
I mean-
Seder, it made me think about this guy because he also did literally
Oh,
everything.
that just ups my appreciation for this even more. That is
Yeah.
freaking cool. Play with Benny.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's awesome. Awesome.
Oh,
Indeed.
awesome. Okay.
What's
so
your
that-
rating?
Yeah. Well,
Oh, 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10.
8 out of
Nice.
10. Okay.
Okay.
I'm out on that. That was one of my 3 for him for C.
Mm.
One of my top 3. I think I know it was 1 now because of what happened.
It was my number one when we first saw it. Out of everything we'd seen at that point, I actually
Right.
had it at my number one spot. But eventually, shit
I'm out
happens.
for, I'm out for
Well,
the
I got
medium.
2 left for you, 1 left for B, and 2 left for Watson. But I think I know yours now, see, because of something that happened earlier that's not on the list. But whatever.
I got 1 left, 2 left for Watson. I just lost the medium. I got 1 left for C and three left for Dave. But I don't think I'm gonna get
Oh.
any right, to be honest.
Yeah, me
All
neither.
right, my number 9 has also been talked about. Coming Home in the Dark. Wow.
Mm.
I mean, what a just an absolute, brutal, tough ride, for lack of a better word. And
Gut punch.
yeah, a real gut punch. Very, very deep film. Really makes you think about the main theme and the main question at task here is, is it just as bad to turn a blind eye to evil acts happening as it is to be the one performing those evil acts? And at the end, I don't know, like, I feel bad for everyone in this film, even though these two drifters who cause all this chaos are just so evil, but you still feel bad for everyone because everyone's just a victim here and everyone's also a perpetrator. So there's no win at the end of this. There's no sort of happy ending here.
Yeah, I
Happy
hope
ending.
I go my whole life without meeting somebody like Mandrake.
Yeah,
You know?
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
yeah,
Yeah.
or anyone named Mandrake. But 8.5 out of 10. Coming Home in the Dark, man. Wow, I watched this one twice, and I think I can skip it now for a little while. Watch some happier stuff. But 8.5. 8.5.
I wonder if the rest of your list is going to be happy, because there was a movie I was strongly considering for you. I think you'll love it, but because of it being, it's not happy. Anyway, we'll get there. Okay, my number 9. We talked about in episode 143. It's come up tonight, and me and C have done it again. Twinsies. Benny Loves You.
Yes.
Yes. Gotta love
Wow.
good old Benny. Gotta love Benny. I gotta say one thing. Funniest fucking sequence of the entire year is the thing with that dog and the girl. You bitch, get off her, you bitch. And then I cannot fucking ignore it every time I see it. Oh, it is so good. What a great movie. How much fun. And on top of it, it fucking hit you in the feels. It hit me in the
It
feels.
really does. It
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, dude. In the end, for
Even,
this
so-
fucking
even
little,
some of the
you know?
unintentional comedy, like the fact that Benny ordered the Amy doll and had it shipped to Dawn, or the ex-girlfriend who just died of hunger and starvation from just staying
Yes,
in the attic.
yes.
Like, it's just like, it's hilarious. Like, it's so stupid but so hilarious and on point. And the choice to make Benny move the way he does.
Yes.
Yes,
Like,
so
it-
great.
It looks like he's like, if you're just seeing his legs, like someone's just going this, like this
Yeah.
head. across
Every
the
time.
I remember you said that in your review, C, and I remember thinking, what are these guys talking about? And then when I watched it, it made sense. I was like, yes, much love.
And I realized watching it
But
this
then they
last
put
time.
like, then he does like jumps. Sorry,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, D. I froze. I could see it on the video. I froze and I interrupted you.
Go
so I
ahead, dude.
apologize.
It's cool. No, go ahead.
No, I was just continuing with the movement factor of some of the sort of superhero-y dive things and flips and whatnot that they get out of it, or when he does the Matrixy thing with the fire and everything. It's just so funny.
It's so great.
Sorry, dude.
No, I didn't realize it until this last time that I didn't give it. It's better on a technical level than I initially gave it credit for, and it took me the second or third watch to. I was like, wow, this actually is pretty well made. The things they're doing here and shot and everything else, and on top of it, like B said earlier, one guy doing all this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, the way he walks and everything, every time he fucking walks, I'm laughing. I love it. But the horror is still horror. When shit
Yeah.
goes on, when people get killed, shit gets real. That's what I want to see. Anyway, we've talked probably more than any other podcast this year about this movie.
Every time he throws a knife, I like he goes.
Yeah.
He does like that little thing goes. It's like everything in this movie is just like it's perfect. It really is.
There's even a cat kill and it doesn't bother me. What the hell?
I love it.
You know, it's great. It's just done the right way. Anyway, 8.5 out of 10. Benny Lush.
Nice.
Oh,
Awesome.
nice.
8.5 land. Yep.
Sweet. All right, I'm coming in with my number 8, and I know Dave didn't care for this one. He didn't even finish it, but it is a politically charged supernatural film from Taiwan called Detention. And this is sure to be, one of the lesser seen horror movies of the year. But I've said it when I did my top 10 on Horror Movie Weekly, but this movie has won and has been nominated for a shit ton of prestigious Asian film awards, notably the Golden Horse Awards, which is basically the Oscars.
Why so long in the face?
Hold on. Let me get back to something. Okay. I had this friend whose mother was a fucking weirdo, and she would come to me and I told her the horse joke about why the long face. She laughed at the joke and asked me to tell it to her again. So I did, and she busted up. So weeks later, I come back and she's like, she goes, "Hey, I want to tell you the joke that you told me about the horse." And I'm just like, "You want to tell me the joke I told you?" Okay, go ahead. And here's how she told it. So a horse goes into a tavern and then he sits down and then, oh God, I don't remember it. And then she stormed. So anyway,
That's funnier than the joke.
it was. I was dying. My friend was embarrassed that his mom would think it's good. Anyway, so
She yelled, "Hey, what's the punchline?"
that was so good. So anyways, yeah. The Detention here has won, the Golden Horse Awards and been nominated for, and that's the Oscars of Chinese language cinema, which is funny because this movie's banned in China for its political views. But anyways, this is a story that uses just a beautiful supernatural horror imagery to have a conversation about political oppression. And the whole reason that's pertinent here is because this movie takes place during in the 60s, but during a 4-decade span in Taiwan from the late 40s to the late 80s, where Taiwan's authoritarian government was ruling the people with an iron fist that in real life led to the deaths of over 140,000 people. And that's what the story's highlighting by having us follow characters who are in a secret book club that could get them killed for learning things and taking in ideas that the government doesn't want you to have access to. And I'm a pretty anti-establishment type myself. So these sorts of, I'm not the govern me harder daddy type. So these sorts of stories always resonate with me. And historically speaking, the biggest societal horrors in our human history have come from a government that can't help but overreach. And I always feel that. And so, I know this doesn't sound very horror, but but it is. Our two leads is very Silent Hill-esque. Our two leads are stuck in an otherworldly version of their school after hours. they can't escape, and the ghosts of the past, as well as a number of beastly freaks, wander the property of this academy, and they've got to interpret what's going on to make sense of their political situation. So anyways, it's part love story, part political allegory. It's all survival horror. And I want to sell this movie, and I've talked about it on 2 shows already, but there was a chase scene where a giant monster is running after our 2 main protagonists through an open field and down the school halls. Man, I had the volume up high on my stereo, and I got to say, I was even though the CGI was a little wonky, it wasn't that bad. And I thought it was a terrifying scene. So anyways, yeah, that's what I got. So that's at number 8, Detention. Number 8, 8.5.
Nice.
Sorry, where did you see it, or do you remember where you saw it on?
I rented it on YouTube, I believe. It's streaming everywhere now. There was a period of time where it was technically out, or you could pull some trickery with a VPN.
Took
a
while. Yeah.
Yeah, it took a while. I think you could only get it on physical for a bit. And there was even a time where I tried to rent it, and it took me to 2011's Detention, which I also love. But yeah, and so yeah, it's streaming everywhere now. I think I paid like $3 on YouTube to watch it. So
yeah, I waited for like 2 years to see it, and 45 minutes into it, I was so fucking bored and couldn't understand that I actually turned it off. And I don't do that, but it just happened. It did not grip me at all. Yeah. I wish it did. I wanted it to, because again, I waited for it. So I was like,
I skipped it because Dave said he didn't like it.
Oh, see, this was a surprise to me. But Dave, both you and my Jay, my co-host over on Horror Movie Weekly, Jay the Dead, both knew about hype for this movie. Man, I just stumbled upon it on accident. So
wow, right on.
Went in blind, man. Yeah.
Dude, the same thing happened with me and Seder too. I gave Seder about 45 minutes, and
was this a Passover Seder?
What was going on? And
I wasn't a fan of Seder either. Seder just bored me.
Sure. Yeah, same thing happened. Yeah.
Same for my first time. I liked it, and then the second view was just super rewarding for me. Damn. So, yep.
Seder for me was like taking propofol. Honestly, I slipped into a coma watching Seder. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll give it a second watch because you mentioned it, but man, I'm with you. It bored the hell out of me.
Unfortunately, but yeah, because it was on your list, it's almost like, maybe I'll give it and it's accessible, right? Because it's on Shudder.
And it's a big maybe.
My number 8 is on Netflix, so it's easily accessible for all you out there. It's a classic horror story. Another film that I think is from Poland.
Yeah.
I don't know, but they're just cranking them out. Looks fucking amazing. It's got the girl that's in Revenge. The cast is really good. I kind of like the setup. It kind of starts traditional kind of slashery, but then takes a little bit of a detour.
A little bit.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on at the end of the movie?
Well, because it shifts gears like 3 times, I think, in the way it's presenting it. But I had a lot of fun with it. And once again, there's some gory surprises. And I think the movie does have something to say, whether it be about just the state of cinema or the consumption of entertainment and influencers and everything else. I think there is something there to kind of take it to another level, rather than just being like just pure entertainment, but it works on the pure entertainment level as well. So I thoroughly recommend it. It was a big surprise to me. Shout out to Jason Smith for recommending it. This and another one that's going to show up on my list because I love them both. And they ended up making my top 10.
See, did you ever say the name of it?
Oh, A Classic Horror Story.
Yeah, I knew what you were talking about. It was for the stupid ass listeners.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm so sorry. I love you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Please weigh in if you want him back next year.
Yeah, no, they already don't want me back anyway. I love you. I love you. I don't
think they want you to do your top 7 anymore.
No, they're fed up. It's fine.
The polls
He's gonna get booted anyway, man. His Psycho Gorman's gonna be his number 1. He's gonna get booted anyway, so it's okay.
You're gonna get booted. He's gonna be
I changed it. I changed it. I go, no, fuck that. If anybody here does it, I'm booting them off. I said, I'm booting. I said, I'm not quitting.
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, I switched it.
All right, now we're really into. Man, this was tough. These 8 films, honestly, even though there are going to be some changes in ratings, I could honestly give all these films the same score and interchange them. But at number 8 is Also the winner for best score / soundtrack, and it's Come True.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, nicey.
Yeah, Come True. About Sarah, a runaway girl who's played brilliantly by Julia Sarah Stone, also gives a great performance. Didn't win Best Actress, but also did a great job. Who basically joins a sleep study, and they dive deep into the images of her dreams and the other people in her dreams, and they discover these shadow figures, and it's really, really creepy and really well done and well crafted. And there's a lot of, it's told in 4 parts based on Carl Jung's 4 archetypes: the persona, which is the outer face; the anima animus, which is the opposing image of the biological sex; the shadow, which is our animal side; and the self, which is the true inner self. And it's basically an exploration of, Sarah's deepest fears and discovering her true self and what's going on. And it's really just well done and well crafted. And I had a lot of fun with this. This is one you could really deep dive on. But another great example of horror sci-fi from this year. I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Wow, nice.
I rewatched it last night. It
Nice.
was my number 21, and then I switched it with Candyman. And again, like there was between Censor, this, and Candyman for 21. It's a great movie. I know what they're trying to go for. I just don't know if they gave you enough to kind of piece it together.
Yeah,
with that last revelation into the phone.
I get that. But the whole idea that things within this world she's in sort of fall apart once her phone is stolen, and sort of the images and how she's connected to the Riff character with the scene where they're dressed up wearing glasses and they're wearing fangs, which looks like they're at like a Halloween party, really ties into like there's a connection, like
her happy time or
yeah.
Yeah.
And like everybody in here is a reflection of somebody that she knows. So it's like really it had a more powerful effect on me the second time. And actually
first time director, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but
might be right. Anthony
definitely
Scott
interested
Burns.
in checking out. There's definite interest there. Like there's good stuff in that for sure. I enjoyed it. It just
second
thing.
thing.
Second thing. Okay.
Yeah, he did Our House in 2018, but this is my number 8.
In the middle of our street.
Our House. It was not a very fine house, but he did it.
I thought people were gonna fucking hate this movie because of the ending reveal.
You warned me about it that you might not like it because of the ending. But
Same.
I feel like it's sort of my type of ending.
Yep.
It's very similar to one of my favorite TV shows of all time. It's honestly very similar.
I'm used to hearing people complain when I talk to people or see them. Well, not online anymore, but when I was online or when I listen to podcasts or talk to people, I always hear people with gripes, and that's the type of gripe I always hear from people. And it's usually in movies that I like, and everyone else doesn't like it. I always hear, "Oh yeah, fuck that. That's a cop-out ending." So I was expecting everybody to hate because I've heard it so many times on similar endings. Same thing with. Well, we'll get to that movie later. Well, no, so I'll say no. Same thing with. No, I won't. Forget it. I'll wait because I have a feeling.
What a score, right? What music? The whole soundtrack.
I gotta watch it again. I only saw it one
Very
time.
retro.
Same.
Yeah, very.
I put a 7, and I haven't revisited it since. I did enjoy it. I didn't. 7 nothing's wrong.
7. I guess I got to cross that off as one of yours. I thought maybe you were really high on it.
Ah, interesting.
I have no idea what you guys like anymore.
Well, here's something I'm really high on. Number 8. This is my favorite of the trilogy, and all 3 appeared because I fucking loved this fucking trilogy. Fear Street, 1978. This one to me, I had the least to complain about. It comes in the highest. Again, none of them are perfect, but I really enjoyed the dynamic in this one of the 2 sisters, and I think there's a lot more heartfelt stuff in this one than the other ones. You get more into the history of the shady side and the Sunnyvale and what's going on. And then you get the relationship between the girl and the guy who goes to the other school and what's going on there, and how it ends up is actually kind of tragic and everything. But and the other relationship with the 2 girls, the other sister with the girl that she used to be friends with, and why she left that group, and she was trying to improve her life and do everything. I think there's a lot more going on in this one, maybe because it's in the middle, but it just seems like it's the most important of this franchise here. And of course, it also takes it back to summer camp, and it's a slasher. So I mean, that's gonna speak to me. You know, you have Friday the 13th references in there, and you know, you got a Sackhead mask. I didn't like the Sackhead mask going into it because they hinted at it in the first one. I was like, that looks a little bit too rubbery or something. And I didn't like the look of it exactly. And I'm glad that he didn't have it on.
You're
until,
picky
like,
about his sacks.
He doesn't like a rubbery sack.
until the third act when it comes on him and the way it sticks to him is okay. But I mean,
It's
I was
very
a little
sticky in the third act.
Yeah, that too. I was a little disappointed that every kill was used, not every kill, but a lot of the kills were used with the same instrument. I wish he would have done an array of tools, but it's a minuscule complaint. We had kills. It was slasher stuff. We got a lot of information. 2 big awards, and I'll get the fuck out of here. Oh, there's a great switch at the end, I thought. It went a different way. There's good beheadings. Good kills. A broken bone looked really good. Probably the best gore was in this.
Broken bone looked very. I like that. That's in your notes. A broken bone looked very good.
That it did. Anyway,
Was it a wishbone or a Pope's nose?
Nice.
I'm sorry, I got a little delirious.
I was about to take a drink of water. That would have been disastrous for my
Not
computer.
used to recording at night anymore.
Yeah.
I've
Okay.
already had 3 micro naps.
Well, if you guys didn't keep interrupting me every goddamn
He's angry now.
show, we'd be out of here an hour sooner. Anyway, no one does it when anyone else is talking but me. Anyway, director of the year, I'm giving it to fucking Lee Janet because it's 3 great movies. I loved them all. I think there may have been 2 movies that were made better. One of them I said was Malignant, and there's another one I'm going to talk about later, but she did 3 movies, and they were fucking all great to me, and good dynamic, even with the music and the decisions they made. They had the Sweet Jane in this one, then they had the other version in the other one. There was all kinds of good Bowie stuff happening in this one. Obviously, somebody's a big Bowie fan because the song in the beginning was the Bowie song. The dog was named fucking what the hell was the dog's name? It was a Bowie song. The girl's name was Ziggy. It was all kinds of Bowie fucking shit going on. It was pretty cool. So I give the
Nice.
Lee. Sorry?
Watson, don't interrupt Dave. Come on, man.
Oh, I just said, oh, nice. I didn't catch the Bowie stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, tons of it, man. It was nuts.
You want to get yelled at again? Shut your mouth, man.
My thing died. And I'll give it the biggest surprise because when I saw this first come out, I didn't think it was going to be something I was going to be into, and I loved them. So, okay, 8.5 out of
I'm surprised too, Dave. My God, I knew you liked them. I'm surprised. You like all that's great. I liked them too. I liked all 3. I mean, I didn't even know how to differentiate them. Like I said, they're all the same scores, and I bunched them together in my list. But fuck,
A lot of people put him as one movie.
Yeah, I was seeing that too. Yeah.
what movie?
I
They were
can't.
just
see
like
it.
they were like number 8 on my list, the Fear Street trilogy. Like,
Yeah, Dave did it right. Yeah.
yeah, you got to break
Thank
them up.
I mean, I can understand that, but you did it right, Dave. No question. I'm
Thank
not
you.
just saying that because I got yelled at. The
Jeez.
My rib hurts.
Hey, I'm not in a hurry. I'll stay until fucking 3 a.m. You guys are the ones that fucking cry and bitch when you fucking.
It was Christian crying. I'm happy to
Dude, I can go all night.
popcorn.
get another guy.
Interrupt every fucking other sentence I say, and I won't care because I won't complain about having to get off at fucking 3 a.m. But you guys, that's the difference. Play around all you want, but don't cry later that you're tired. That's all. I'm saying.
Yeah, Christian, fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Christian, fuck you. Just I just thought I'd jump on the Christian fuck you train. All right. No. Let me just. I'll go to number 7 here. Number 7, I've got. Once again, we're keeping it fun, man. I've got the Nicolas Cage vehicle, Willy's Wonderland. Love him or hate him, man. We're in the middle of a Nick Cage renaissance, and there's nothing that can be done about it. Mandy is by far my favorite of these movies of this current Cage era, but this one comes in second place for me. Nick Cage is just this strong, silent hero type who just beats the ever-living hell out of possessed animatronics in a broken-down Chuck E. Cheese type establishment where he finds himself trapped, and that's it. That's the movie, and nothing. Again, I've said this we're ad nauseum here. There's nothing lofty I can say here. No high art present. It's just a movie where Nick Cage is badass for 90 minutes. He cleans, he fights, he drinks soda, he plays pinball. I don't know what else to say. It's just it's a quirky, violent ride, and some of the most fun I've had sitting down watching a movie all year. And so, yeah, Willy's Wonderland at number 7.
Nice.
Nice.
Rating?
I've
Oh,
yeah,
8.5.
what was the rating? Nice.
Thank you.
It was a fun film.
It was fun. Mine is my number 7 is The Columnist. Another
Nice.
female serial killer one. And you know what? I really dug this one. Now maybe the message is shoved down the throat a little bit, but I'm okay with it because it's a message I love, which is fuck you, critics. Pretty much everybody's got a voice nowadays, and you know you got to be careful what you say because the person at the other end has fucking feelings. And I mean, we should heed our own. Probably, I should be speaking because I've done this myself. But I try to be better. At least I know it about myself. But I'm also not hiding behind a computer writing reviews, you know, about someone. I love the fact that that's what this is about. And she goes and exacts revenge, and I love that. And it's gory and it's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, are we supposed to side with her though?
Absolutely.
Really?
I think so. I did.
I did
don't.
too. I absolutely love her.
I don't know what this movie is actually trying to say. I feel like this movie doesn't know what it wants to say. I have an interpretation of it that would probably, actually, of all the things we've said tonight, would probably get me canceled the fastest. But I don't know. I did enjoy it on the level of it being a horror movie. I had a lot of fun with it. But when it came to the messaging, which this movie wants to jam down your throat, there were a couple times where I'm like, wait, it is saying this, and then we're having a visual of this. So what is it really trying to say about free speech? And what is it really trying to say about our protagonist and how she is and what she's doing?
I can see what you're saying. Like, you mean you're saying the message is mixed or I guess
Contradictory.
contradicts itself
Yeah.
because of the fact of what she's actually doing in said film.
And so
I can't. You're right.
You want to do what she's doing. Like sometimes we do. I've got, but then if you do that, you no longer get to say shit about anything about free speech. You don't. Then you become the monsters you hate. And it's like, wait a second. So is that what the movie is trying to say? If so, brilliant. But I don't know if the movie's saying that. This movie confused me thematically. I enjoyed it. But I think I just took it differently. I didn't know how to. Yeah, I'm glad to see this on the list. I had fun with it. I'm not trying to hate here. I'm framing this negatively, but
that's what we do. This is what it should be about, and this is why the lists are going to be so vast. And you've got
we
Willy's
totally
Wonderland,
disagree with you, but we're glad you brought it up.
and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Hey, right on.
I do like the fact that when she walks in at the end, the looks. The reactions of people, because some people look horrified as if they realize something weird has happened, and other people are like, "Oh, this is just part of the show."
Yeah,
and
it's a publicity stunt.
Yeah, a publicity stunt. She walks up, and
that was
I
cool.
like it. I'm not saying it doesn't mix the messaging, because I can totally see that aspect as well. But I do think there's enough there, and it's a lot of fun on top of it, with a lot of gory surprises. Is this the one now? I'm getting so confused because I've watched so many fucking movies. Is this the one with the fingers?
Yeah.
Stuffed in the frozen pack?
The Dutch film with the girl from Evil.
Yeah. Okay.
I love her.
Okay.
Katja Ebers, or however you say her name, but she's so beautiful.
But I do think like they do try to put that other aspect in with the daughter, thinking it's the boyfriend.
Yeah,
and whatever as well. Again, there's enough here, but yes, the messaging could be problematic for.
But I think it's also a breaking point for her because she's sort of saying like it's okay to disagree, but can't we be nice about it? And she almost just breaks at the point when these sort of comments just are like, somebody needs to rape her or kill her family. And it's just like you get it, but yeah, I see what Watson's saying, but yeah.
Cool.
That's what I took from it. That one line in the beginning that you just said, B, when she was on the show. She says, "Why can't we have different opinions and be nice about it?"
Yeah.
That's what I got out of it. I loved that she said that because that's really
that's how it should be.
But she didn't follow her own advice.
Of course not.
Because they weren't being nice about it.
Because nobody can be nice about it because it's never.
So you grow thick skin and you don't murder people. And then you follow your doctrine consistently. That's what you do. Somebody says some terrible thing. I've had death threats. And what you do is you go, and you
Is that
get
why
over
you
it.
canceled Horror Corridor?
Yes, yeah.
That's what you for that lady that couldn't get out of that goddamn group.
Yeah, I
She's
want
still
to
there.
Yes,
Like,
Mickey
you get out
Hobbs
of
is
this.
gonna kill Dave and me.
Yeah.
I think that in this case of this movie, it's if you can't beat them, join them is basically what
Okay.
happens. She decides this is an uphill battle, and I just don't have it in me. Fuck it, I'm gonna stoop to their level.
Dave,
That's
I
it.
like that, and I'll tell you where the movie's reinforced by this is where she's committing a murder, and at the same time we get an overlay of a speech she's written talking about the value of free speech, despite the fact that there are places in the world where going against like the detention movie will get you killed. There are places like that, and yet she is being that authoritarian force that is going against free speech and being everything she's hating. And I was like, is this movie brilliant? And I don't
Maybe.
know. I think I need to
Yeah,
watch
I
it
know.
again to see what was happening. And then are we monsters for liking her because she's super likable? And I'm like, whoa, I don't know what to think here. So yeah, I don't know. Cool
It's
movie.
interesting.
I'm so glad that it was on this list. Yeah. I rated it like, I think a 7 or something. So
Yeah, and I'm an 8, just in case
Cool.
I didn't say it.
Yeah, I gave it an 8 too. Just missed my list, but
nice.
good call. All right, my number 7 has been brought up by Dave. True crime documentary with awesome horror elements. Howard's Mill. Man,
I knew it.
Nice.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. This, I
Sweet.
mean, I everything Dave said is enough. You don't really want to deep dive into this. Just if you're a found footage fan, watch this. Watch Horror in the High Desert. Just so well done. The performances are great. You can't really find much on the internet about this film.
I love that.
I tried to do some deep diving. I wanted to know more. I wanted to hear people's thoughts. And the only thing I found is Howard's Mill real? I'm like,
I love that. It adds to the mystique. It's old
it
school.
does, but I still want more. I want a physical copy of this. It's such a good film. But yeah, where it starts out, with a basic, true crime, who's responsible for his disappearance, and where it ultimately ends up is such a crazy supernatural ride, but it's awesome and so well developed and well explained, and just highly recommended. I give this one an 8.5. Still an 8.5.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's number
Okay.
7.
Number 7. Yes. We discussed this thoroughly on episode 159. And it's called Halloween Kills. Basically, what else can I say? I'll say a quick sentence, I guess. Honestly, I think the problems that most people have with it are the exact reasons I like it. Usually the things they're saying that are negatives for them, just for whatever reason, happen to be positives for me. This is more like a Friday the 13th movie than a Halloween with the kills, and that's fine with me because I love Friday the 13th. I like the way it happens. I think that the mob is actually, instead of being, I thought it was going to be easy where the mob was going to hunt him down and kill him, it actually ended up working to his benefit. And he was able to go out and do his stuff. And I really enjoyed it. I thought all the wrongs they got in Halloween 2018, I think they righted with this one. And this, to me, is the kind of slasher I want to see. I think it's going to stand the test of time. I really fucking enjoy the hell out of Halloween Kills. One of the best slashers I've seen in a very long time. I'm going to give best score to John and Cody Carpenter and company, whoever they are now.
Nice.
I think, honestly, I think Halloween 2018 is a little bit better of a soundtrack, but I think this one's experimental. Sometimes it fails. Most of the time, it succeeds. But I think it's pretty cool. It's 8.5 for me. Halloween Kills.
Hell
Nice.
yeah, Dave. I'm right there with you with everything you said. This was a movie that, I have some things wrong with it narratively, but it's, we had the conversation on the last episode of WotC about, how come, what is it about when you complain, you have a complaint about a movie that you love, and so you kind of overlook it versus a movie you don't like and you have that same complaint, yet you'll hone in on it. And yeah. I can't remember all that we said. I have edited. Dave, that episode's coming up very soon. But
Sweet.
I just realized, I hope I said this on the show, I don't think I did, is that when the experience, the net positivity of the experience is bigger, the higher that is, the less the negative has any hold. And so for me, it was that simple. It's just like, but if the positivity is lower, then that very same level of negativity gets in the mix and dilutes things more. And so that's just, I wish I'd said that on the damn show. And then, we could have had the shortest segment, deep dive segment ever. Like, there it is. So anyways, let's go on to Act 3. But yeah, I'm with you, bud. Heck yeah.
Right on.
So
cool.
Evil irons tonight.
Right.
Honestly, I think that was put in there as an Easter egg joke that now people are honing in on and saying, who brings an iron? But I think that was the whole
It's
fucking
for fun.
point. Yeah,
Honestly, that
play.
doesn't bother me.
No, I know.
It's just
but
some woman coming outside her house, grabbing the first fucking
I
thing
think
she
you're
has to use as a
exactly.
weapon.
Yeah.
All.
Yeah.
All it is. Nobody's talking about the important thing, the kid with the hockey stick, which is a throwback to fucking H2O, which nobody brought up but me.
Nice.
That was
Yeah.
a cool fucking thing. It's that kid in the beginning of H2O that gets killed. It's a fucking nod to that.
Jordan Levitt. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, at number 6 for me, I've got another one of the bigger films of the year, Edgar Wright's Last Night in Soho. I texted
Nice.
Dave about a week or so asking him, I was like, Dave, do you consider this horror? I was hoping you did. And you said what I'd hoped you'd say, that you did. And look, I mean, as much as some people do debate it, this movie gets there in the end. And it does so quite well. Like the gorgeous 1960s nostalgia set pieces were so good looking and impressive. The visuals here, Edgar Wright, knocks it out of the park again. The movie is part drama, part fantasy, part supernatural murder mystery. And there's some scenes of gore. There are some scenes of gore in the third act that can only happen in a horror movie. So
Lots of gore.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right. Exactly.
once it
Tons of it. The body count is like, yo.
They should call him Ed Gore, right?
Ed Gore, right? I like that. I like that. But yeah, it's the performances though that shine here. Like Anya Taylor-Joy, we all love her, but and with good reason. She's amazing. But I'll tell you what, it was Thomasin McKenzie who stole the show for me. I was on the phone, and Brandon's gonna be like, "Oh, why are you talking to this guy?" I was on the phone with Eric Webster last week, and we were talking about pickles. No, it's just one pickle. No, but we were talking on the phone for a little while, and I told him that I haven't seen this level of pure and unadulterated adorableness since Sarah Paxton in The Innkeepers 2011, and that's a high ass bar. Thomasin McKenzie was so just charismatic and captivating. Loved her. I didn't even want to see this movie. I sort of just forced it. And I was glad I did, because this movie's made it this high, 9 out of 10, Last Night in Soho.
Wow.
Awesome,
Nice.
man. Awesome.
Very cool.
You're praising her. She doesn't get an award though.
She almost did. She's
Almost.
second.
She's second. Ain't
Yeah, I think I agree. My number 6 is Halloween Kills. Second, I liked this movie when I saw it in the theater. I liked it a lot. Dave and I liked it. Brandon didn't. It's no big secret on this show. Second watch, I liked it even more. You know why? Anticipation was gone. The worry of, am I going to like what I'm going to see? Gone. I just enjoyed it for what it was. I didn't have so the level of cringe-inducing dialogue was, let's say, a little higher the first time, but I was forgiving of it. The second time, I'm like, it was much lower. I'm not saying it was gone. It's still there, but it didn't bother me nearly as much. The chase in the hospital, everyone goes, oh, it goes on for so long. It does not go on long at all, and it's a very small portion of the film. I love that this movie has a beautiful color palette that I can't wait till I get my 4K that my wife ordered me that I thought was coming for Christmas, but it actually doesn't get released till next week. So it will be the extended cut with everything.
Yep.
And it's coming. I've got it. I just can't wait to rewatch that version.
Evil dies later on tonight.
Yeah. Honestly, everything that is arguable, Dave has already mentioned when we spoke about on the show, where he gets the idea Evil dies tonight from the coin thing. There's lots of little in-jokes, Easter eggs. Like, again, we just talked about the hockey stick one. The hospital, when people talk about that's not Michael Myers, it's said right from the get-go, that's not him. That's not him. Right out of the gate, while they're chasing that little guy as he's running up the stairs. But people are just so frantic that they go after him. But it's said right away. I'm not saying it's perfect by any means, but man, did I enjoy it even more so the second time. And I'm 8.5 out of 10. And I only went on long there because I just wanted to reiterate that I think Dave really backed it up when we spoke about it on the show, because I never really had much of a problem with it. But I agree, Dave. with everything you said. The first time it was in the theater, and you're just trying to absorb everything at first, and I was hyped up, and I think just the second time I was able to enjoy it. Just sit back.
And I saw it. Right, I saw it twice before we did the show too. So,
Yeah.
And you know that in the extended cut, they show the names on the screen of the escaped people. Anyway, it gives more credence to why people could think that was Michael, because the picture on the screen and this is the part that I love the most, because I didn't like the way Lonnie had that situation that night while Michael's walking down the street and he cowers, and all of a sudden, and so because of that, they say he had an encounter with Michael as well and survived. Well, check it out. There is another scene that happened earlier in the night with Lonnie and Michael, and it's shown on the extended cut. So now that makes more sense.
Okay, sweet.
Is it a reenactment? Is it a reenactment of the "Hey, Lonnie, get your ass away"? I'm not kidding.
I don't
Is
think
that
so.
reenacted?
I don't know
because
exactly what it is. Jason Lloyd saw it, and that's what he told me. He goes, "There's another scene that with Lonnie and Michael." I said, "Oh, now it makes sense. Now it makes it even more sense. I'm fine with that." Okay.
And I like the actor they got for Lonnie as an adult. Like I liked
I'm
him.
fine. I'm fine with everybody.
Yeah.
Lonnie dies tonight. I actually like the guy who played Lonnie too, so I agree. All right, what are we at, 6?
6.
My number 6 is another Netflix film. Netflix killed this year. It's a Norwegian-Swedish mashup, and it's called The Trip.
Oh yeah,
I didn't see this one either.
You didn't see?
Rapace.
Yeah, with Noomi Rapace and I forgot the actor's name. He looks like a Norwegian Bill Burr to me, but he does. I don't know why. That's what he looks like to me. But it's about a story. Lars and Lisa, they're a struggling director and actor in a struggling marriage that decide to head to his father's cabin for the weekend, and they both have separate plans of killing each other. And those plans get foiled not only by each other, but by also 3 escaped convicts who are hiding out in that cabin, who just recently escaped. One's a murderer, one's a rapist, and one's a Nazi. And you get the story from each of their point of views, how it ultimately leads to all 5 of them being in the cabin. You get Lars's POV and the story set up. You get Lisa's POV story set up, and you get the 3 convicts, and it's just comedic, action-packed. And man, the second half of this film, once the violence kicks in, is an absolutely brutal, bloody mess.
What the fuck? Not what the fuck. I want to see it, but I'm pissed that I didn't see it now.
I feel bad. I felt like I don't know.
No, you guys probably did, but what happens is I skim the list. Sometimes it gets sent, and I obviously missed this. This and
I
Horror in the
didn't
High
see it
Desert.
either.
Another horror comedy action hybrid. Maybe some might be like, this is more action comedy, but it's certainly bloody and graphic enough to.
It gets there. Yeah.
And that the final spin it takes after our movie comes to its conclusion is hilarious and awesome, and it's just a joy. And I give The Trip an 8.5 out of 10, number 6.
Nice.
Awesome, man. Oh, that's great. I got to see it now. Shit. I think it was too many categories, so I skipped it, because it was like 4 or 5 categories. It was. When I see that, I tend to skip it. I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe
like in the description of what.
It
like
was
drama,
action,
comedy, horror. Oh, yeah,
action,
yeah.
crime, comedy, horror. Same thing with Synchronic, which was like horror, sci-fi, mystery. They had, as long as it had horror in it, I kept it. The only one that actually I never found horror in was All My Friends Are Dead. Found crime drama comedy, which is weird.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, number 6. Also, Last Night in Soho. So me and Watson are twinning.
Twinsies, yeah.
Yes. Yep.
And I've one gone for both of you of my. I didn't know, man.
Oh, yes, this is the first one gone for Dave for me. I think. I had. Yep, last night I was one of my contenders for you.
I only had it for Watson, not Dave. Sorry. Still going strong.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I haven't seen an Edgar Wright movie since Shaun of the Dead, so I don't know if this is par for the course for him. But like I said earlier about 2 directors that I think had the best made films of the year, I said Malignant for one, and I got to tell you, this guy in Last Night in Soho, this was fucking brilliant. The stuff they did, the mirror stuff, is just incredible. The way it looked, the soundtrack, the way everything played in, just there were so many cool tricks used in this movie. It was shot so well. The music blended perfectly. You felt for the characters. The mystery was good. The little reveal at the end is great. There's a little misdirection. The story itself, there really isn't anything to complain about. Maybe it was a little bit too predictable in some ways. Maybe there was a few questions I was looking at saying, well, why not give the cops the actual address instead of just, I don't know, either way. But the ghosts were great looking, I thought. And I really felt for the lead character with the whole thing with her mother and stuff. I thought it was deep stuff. And I felt for her when she first got there with the fish out of water, how excited she was at first, and then the way things played out with the other girls and what she had to go through and get the job. And, I like the reveal with Jack being who, all that stuff with that character.
That's right.
Just a really good movie. There isn't a whole hell of a lot I could see. I could say, but I will say this: you're doing yourself a disservice if you haven't seen it. It's one of the best made movies of the year, and it definitely is horror, especially in the third act when there's fucking ghosts chasing all over the place. And maybe the reveal could be a little bit. That's what I'm saying. That's the only negative at all, and it's a very small negative. I mean, they're taking something that happened figuratively and applying it to something that should be literally, but that's okay with who actually died and all that stuff. It's a little, but it's cool. Everything else, I think it's a fucking fantastic movie. It's my first. She
hooks you from that opening scene when she comes dancing in. Just
yes,
love with
please lock me away.
Yeah, you're either, that's it. Like you're either on board or you're not from that first moment, and I was on board too. I totally agree with you.
Oh, it's awesome. It's my first 9 out of 10 for the night.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Same with mine, I think. Yeah.
We're in the same boat, brother.
Cool. Right. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Watson loves you.
That's
wow.
creepy.
Okay.
Bottom five.
Number 5. All right, let's do it. At number 5, I've got Blood Red Sky, which you can find on Netflix. We did an episode of this on Horror Movie Weekly, and I barely even want to say what the movie's about because it was one that my co-host Susie over there on Horror Movie Weekly said, listen, don't even look at the thumbnail, just hit play and just see how you feel. And I did that, and I didn't know what to expect. Okay, airplane, and wait, now what? This was a great surprise, but it was recommended to us by Jay of the Dead's favorite film professor, who said he felt this movie delivered the goods, and it does. The antagonists in this movie are very scary and nuanced. The action is tense. The gore is plentiful. We get flashbacks here and there, and they're beautiful and insightful. Just we learn about our characters via these trips back in time and why we're in this situation now, I guess we'll say. And I just really liked how it bounced around like this. And best of all, the third act was just so dark and mean-spirited. I was not expecting that. So 9 out of 10, Blood Red Sky at number 5. Check it out on Netflix.
Fun movie.
I enjoyed it. I think I gave it a 7.5, but that was, again, one of those films, unfortunately, just fell victim to watching it so early in the year that when it came down to here, I was like, all right, I'm going to put all the 8s on rewatches. And even though it was a 7.5 and it was right there, it was just like, I don't have time to rewatch 50 films or whatever.
Right.
So, but
fun movie, worst CGI of the year, and that fucking plane in the sky. Ooh, watch that movie and tell me. They might as well have just held like a thing of beep, and it would have been more realistic of a plane on a stick flying through some fucking cotton balls.
Don't think I didn't notice that, but I guess I'm gonna take it off of your possible number 1 here.
But the gore is great. The monsters are great. And again, I know you didn't spoil anything. I'm going to spoil shit for you. But no, but I'm going to keep it brief. But the only other thing is it had a very Star Wars-esque, I love, I grew up with Star Wars, as did most of us or whatever. And I never really thought of how quickly, Luke, Han, Leia, they all meet up. Luke is into the Force. Minute 1. He's in with the Force and all about the Force. And I don't know how I drew this comparison, but that guy wanted to take care of somebody at the end of the movie. I'm like, you've just spent 8 hours with them. You're going to make this life choice of taking on somebody you don't know for the rest of your life? Do you know what I'm saying?
Movies is magic.
I'm trying to be cryptic in the way I describe it, so I
Yeah.
don't spoil it. But I'm like, I was like, oh, they're really trying to put that extra happy moment, I think, at the end. Unless I'm forgetting
Yeah.
something, I thought that it was like one of those. Oh, come on, that's a little hard to swallow.
What is this film?
Well-
Blood Red Dot?
Yeah.
Under a blood red
But
sky.
I'm overanalyzing a movie that is basically a monster mashup full
Yeah,
of blood
it's-
fun.
Yeah. Right. No. It's
You
Yeah,
are a thief of joy.
I feel that might be said for many a year. I've rooted life. My number 5 is a film that I really enjoyed when we reviewed it. It was really early in the year. We had some guest hosts on. It's Saint Maud. Second watch of this film, it shut up even more so for me. I really enjoyed it. Brandon, you mentioned that this almost put you in a coma the second
No,
time. I think that
the second time. Yeah, the second time I was thinking to myself, what did I like about this the first time? I was so bored by it.
oh my god,
same.
Really? I went the other way. I felt that this
Yeah.
was faster paced than what I remembered. I thought the acting was even better. The relationship between the two.
That's true.
I
Yeah.
found the performance. I almost gave her the performance of the year, but I did. She's another close second. I thought there's a lot of close seconds this year.
Yeah,
But
it is.
man, that ending is horrifying, from the interaction she has with her patient to the end sequence. But again, it's about the build to get there. And man, oh man, is there some fantastic imagery here, and it really gets under your skin. But it is a little
It burns the
visually
skin.
paced.
Burns the skin.
It burns. It burns.
Yeah, my buddy Jay of the Dead had a very visceral reaction to this movie because he's a man of faith and what this movie has to say about faith. And he even said, the way it takes that. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it because we'll have the jokes. It peels back that chink in your armor,
Whoa.
and
Say that.
well, my mom's Filipino, so I can say it.
Yeah, you
It peels back the
Nice.
chink in your armor, and
Double
no,
stack.
but it really does. It gets
Yeah.
under there and starts to rot. And when you look at, and there's a scene on a bed at the very end that even on my second viewing, my son didn't like this movie at all, and it's nowhere on my list, but I was not looking forward to that scene. I was like, that was very chilling.
Yeah.
So horror movie, just good stuff right there. Yeah.
Yeah, and the godgasms.
Ah.
Yeah, that's woo.
Anyway, no, it went up for me. It actually went up 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Wow,
Hell yeah.
nice. That's at your number 5?
Number 5, yeah.
Number 5, 9 out of 10. Wow. All right, my number 5 wins my best director, and I felt like I had to give it to him because, like I just mentioned before, we've talked about this film. He did everything on this film, and that's Benny Loves You.
Yay!
Fucking
there's another
what?
one gone.
Yeah, I mean, just horror comedy gold. You know me. Like, I know people just generally hate horror comedy, and I'm the one person that I love it. I can go a whole year watching nothing but horror comedy, and this is just a perfect blend of
Same.
both.
Yeah.
Perfect blend.
It
I
is.
don't quite give it a perfect score, just not there yet, but it's a solid 9 out of 10 for me.
Oh, cool.
Don't
Awesome,
lose
man.
that childhood innocence.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Okay, my number 5 is another movie that's at least half found footage. And I gotta tell you, the ride this movie took me on, I almost didn't want to watch it a second time, but I had to, just to make sure it was on this list. But this is a movie, if you know me, you know why this movie speaks to me, and it's The Deep House. It's the fucking ride it took me on.
Wow.
Man, dude, I know we talked about it briefly at one point, and I understand what Christian was saying, but to me, that's one of the things I love about it. That it's kind of it's a movie of originality, and not just that. It's creeping. It's not only are they fighting against, they got to get back in time before they fucking drown, before they run out of air, much like 47 meters down, and I loved the hell out of that movie. But the creepy shit that's going on in this fucking sunken house it's just so crazy. I mean, the story might not be the best, deepest story, but that's not what this movie is about. This movie is about these influencers that come down, and for once, they're not annoying. Usually, when you have YouTube people and everything else in movies portrayed in horror movies and influencers of any type, they're usually annoying. These people are fucking fine. I mean, yeah, he wants to get his views and shit, but I think they're likable enough characters. They come down, to that secret spot in France, and they're gonna go, and it's a sunken place. The guy takes them there, check it out, and I think where the story goes and where it ends up is really cool. And like I said, there's some creepy shit. I don't even know how they filmed some of it. Some of the shots of the stuff going underwater, there's such good fucking shots done in this movie on a technical level, and like 80% of this movie's filmed underwater, but I mean. The idea of those corpses fucking slowly coming at you in the fucking water that way. Oh, dude, what creepy visuals.
That
I
was
never
cool.
even. Right. This movie just had me like on the edge of my seat the whole time, because I'm like, well, eventually they're gonna run out of air, and that's all. That's a thing with me. If you know me, I'm like, man, what's gonna happen with the air? What are they gonna do? This and that, and then what? Then one discovery after another. Then the two bodies that are hanging there, and what happens? And then they come around, and then oh man, and then when it really gets crazy in the third act, and all of a sudden one character turns into a whole different way, and it's possessed, so to speak, and he's trying to say, okay, this is what we're going to do, and you got to stay here and don't worry about it. Man, I enjoyed it so much that towards the end of the movie, something is going on, and I'm watching it, and I'm saying, and this, I don't usually say this, but I enjoyed the movie so much that at the time I was like, you know what? If this person makes it here, I'm okay with that they escape it. Okay, I was actually pulling for someone to escape where I ordinarily don't in a situation like that. And I'm like, do it. And then I'm like, well, let's see what happens, and let's see which way this goes. And it got to the point that no matter how it ended, I was going to be thrilled. And then it ended a certain way, and it was a Dave Z ending. And I was like, fucking awesome. Bravo. I was sucked in. I cared about the characters. And that's why it impacted me the way it did. And again, I'm terrified about fucking drowning and going down there and having to get back on time. That's just a very scary thought to me. So I won't say anything else. I went on quite long enough, but I thought the Deep House was fucking great.
I'm glad this is on a list, because to take two ideas that have been done a million times and combine them in what we've never seen before, it was so brilliant. Double threat in terms of being terrified of a haunted house with really good ghosts and being underwater with, a limited supply of oxygen, and the opening scene in the bathtub foreshadowing what's going to happen.
Yes,
she lies about the time. She lies about it. And it's like, and you're still, she lies. She's like, yeah, did you make 3 minutes? Yeah, I did. So it was like 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Right.
But man, super effective film. Just missed out on my list as well. But they had two good films this year. Candice, I enjoyed as well.
Yes, I like them both.
I did too.
Yep.
Definitely. But it's a 9 out of 10. I fucking love it.
Sweet, Dave.
Nice.
Awesome.
I'm happy to hear this one. I wasn't expecting that. Cool. It barely missed my list too, at like an 8 or something. So nice. Number 4 for me. I'm coming in with A Quiet Place Part 2.
Awesome.
Wow.
I enjoyed the hell out of the world of these two movies. Like the first film gave us, a picture of the Abbott family's fight to maintain their home in a fallen world. But here in the second film that, we're coming right off the events of the first movie, and we zoom out to look at, the things in a larger perspective, how other communities are faring. And we get Cillian Murphy. It's Cillian Murphy, right? Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, he steps in to come alongside our struggling family so that way they can see what lies beyond their normal boundaries. And he's an amazing leading man, as we already know. And like the first movie was filled with some of the best tension I've seen in years. And I got to say, Krasinski does it again, because here in the second film, we get some of the best tension laden set pieces of the year. Like my son and I, watched this at home because I blanked out when it was in theaters. But even in our living room, man, we were dead quiet as the story played out. And it was a success. I can't wait to see where this goes. Brandon, I think you'd mentioned that there was talk of other projects related to this. So I can't see where that goes. I'm pumped about it. So yeah, Quiet Place Part 2 at number 4.
Awesome.
Nice,
Great
man.
pick.
9 out of 10. Yeah.
My number 4 is The Night House.
Hey.
Nice.
Shit.
Yeah,
Wait, I have this. Nope. Okay.
we've spoken about it already. You guys had it way further down on the list than I was expecting to see it. I thought this was going to be a surefire contender for all four of us to have in our top tens, to be honest. It's interesting that it's not, and that's fine. Again, another movie that kind of sets up, I think it's just playing with conventions or expectations, and the fact that I was expecting a traditional, okay, her husband's coming back to haunt her, or she thinks it's her husband, and it's an evil entity, here we go again, and boy, is it going a totally fucking different direction. Yeah. And I really appreciate it for what it does. And we've talked about the negative space and the use of that and the way that you'll just see the shadowed images in certain sequences or certain shots, excuse me. And sometimes they focus on it or you'll see it shift. And other times I don't think you do, but it's there. And it just leaves you with that feeling. Absolutely fantastic film. I mean, this guy is off to a great start based on the fact that he did The Ritual. Not a great start because he's had The Ritual, which I think we all loved. And correct? I'm not speaking out loud. I think all four of us liked that movie, as well as he did the VHS segment, right? And am I confusing shit?
And
VHS and Southbound. Yeah, as well.
Oh, that's
so great. Like, this is like a guy that we don't really talk about a lot. I actually think it was Jamie and Brian that said, you know what, we're not really, now he's starting to get this track record. I mean, Flanagan has a track record. You can't deny it. So that's why a lot of people talk about him. But I think we're going to hear this guy's name based on this track record now. Just like that. 9 out of 10. Must see. And it will... I think it will be much different than your expectations.
Why do I feel like nobody's giving out awards? Why do I feel like the only person giving out awards?
Oh, I'm sorry. Best Actress goes to Rebecca Hall.
Okay.
I knew somebody would give it to her. That's
Rebecca Hall deserves it. Rebecca Hall, you did call it earlier, Dave. I think you said you were going to do something else because although you liked her, that was it. But yeah, again, Best Director could easily be, like I said, any of my top 5. No question.
Right? Yeah. Dude, see, once again, man, this. I wish I'd gotten in a second viewing of this. This and A Classic Horror Story should be in the top 21. I can't believe myself.
Yeah, messed up.
I did, but didn't get those second watches, So,
man, I only have one movie left for each of you, and one is a fucking complete guess on Watson. I just have a feeling it'd be something that if he. And only because I watched a review today of someone else, I'm like, oh, so this is what was going on in this movie. I go, well, that's something that he would have picked up on. I didn't, but I was like, if he saw that, he's gonna love it. Then
I'm out on Watson.
I have one left for C and Watson, 2 left for Dave. But honestly, you might have mentioned these films already because I'm getting very tired. So
I'm getting confused too. I thought I have 2 for Dave too, but I might only have 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Too. But Watson is out.
We're to number 4. Okay, my number 4 has been mentioned before. It wins Best Actor for Dave Davis as Yakov. It's The Vigil.
That is number 1 for you.
So did I. Brian's out too.
Sorry. Yeah, my number 4 film.
Still have 1 for you.
Man, just a really great story about a young man who leaves the Orthodox community. Is having a crisis of faith. You learn more about what happened to him and his family. Sitting vigil as a shomer for the Litvak family, for Mr. Litvak, who was basically possessed by a Masik, a demon that attaches itself to a broken soul, back during the Holocaust, and it basically stayed with him his whole life. And it's Yakov's fight to defeat the Masik, not only so that he's not possessed by it, but so that he could free Mr. Litvak's soul. And it's really, really heart-wrenching and touching, especially the scene where Mrs. Litvak talks about how she drove away her children because their house wasn't a home for them, because her husband was never able to be a father because he was so broken from the things he had to do during the Holocaust. Jeez. And really a fantastic film. 9 out of 10, The Vigil.
Yeah, and it's shocking because Yakov Smirnoff you would not expect that level of intensity from him.
Yeah, and he was drinking Smirnoff Ices the whole time. Yakov Smirnoff Ices.
It was totally unorthodox, actually, the whole thing.
What a country, America. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, my number 4 is another foreign movie, and it's called The Maid. The Maid.
Oh wow.
I have not
Hi.
even heard of this one.
Good. Film.
Oh man, so cool, so unconventional where it goes. It starts off one way where you see this maid show up at this house, and there's a little bit of turnover because somebody's seeing some scary images in the house, and there's a little girl there, and the maid is also seeing it, and it's involving a toy monkey, and she gets spooked out and has to leave, and then next thing you know, another maid comes in. And then she comes in and she sees things too, but she's told just to do your job and, stay out of other people's business, do what you got to do. And then it turns into something completely different. Where the plot goes, it's not very – I don't think it's something that can easily be telegraphed, and there's some solid reveals, and it goes someplace that I don't think is so typical. Then it goes another place in the third act. And I don't want to say too much about it. All I'm going to say is I don't think anybody listening would watch this movie and not like it if they haven't seen it. You can see it on Prime. It's man, there's some social commentary in there as well, but done the right way. What country is it from? I have a story about the director too. This is actually kind of cool. The Maid, 2020 on this, and the country is. Oh, it's from Thailand. So now we're watching the movie, and some of the music comes on at one point in the movie and then one point at the end credits. And my wife tells me, she's like, that sounds just like the music from American Horror Story. She even cites the season. She's like, season 4 when the twins are riding in the car coming up. And I said, no, it's similar, but it's not it. She goes, I'm telling you. Like I said, no, I'm telling you. It's not the same music. Right?
Where's my popcorn?
So listen to what she does. She looks up the fucking director on Facebook, and she sends him a message. Hello, Mr. Tongcam. My name is Irene Zendano, and I just watched the film The Maid. I absolutely love this movie. I'm having a debate with my husband about the song at the end. It sounds similar to American Horror Story. Am I right? I hope that you read this, and thank you. He got right back to her like 6 hours later, and this is like, what do you call it? The 20 fucking, right during the holidays. And he says, hi, Irene. Thank you so much for watching our film. The sound is actually originally scored by our Italian composer here in Thailand, but I see the resemblance. And then he says, she says, hi, thank you for taking your time out. And he says, enjoy your holidays. And so I just thought it was so nice that he got back.
You were almost off the show. I thought she was going to write. We were like, bring her on. But you were still right.
Not going to fucking outdo me on American Horror Story.
Get back in the kitchen, you wrench.
But yeah, it's a really good story, and it goes someplace completely different. Like I said, in the climax of the film, and it becomes a revenge tale. And when you start piecing it together, they give you little pebbles, little clues as to what's going on here. But the more you learn, and then where it goes, is just a fucking. It turns itself from one type of movie. You think it's going one way, right to another. And I've heard some people complain saying that the monkey thing actually doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of things, but they're wrong. The monkey actually does make sense. And if anybody watches it and wants to know, I can tell them. But the toy monkey and the way it starts, supernatural, and the way the movie leads, there's ghosts, there's other things going on, but then it turns to almost a slasher in a way. It gets fucking crazy. Yeah. But it's a lot of fun. Yeah. 9 out of 10. It's a great film. Check it out.
I added to the list to watch. Awesome.
I love it. Yeah.
Where can you find this?
It's on Prime.
Yeah, it's on Prime. Okay. It was on Tubi also.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Awesome. I will check that out.
Cool.
Okay, number 3 for me, I've got the most hated movie of the year in Halloween Kills. No horror movie this year was as divisive as this one. All the vitriol I saw on Twitter and even on this podcast. There was also an outpouring of love for it as well. And I was one of those people who fell in that camp. As much as, B and I would say we're not really franchise guys. I'm with you on that, man. And when it comes to this franchise, I'm not huge on it. Like, my favorites are the OG Rob Zombie's 2 and David Gordon Green's 2 so far. So I don't know what that says about, about me, but nice. I have my issues with certain parts of the dialogue, like we said earlier, and certain narrative decisions, but I got what I wanted and more out of this movie. And like C said, I think my expectations, just I didn't. It was zen. It was just chilling when I walked in there, and the good, just like I said to Dave, it just outweighs the bad. You know, the net positivity just overshadowed by a ton any negativity I had about it, and anyways, I really appreciate the way the script leans into Michael's supernatural side, because there was a flaw in 2018, which I also loved. It's like, oh, well, Michael's legend is a bit unearned, you know, except to us who know who he is. But this second movie is like going, okay, well, we are going to make a fucking legend out of this guy. And man, my goodness. So anyway, I had no problem viewing it for what it was, the second act of a trilogy. You know, there's no resolution to be found here. That's the third film. And I knew that. So this is The Empire Strikes Back. I think I said that on Horror Movie Weekly. That's what we're getting. And I was fine with that. I know some people were bothered by that. And I could feel that. I could put myself in that headspace and be like, God, how annoying would that be? But I was cool with it. So anyways, as slashers go, check the boxes for me. Michael's like the scariest and most badass and evil he's maybe ever been. Loved it. Halloween Kills at number 3. 9 out of 10. No, 8 out of 5. 8.5, nice. And I know now why is there were some 9s before. It's because I think this movie has potential to, like Dave said, it'll stand the test of time. It has potential to maybe go up, and I think it's the one I'm probably going to rewatch the most. So that's got to count for something. So yeah.
This is my 2015 all over. Number 5, a 9 out of 10. Number 4, a 7 out of 10. Number 3, a 10 out of 10. Number 2, a 6 out of 10.
Drives Dave and I crazy.
I don't know what happened that year.
That was nuts, dude.
My number 3. My God, do I love this movie. My number 3 is Last Night in Soho.
Fuck.
Beautifully filmed.
I'm out.
If there was split screen in this, I'd say it's even a love note to De Palma, which it still could be, on top of all the other love notes that are sprinkled through this movie, from the references to Giallos, and I think like the one bar is called Inferno, and there's a lot of other things as well that we don't have time to get into here. The first view, I was on board, and then I started seeing the Ghost guys that Dave said he liked, and I wasn't sure. And I'm like, oh, fuck, they're fucking it up. No, please don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up. And I thought they fucked it up. But then the ending reveal, I was like, wow, this is fucking great still.
Like, they didn't fuck it up.
Yeah, they didn't. It's just me and my hang up. And then I rewatched it, and I didn't have a problem with it the second time. So, again, the horror comes a little later in this film. Third act, near the climax. But the build, the whole reason, her interest, I thought they did a great job, as Dave mentioned earlier, with the mirrors, the dancing scene when they're swinging one around and the girl keeps changing back. It's just so well orchestrated. I would love to give this Best Director. And it could have easily had Best Director, but I give it Best Score. And there's so much more I could give it to it, but I'm going to save some of the other awards. So Best Score goes to Last Night in Soho, 9.5 out of 10.
Nice. I'm officially awesome. Eliminated from C's guesses, but even if you gave me 5 more guesses, I have no idea. Like, I couldn't even guess because I don't even remember every movie.
Oh, it's so obvious now. It's so obvious. I told you fucking weeks ago it's obvious now.
Okay.
Of course it is.
It's obvious? Really?
Way obvious. We fucking argued about it for 15 minutes. Of course he's blowing it. Please. Fucking Frenchie over here. Get out of here. It's so obvious.
So that was my obvious choice for Watson. That's why I'm still alive with him, but not for C, even though he was there, because Watson was overpowering that talk. But yeah, you're right now thinking about it, because I brought that movie up, and these two fucking started jumping down Dave's throat over.
Hey.
Well, no, I brought it on myself. I had questions. I had issues.
I have it for C as well, but only because it was going to be a joke, like the French extremists. You guys used to call him that a long time ago. I had no idea how he'd feel about it. Guess we'll see.
Well, so we're at number 3. Okay, my number 3 is also Last Night in Soho.
Yeah.
Yeah. So twin thing. Yeah.
Twinsies.
I only got this. It was close. Like I said, any of these top 5s, even 6 films, like it could very easily switch. But One time watch, absolutely loved it. It felt almost like a horror musical, and you know me and musicals, because the music was such a strong part of the film, the set pieces and everything. And one of the major complaints that I read about this film is the idea of the ghost, specifically one certain character, which isn't really a ghost. But I thought they did a good job of exploring the idea that ghosts don't necessarily have to be the souls of people who are dead, but maybe the souls of people we wanted to be that have died. And that's what they really went for and hammered home here. And it was really well done. And Watson, you made a comment earlier on, and it's exactly what I would say. I love Anya Taylor-Joy, but Thomasin McKenzie stole the show and won Best Actress for me.
Oh,
nice.
Stole it. She was
right there too.
She was a delight from opening scene throughout the entire film. I loved her. She was adorable and terrific in it. And
dude.
Yeah.
I love how she talks.
Yeah.
You love that? Yes. Listen to this shit. I heard somebody else talking about it on a podcast before I watched the movie, so I had to fucking put it out of my mind because they kept saying that. I don't know why she talks like a little girl, like a little 8-year-old. But the thing is, people were complaining about it, so when I went to watch it, I noticed it right away, and I said, don't do this. It's going to ruin the movie. So I put it out of my head, and I didn't notice it anymore. But
oh, God. I even watched an Instagram video where she's talking about, trying to get people to give to, like, a certain charity, and it's just adorable. I'm just like, this girl, I just want to squeeze her cheeks and punch her. I mean, not the what? Huh?
She was an old as well, Dave.
Yeah.
She's what? How old?
She's in old. She was the daughter. She was the daughter as she got older.
Yeah, for a short time.
For a short time. How old? To catch a predator old.
Yeah, why don't you take
early 20s, damn it.
So I think, I believe this is the first movie to show up on all 4 of our lists.
Did Benny?
Oh, wait.
Oh, wow.
Yep, Benny did.
So Benny has, Soho has. Anything else?
Huh.
I don't think fucking anything. How about that?
Vicious Fun did 3. I think Vicious Fun was on 3, but not on Dave's.
What about
Yeah.
Night House?
Okay.
What about Night House?
Oh yeah, what about Night House? Has it been on everybody's?
It missed mine. It was
missed
number
his.
23.
So that's it, dude. 2 fucking movies. What a year! I'm telling you.
That's awesome. And Soho, 9 out of 10. I have a feeling this is going to even go up. And
yeah.
But yeah.
Well,
what a fantastic film. What a fantastic film. Sorry,
But
I
have a dark horse. It doesn't count because you only allowed 3. I'm just gonna say the movie with the longest title of the year. I have a feeling you'd love that movie, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But because it's so mean-spirited and everything else, not mean-spirited, but because of the way it ends. I don't know. We'll get to it. Anyway, my number 3.
Longest title. Wow, I don't even know what that is.
You know it then it's not that I'm wrong again. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Then I'm out.
So
too.
number 3. We discussed this on episode 134, and it has been mentioned before, and I have a new appreciation for it because I have a different fucking way of looking at it, which doesn't happen a lot, but it happened this last few. And it's Saint Maud.
Ah, damn it.
Damn it. Yeah. That is your, that was one. I still have one for you, Dave, but
I think
you got me on that.
How do I have 2 for Dave? That doesn't make sense.
I don't know. It's good on you. You're going to get me there.
I'm glad though, man. Awesome.
Oh, it's great. Great performance, great direction. I'm very interested in the story start to finish. We talked about it on that show. I talked about it on Summer Series. I'm a big fan of the movie. I think it's great. Now, check this. This is what happened to me. And last time I watched this movie, I have a different take on it. And now I think that it is only evil and only fucking supernatural. And this is my new take on it.
What?
Okay. Check it.
Really?
Yeah. So she's praying, and let me tell you why. Because there's 2 scenes in particular. The one scene where she actually levitates and is up in the fucking air in her apartment, just levitating, doing her thing. And then later on when she's actually speaking to this fucking god of hers and is speaking back to her in a fucking different language that nobody can understand and she can communicate with it. I think in the past I was saying what most people are saying, and it's mental illness because of the way, and it is mental illness. However, I believe that she is dealing with the devil itself. And because when she gets into the situation at the hospital, whatever happened in the past, and she sees that little bug walking on the ceiling, that's saying something. I think that she reached out to find something anything like God, but instead of it being God, it was Satan, who, in the ultimate fucking twist of fate, masquerade as God. So she thinks she's dealing directly with God, yet he's just fucking with her because he wants her soul, and ultimately that's what happens. That's
Dude.
my take on the film now.
Wow.
That is wild.
Yeah. It's just
Dave, you do this sometimes, man. You do this.
Yeah. Sometimes I
I
do.
can't disagree with that because it works. I mean, I've gone with the mental
Same.
illness
Yeah.
and
But way to go.
whatever. But I like the fact that this is like a valid course.
I like Dave's
And
takes
that's why
better.
that thing happened with that girl. That's what I'm saying. That's why. So Satan, because remember, when you watch the movie and all that shit does happen, when she finally goes back to the woman's house and she's in the bed with her and she says, I don't want that shit and this and that, and she tried to make up to her. You think you're the most loneliest girl I ever met. But she does get thrown across the room by whatever this fucking thing is. Then she goes back and sees that fucking she already killed her, which I do believe happened. I believe physically that's what happened in their room. But we do see her physically get thrown across the room by something. I don't think A, she can make herself levitate. As she's asleep. I don't think B, she could throw herself across the room that way. And C, when she's talking to that thing that's talking back in that evil fucking voice, that was enough shit to me to construct that fucking theory. That, you know what? This is Satan. He wants her soul. He's fucking with her, pretending to be God that she's looking for. But that's how the devil works. And I believe that the statement could be sometimes Satan works as fucking as God, as masquerading, but actually you're going to do these terrible things. You think you're praying to God. It's really me in there fucking with you, making you think that fucking God's answering your prayers. It's really me. I want your soul, and I'm going to get that shit. And he does.
I believe that was the tagline on the cover.
You're gonna get that shit.
No, Dave, I gotta say, you delivered on the subtext
Poo-poo.
there. You delivered on the subtext there. That is, dang it, I didn't want to watch this fucking movie again. No,
I think you'll like it more.
You know what? Jeez, Dave.
Fuck. Yeah, Watson, I feel the same. Now I feel like I have to go for a third view. At least it's on Hulu, so I could just throw it on. But
Yeah, I have it
It's
on my
on,
Plex, so.
Okay.
On Netflix too.
Oh, it is? Okay, cool.
Or on
Not,
Canadian
not,
Netflix
not,
anyway.
yeah, not
I
here.
got a VPN. I
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
can do that.
And as we mentioned earlier in the year, B. Arthur is great in this as Maud.
No, it was
Yeah.
Harold and Saint Maud.
Harold and Maud, yeah.
Harold and Saint Maud.
Cat Stevens did the soundtrack.
And if you want
But I
to
love
bug
it,
out,
honestly.
bug out.
I love
Cool.
it. 9 out of 10.
Oh, man.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Fucking
Okay,
A.
so I'm out. I still have one for Dave, one for B,
You
two
got
for
one for
C
Dave?
still. Two for C. So
I can't remember.
so you guys, I don't want to prolong this, but before I recorded with you
Don't.
guys today, I know, then don't, right? So my list is public knowledge, out my top 10 because we did the episode of Horror Movie Weekly. Now I switched my 1 and 2 at the last second on that show, and I almost wanted to come on this show to switch it, just first of all so there would be some different content, but also because it might be the honest thing to do. And I'm kind of at a crossroads. I don't want to invalidate that awesome episode we had on Horror Movie Weekly, but it felt true in the moment then to do what I did. And so now here I am looking at my 1 and 2, and I kind of want to switch them again.
But
Do you do it?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Okay. So you, C says switch them.
Yeah, I say switch it too.
Dave, what do you think? Should I switch them?
Do your style, man. Just like fucking Mr. Miyagi told Daniel. Didn't you see fucking Cobra Kai? You got to
No,
do
I
your
haven't.
style.
Okay.
Well, do your style, man.
Well, so
Eagle Fang it.
I don't. You know what? For the, we're gonna switch it, and this actually might work better, given my standing on the show.
Yeah, people will think you're Stu Watson now. Be like, oh, it's a different list. It must be Stu Watson.
Yes, Stu Watson. Heck yeah, that guy's great. Okay, I'm switching them. So Horror Movie Weekly is gonna have a different 1 and 2, and so here's the original number 2 I had that I'm now making number 2 on this episode. Psycho Gorman.
Good.
Yes.
Thank goodness you changed.
Yeah,
You know-
thank
you know
God,
what?
man.
No, you know what? No, like, I don't think I had more fun. 2 times I've watched this, I haven't had more fun watching a single movie all year. This was hands down by far. My son and I were busting up. This is just same actually with Benny Loves You. I had for everything that I love about that movie is compounded here. And again, there's nothing lofty I can say about it. There's nothing to explore here that's great or fascinating in terms of, big themes and thematic thises and that's. No, it's just I had so much fun laughing with my son on the couch watching this movie. I don't think I had this much joy watching a movie all year. And you know what? I think at the end of the day, when you can have that positive of an experience and just laugh your ass off and just be like, oh my God, like, with your son and you're chilling. That was why it was number one when I switched it last minute on Horror Movie Weekly, because this was the most net. I've said it a few times already on the show. Net positivity was through the roof on this one. And then when we watched it again, same. And I wasn't even annoyed by the girl the second time around. Like C said, suddenly I warmed up to her. I was like, oh, you were a fucking bitch in the first time I watched it. Now I'm like, I understand what to expect. And it made sense. I have no complaints with this movie. None. This is a 9.5 for me. And I don't even know why I'm not even saying 10. It is a perfect horror comedy and listen, I know it's stupid. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to defend it. I know this is some dumbass fuckery.
But it's well written stupid.
Yes, and the jokes.
I don't say if you don't agree with that, but I do think it's well written stupid.
I do. I fully
it's
do.
Not Greasy Strangler.
No. I think the Greasy Strangler, even though I loved it, was something like a 7 for me or something like that. This is, I'm so tempted to say, to pull a B and say this is a 10. And so I think I will. But still, it's my number 2. And I stand by this as just a movie that if you want to know how psychotic my humor can be, if you were like, okay, write a script, you and your son get together and write a wacky script, it's going to look a lot like this. And then some people might go, dude, that was some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I'll just go, yeah, I know. Sorry. So there you go. Psycho Goreman at number 2 was originally my number 1 on Horror Movie Weekly because I had the most positive experience with it. But I think the number 1 I'm going to present here, it is the best movie I saw. So yeah, there we go.
And the Watsy show almost ended.
Yeah, I know. Dave was ready.
I did not switch over.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I love when she opens up he cooks the fucking chicken in the microwave and she opens it up and it's just disgusting. What did you do? I cooked my family a healthy, nutritious meal.
The dad was so great. You're saying I'm lazy? Yeah, it was so good.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Dave, I don't know if I'm as low as you are. I was like a 7 out of 10, but kind of makes me want to go back and revisit it.
I don't know. It just reflected.
I'm tired of hearing about it, so I'm tired.
See, and again, this is one of those things. We just watched it. Like, I don't hear. I'm not reacting to anybody else's feelings about it. I don't know if anybody else liked this movie. Maybe they did. Dave, maybe you'll tell me. Oh, dude, this is like the number 1, the obvious. Dude, to me, it was just the comedy. I thought most people would hate. I liked it. Didn't really hear much about it, except for you guys. And I don't know, ranked this high for me. So
it's on lists. I've been
please
seeing
tell me.
Is it making lists? Well, I'm glad.
Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely making lists. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Anyways, C, take it away, buddy.
All right. My number 2, which I've been pronouncing as Titane all year, it's Titane, and that's my number 2 the year. And
Good. I still have one for you.
Love this movie. Loved it both times. I give the Best Actor award to Vincent
Langdon.
Vincent Landon, is that his name?
Linden.
Vincent Linden, the father in that. Great. I almost gave her director. I had her as the director, but then I said, I can't. I got to give it to my number 1 movie of the year. So that's to be announced. But this is possibly my biggest surprise too, because I didn't realize I was going to enjoy it to this extent. I didn't even know this was the director of Raw at the beginning. I found that out after I watched the movie and researched who directed this. I'm like, holy shit. That kind of explains maybe my enjoyment of why it was so high. The first time I watched it, I was blown away. I actually was in tears at the end. I don't know why I got in tears at the end with the baby. Wow. I rewatched it again a couple nights ago just to see if it was. I wanted to rewatch it with my wife, but she was busy, and I just said I don't want to. I just need to watch it. So I rewatched it again. I was in tears at the end again. I don't know what happens. It just hits me. The final scene where he's holding the. I guess I can't spoil anything. Shit.
What happens?
I'm here.
Show.
He says I'm here, and whatever. And I was like, fuck, like Jesus, this just got me again. I love the movie. Well directed. I love the lighting in it. I love I love her performance as well. She almost got it as Best Actress as well. But it's just difficult for me when it isn't a foreign language. But something about the father and his performance and his eyes, and he's like a strong guy, but he wears the emotion on his face. He had me, man. I just thought it was so great. I know we talked about it ad nauseum earlier, but yeah, it was a fantastic film. 9.5 out of 10.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Wow. So wait, was he taking steroids? Was that the shots he was taking?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why was it making him pass out though? That's what I don't get. Something else I forgot to mention earlier. First, she found him passed out.
That was a little bit weird because he said
it was affecting his heart. It was affecting his heart because
Oh.
even when he was doing the pull-ups, he was passing out. It was sort of playing with the idea of getting older and
He said he was getting old. Yeah.
body themes. You know, it was affecting his body.
Okay.
She's trying
That's
to mask her body. He's trying to mask his body.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on. Cool. You guys just both made me so happy. I mean, it's not over yet, but I'm glad your number twos are your number twos and not your number
Yeah, I
one.
knew, Dave. I was.
It's not over yet, but I'm pretty happy with that.
All right, I'm not switching them. I said I might switch them. I'm not switching them. I hope this doesn't make you guys angry with my number one because my number two was my number one for a long time, but when I made my final list, it fell to number two. It's the only film this year that I rented. I rented it on Prime. I watched it, and the very next night I watched it again. I mean, I do rewatches. I've rewatched this film 3 times. I actually bought it off Prime because it was cheap. It was $5 to buy. So I've watched it 3 times now, but watched it twice in 2 days, which usually you don't do. But it had such an effect on me. And I know it was brought up once, and it's Broadcast Signal Intrusion.
Wow.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, it was my number. It was my number one for a long time, and I thought I might have given it away earlier on because I mentioned to Dave at one point that, man, I rented a film, I rewatched it, and man, this might be my number one. I've never done this before, and I felt like he might have gone on my letterbox and seen what I recently watched and been able to narrow it down.
I didn't. No.
No, you didn't. But yeah, and man, what a rabbit hole this film takes you down, and it's so interesting that James, our lead character, who's looking for meanings in these broadcast intrusions, how they relate to missing women, one of them being his wife, and the third intrusion happening a day after his wife went missing, and not being able to deal with the grief or the fact that he doesn't know what happened to her, but he really needs to accept the fact that she's gone, but he can't, and he spirals out of control into this rabbit hole of just conspiracy theories, and the deeper he goes, the more lost he gets, and he's aided by the girl who I know you talked about kind of disappears, and there is a lot left to interpretation because her name is Alice, so I immediately thought of Alice in Wonderland, him going down the rabbit hole, like if any of this even existed, but
Interesting.
there's even a part in the film where they first meet where she talks about like some of her past and her past mistakes being a guy named Brad, and then they meet a guy like a little bit later and his name's Brad. I'm like, is this all a conspiracy against him? I'm like, what is going on here? But ultimately, just iconic, creepy imagery. Just those machines with the rubber masks, just horrifying, and the showdown with the guy at the house at the end. The way he changes his tone of voice, I really kind of don't know what to make of it. But he was like a simp at one point, and then he was like pure evil at one point. He was like, "No, don't hurt me. I don't want to die. What do you want from me?" I was like, what the fuck is going on here? It's such a mind trip, but it was just such a fantastic experience. And 3 times now I've watched it. I don't think I have a full handle on it, but I enjoy it just as much each time I watch it. And it's, it's a 9 out of 10 for me.
Sweet.
You know what? It's a 9.5 out of 10 for me.
Wow, look at you guys. People are going up and up and up.
Yeah, I'm going
Buddy.
up. Fuck it. 9.5 out of 10. Watch it 3
Wow.
times. In the last
Awesome, man.
2 months, yeah.
No, that is awesome. Cool.
I have no clue what Dave's 2 and 1 are now.
Do you have
thought
live actions for me or no?
I have one more left, I think.
I have 2.
But I'm getting confused of whether or not it's been said or not. So
Yeah, I have 2, and I kind of want to say them because I want to see if I'm right.
well, you announce your number 2, and then we'll go
I've
from
been
there.
transparent though. Okay. All right.
Let's see.
Number two. Nobody has mentioned this movie at all
I
tonight.
thought he said nobody sleeps in the woods.
No, nobody's mentioned it.
Nope.
Then I
Nobody
definitely-
has mentioned this number 2 at all tonight. I watched it once, had a great experience with it. This was the other one that I almost was afraid to watch a second time because I thought it might come down because of the experience it gave me. I was like, I don't know if I can have that same experience because I was really on edge. And then where it took you in the third act, I was like, wow, I was really loving it. And it's one of those movies that takes place in one location.
Oh, I know what it
Most
is.
part. What is it?
We need to do something.
Yes, we need to do something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wow.
Interesting.
I would not have thought, buddy.
Oh, dude, I loved it. It was, to me, this is a believable
Scare is
family.
great. Yeah.
A believable family in an unbelievable situation.
Yeah.
That's what I could say to sum up this movie. And when the intruder slips in that one time, and then later on gets Ozzied, and
Yeah,
all
that was
the
cool.
drama, dude. The drama of that and what's going on is fucking was just like so much to me. And then we're peeling the fucking layers back slowly as to what's going on here. And you know how I feel about certain antagonists and what I believe they were hinting at and where it went and just these two little things. That's what I love. Evil being present. Just fucking for some small thing. You don't think it's some big deal. Something that two fucking high school girls do to cast some fucking spell. And let's see what's going to happen. And it leads to all this shit. And we don't even know what the fuck is out there. And I love that. And then where it goes in the third act, in the climax when things come out and you see shit and oh man, I was just so on board and engaged the entire time, and I cared for the family. They were a believable family. There was some sad moments. It just really took me in. And Pat Healy, that's my fucking actor of the year. It didn't even take me a second. I thought his performance in this, that is to me a believable person in a real stressed out situation, and how he acts the way I wish I could act in a situation like that, but wouldn't, because that's the kind of way I feel. The rage that he gets, like, and he fucking starts smashing. I'm a fucking bitch. Rah, rah, rah. That's how I am inside my head a lot of times when I'm angry, but I never let it out. 10, 15 years ago, I would have. You know what I mean? But now that's not who I am now. But I mean, it's like, I just thought he was great. The story was great. What's going on between the husband and wife, the relationship with all them and the kids. Like Pat Healy, I don't think he's an abusive father or anything like that. But I just think he's the guy that's on the edge. And I mean, he flips out that one time trying to push his son through the thing and what's going on. But the dialogue between these characters.
Its head won't fit through or whatever,
Yes.
or the body or whatever.
It's just damn believable dialogue. It's like a couple that has issues happening on. I love when characters to me seem believable, where when I see the dialogue, I'm like, this is what human beings are really like. They're not perfect. This type of shit happens. Everybody makes mistakes. And then you see the woman is having the affair and what's going on. But the way they all carry on and the threat that's outside and being trapped in a situation like that, it all works for me. It just took me on a ride, and I loved it. And of course, the callback with the fucking dog's tongue was great. That whole situation, oh God, dude, that was one of the scares of the year, in my opinion.
That was
when
good.
the thing comes to the door and what happens.
Oh my god, I nearly shit myself.
Oh,
Hair on my neck,
right?
my neck stood up. Yeah, no, that was bone chilling.
Man.
Agreed.
But I really, I was just engaged start to finish. I thought it was very believable characters and facing a crazy experience. And again, where it ultimately goes, and they had reason to act the way they were and to be afraid. And it was heart wrenching at the same time. Anyway, I just love the movie. Apparently it's just a movie that spoke to me and me only, but it's a 9 out of 10. I love it.
Nice.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, Dave. It's funny
Here
because
we are.
I
funny,
wouldn't have thought it. Here we
I
are.
still have 2 movies left on Dave's list, but he only has 1 left. So either one didn't make his list or I missed
So
it.
everybody saw this movie, right?
Yeah.
It was on my list
Okay.
for a long time. I still give it an 8 out of 10, but
Wow.
I wanted a little bit more background, especially with the daughter and the friend. I wanted a little bit more backstory.
That's what I liked. I liked the simplicity of it. They
Yeah.
did a thing. You just think they're stupid freaking girls
Yeah.
getting something online, doing some fucking spell. But actuality, evil can be summoned that easy in this world sometimes, and it doesn't have to be. Sometimes I love the simplicity of shit like that.
Yeah.
You know.
God, maybe I was overthinking that because I didn't get that at all, or didn't arrive at that same conclusion. I was mystified at what the hell was even happening. But yeah, I mean, this has got a 4.5 out of 10 on IMDb. It's cool
Wow.
to hear you guys praise it like you are. And I love Sierra McCormick. I think that she had just like an amazing performance. And Brandon, what was the movie?
Shit.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
It was
Why am
like
I
one of
drawing-
my favorites. I think it was my favorite of that year. Got 10 out of 10. The something in the sky. And anyway, whatever that was, she did great.
I'm completely drawing a blank. I guess
Yeah,
I
so
should
am I.
look.
Was it
What's that?
Lucy?
With
Lucy
diamonds?
in the Sky?
Yeah, right. No, it was how great. This is gonna bother me. I know we're trying to get to our number ones here.
What year
The
was
Vast
it?
of Night.
The Vast of Night.
Oh,
That
that
was
was good.
that was
never
my
would've said that.
favorite film from that.
Yeah, I
You
think
didn't
it was
like
mine
that
too.
one, Dave?
I never heard of it.
Oh,
Well, last
it wasn't a horror
year,
movie.
Brandon was blowing it, but then we left it off our list because I loved it too. But
I
was
left it
more
off my
sci-fi.
I left it off my list too.
Same.
But it was
Same.
one of the best shot films I've ever seen.
Brother, I'm right there with you, dude. Hell yeah. Okay, number one here. So yeah, I did my switch and wonder how many of you got this right. But from my favorite working female director in horror, I'm coming in with T-Tane. Oh, sweet. You got me?
I got Watson.
Okay. Look, Ducournau's first movie, Raw, is one of my favorite horror movies of the 2010s. And just as messed up as that movie was, this one's like, hold my beer. This was, and the reason I switched it last minute, and well, on Horror Movie Weekly, the reason I switched it was because this was my biggest WTF watch of the year, while Psycho Goreman was my most positive, fun watch of the year by far. This one was the one that I think the reason I switched it to number one tonight is because I think this one left the biggest impact on me. It's a hard watch, and there's so much to it with the nature of love and casting aside labels, gender, sexuality, different roles. It's just trying to get to the core concept of a good relationship and actual love. And I think this movie has splashes of surrealism and cold, stark reality. Ducournau even says that, you watch the movie, you're like, oh, why are these firemen dancing like this, And she has reasons. She's trying to and it's like, oh, it's all there. It's all there. And I think I even picked up on the first one. I didn't pick up on one. I watched a big interview with her about it. Anyway, picked up on some of it, didn't pick up on everything, but it was like, oh, I was right there with you. Here's my main thing about this movie. I love transgressive movies. That's kind of something I just like it when a movie can fuck with you. And I said it on Horror Movie Weekly, but I don't think American filmmakers right now are brave enough to make a movie like this right now. This movie is unapologetically sexual, and that alone is enough to have American filmmakers scared to touch a project like this, because it seems like our
Absolutely.
society is caught between the pearl-clutching religious right, who thinks sexuality is evil, and then the regressive left, who doesn't know if they want to celebrate sexuality or pretend like actresses are victims if they dare to take control of their sexuality. There's a weird thing I'm observing in the social right and the social left, especially in artistry. And it's like America right now is dead scared to have a topless woman who is like, yeah, I'm fine taking off my shirt. What? And the right's like, oh, I don't know. The left is like, yay. It's like, okay, you Puritans. Anyways, it's a weird world we're living in, and T-Tane doesn't make it any less weird. But yeah, like I said, a lot here about love, identity in the context of gender, sexuality. The lines are blurred. This movie hit me hard. And I'm glad to have it as my number one on the show. That's T-Tane of my film of the
Nice.
year
We would have been twinsies.
we would have. I think I had this at 9.5.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have no idea what
awesome,
Steve's number one is.
Well, that was and T-Tane was my number one at one point
Wait,
as well.
really?
I was. It was, and
Look
I
at
had
us.
my number one at my number two or three. My 1 through 3 shuffled, and after second rewatches, I said I stood firm with this, as I said earlier. And my number one is A Quiet Place Part 2.
Gotcha.
Whoa.
Did it?
Whoa.
Yes.
Wow.
You got
Watson,
me.
all the way. Yeah.
You got me.
Got it,
No.
buddy.
You know what?
Wow.
This one, when I watched it, we watched it as a family. I'm not saying the experience was bad. It was great, but everybody was excited, and we were talking and whatever. And I think it took away, like, the opening was fantastic, but it took away from some of the other tense moments. Again, watching, you said it earlier, I totally agree. And he gets my best director as well. I had it for Julia, but
Julia
I
Ducournau?
eventually, yeah.
So
but
Krasinski
I
is
ended
your
up-
best director here?
I gave him. I gave Krasinski my best director.
See, I am so sorry to interrupt. My professionalism is fucking me up here. No professionalism at all. All my awards go to best director Julia Ducournau, best actress Agathe Roussel, and best actor Vincent Landon. So
awesome.
Wow, all three there. I am so sorry.
Actor.
It's all cool except the way you said their names.
I was trying to be extra French. Well, Justine, who was in Raw, her name, like you can't help but pronounce it in French as Garance Marillier. So, anyway, sorry to interrupt.
No, don't worry about it.
I forgot to give my awards, dude. So
we do.
Krasinski has your award for A Quiet Place Part 2.
Yeah, and I had both. Wow. I had both their names there. I had both the names as director. And I said, you know what? I'm always the one that was, if you're watching an award show, I go, how the fuck could this win Best Picture? And all these, this one Best Director, Best Actor, boom, 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 boom. So I said, I got to stay true to my argument, which is that if I'm going to give this my number one, I think I'm going to give it Best Director as well. I do think she's very, like everything you just said, she's at least taken risks. I'm not saying he's not, but he directed 2 movies that I think kept tension high.
Yeah.
Throughout both. And the first time I feel like this movie really takes a break is when they get to that island and you realize there's only 15, 20 minutes left of the movie. And then and it ends. I can't wait to see how they finish it because they have to finish it.
Yeah.
Because they're not together at the end. But my God, there's enough set pieces and scenes in this to make this well worth the rewatch or first time watch. If you haven't seen it before, right now they stand side by side. I think it's a perfect two film set. I'm hoping the third one is at that caliber as well.
Awesome.
Wow. Oh,
yeah. And all the performances are great in this too.
They are.
I just Emily Blunt kind of takes a backseat to the kids who are fantastic, and Killian is great in it too. But again, I gave the awards to some of the other.
It.
Yeah, he's killing it. Oh man, so many great moments in this movie. But
why didn't you fucking speak up earlier when I brought it up? Everyone was so quiet.
Well, because I knew I was going to be talking about number one.
At least you could have
I
said,
don't remember a lot about it.
I brought it up, and I'm like, I feel like nobody talked about this movie. And these two shut the fuck up. I was like,
that's the way to do it.
I know, it is cool because I wouldn't have guessed A Quiet Place 2 if you gave me 50 guesses.
See, now if it was some other podcast, they would have said, we might be talking about this later, and then it would have surprised you. Right? You would have.
I did say with T-Tain because I knew I was going to be. We were going to be talking about it. It's so funny. I knew Watson would have it too, and I didn't put it as one of his options. I can't believe it. Yeah. Wow. Anyway, that's just me being stupid. But 9.5 there, and I'll stop talking.
Oh yeah, dude.
I think I messaged you guys after I watched Titane, and I said I have a feeling because you guys, again, maybe everybody thinks this about themselves. I think that you guys are. I think I'm a patient viewer. I think you guys are more impatient viewers than I am. So I sit here thinking, if I don't know what the fuck's going on and this is frustrating me, this is what I said. I go, I think you guys are going to feel the same way I feel about this movie. That's what I told you guys after.
I was very honest about the fact that I didn't understand a lot of it, but it just had such an effect on me regardless that I knew it had to be on my list and that I was able to pick up enough things. But you're right. I couldn't have come in at a number 1 or 2. Go ahead. Yeah,
but the thing is, a lot of people that liked it loved it. There isn't a lot of people like me or you that give it a 7 or an 8. Everybody's like way high. So I was surprised that so many people loved it because when I watched it, I felt the way I felt, and I just, like I said, you guys seem to get frustrated a lot about movies. I don't fucking get it. Like especially C. So when I see that C loved it that much, I'm like, okay. I go, because even in my notes as I'm watching the movie, I was looking at them, and hold on, it's kind of funny what my notes say. I'm watching the movie. This is funny. Hold on, because hold on, where the fuck is it? You'll find it funny probably. Okay. These are my notes. Titane. Okay, surgery, nipple in shower, then ear. It's like Raw. LOL. No clue what's happening here. Too many times, hard to watch. I know where this is going with Big Secret and Bigger Secret. Nope. No clue what's happening. LOL. Hold on. LOL, I say. No reaction to what they're seeing is my major issue. Too many things contrived. And that's where it ended, 7 out of 10. Let me ask you guys this. When she was dancing in the fire thing around that room, Did you guys think it was obvious that she was a female because of what was going on there?
I think her sexuality was coming out.
Yeah.
Again, it's almost like she was remembering what she did at the beginning of the movie, and it was coming back, and it was being very awkward. But I don't think they 100% knew she was a woman, so they just were like, "What the fuck is happening?"
It's one of the bros dancing like that.
Right.
You know, one of the
Because
bros.
this is
dancing.
Sorry, Watson. What'd you
No,
say?
nothing. I was just saying, yeah. I mean, it's just like, they're staring, and Julia Ducournau has a great breakdown of that scene and what it means, and I but like he said though, yeah, the sexuality is coming out, and it's
Right.
on display, and it's like, yeah, one of the bros, like, yeah, when one of the bros starts dancing like that, drops it like it's hot like that, you're like, homie, what's up? Want to talk?
Word.
Like,
Well, this is
Like,
what's
I'm not
funny.
even-
The reason I ask is because of this. I'm watching the movie, and my wife just happens to walk in the room on that scene. And as soon as she sees this person dancing, she goes, "That's a female." Like, she doesn't know what she thinks that it's supposed to, you know what I mean? That it's a guy because of the way she goes,
Yeah.
"That's a woman." I go, "Yeah, that's the story. It actually is a woman. This guy." She goes, "You could tell by the hips and the way whatever the fuck she said." But like,
Hips
it
don't
took
lie.
3 seconds. She looked in. She goes, "That's a female." I said, "Yeah, that's the story here."
you
I
know,
said,
Dave, and
are they supposed to know? She said. I go, I don't know. I told her. Like,
And Dave, I kind of wondered if we were meant to, maybe not, maybe this isn't anywhere in the movie, maybe believe that, the son who she takes, she becomes, might have been gay. And that might explain some interactions between the father and son about how he's kind of dancing with him and sort of being, like, hey, all right, right on. We got my boy back, and hey, just
when did he go missing? What age was he?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah,
was
was he like a
12, I
little
thought.
boy or something?
Good. Okay. You know what?
10 or 12, I thought.
Strike it from the record.
Oh, wait. Was it 5 years later or 10 years later?
And
It's
I can't
gotta be.
remember, but he's supposed to be 17 now. That's all I know.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't,
matter. It didn't bother you. The things that bothered me didn't bother you. That's
No,
okay.
yeah.
I'm happy for you guys.
No,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? It's just, I don't know if it's anger. It's more, maybe it's jealousy. It's like everybody's fucking seeing this shit and blowing it, and I watch it and it doesn't make sense to me. What the fuck? You know what I mean? That's all
dude,
it is.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, well, there you go. It's just one of those things. Wow.
Okay, come on, B. What has B got here?
All right, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
let me
even-
interrupt. Hold on. One question. Watson,
Yeah.
did you see the movie The Feast?
No, my co-host on Horror Movie Weekly, Susie, had it in her top 10, and I just didn't get around to it. I didn't.
Okay. That was my guess. That was my left field guess for you. And I'll tell you,
Oh.
for one reason only. I watched a
it.
video today. And somebody in this video that does their top 10s explains the fucking plot front to end. So they said all these things in the movie that I didn't pick up on at all, and I gave it like a 7 out of 10. I was fine with it. But I was like, when it ended and the way they explained every little thing, I'm like, this reminds you of something that Watson would really appreciate. So I thought that was going to be your pick. Anyway.
You know what? I will watch it tonight or tomorrow. Yeah, cool.
It didn't
Okay.
set up that curse enough. That's why I didn't love Feast as much.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even get it. So.
All right, my number one, and listen, I told you All My Friends Are Dead and one other film that I thought you guys weren't going to be able to consider horror because you straight up told me you didn't consider horror. Now, I argued that this film is horror out my ears
Really?
when we reviewed it, but I did mislead you guys on my rating. I kind of smudged over it because I just didn't want to give it away when we reviewed it a few weeks ago. But Silent Night is my number
What?
one.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I thought you
Dave-
said if
Wow.
you discovered he was poisoned, it was going to change your whole opinion on the movie.
No, it actually helped me because it just helped me sort of
What the
justify everything in the
Wow.
end. But yeah, I mean,
Wow.
this is easily the most gut-wrenching, heart-wrenching, gut punch film of the year. It really hits you in all the feels. Absolutely brilliant ensemble cast, great soundtrack, great direction. This could have won every single award. I think the first time I watched it, I had an issue with Art opening his eyes at the end because it didn't make sense within the confines of the story they set up. The second time, I was looking into trying to justify it and trying to look for reasons that maybe he didn't get poisoned and that's why he survived. Dave sent me that video, and I finally came to terms with not only watching that video but reading the interview with the director, the interview with Annabelle Wallace, and the interview with Keira Knightley, that they needed that ending as a reward to the viewer because they felt like it would have been too rough of a view if Art didn't open his eyes. They needed to reward Art because Art was the only character throughout this whole film who questioned taking the exit pill, which was the easy way out.
Bro.
So it almost doesn't have to
Yes.
make sense that he opened his eyes. It doesn't have to be that the government lied and it wasn't as bad, because it was as bad. The doctor and everyone talked about seeing it in the hospitals and seeing it. So they were seeing the death and the destruction happening. But Art was an innocent soul who genuinely wanted to live, and everyone else sort of was ready to bow out. And I know that the director shot a different ending for Johnny Depp's daughter, also where she survived, but in the end, they went this way with her also taking the exit pill. So Art's reward was that he gets to live and, carry hope for the future, hopefully. But-
Reward in quotations because he's fucking
Right, isn't he a
surrounded by
zombie
everybody
now?
dead.
I
No,
don't
everybody's
look-
dead that's around him.
Yeah,
But
but I
maybe
thought
there
you come back as a zombie after you die from that.
I think the zombie thing was just a joke.
Yeah, I think the zombie thing was just a joke, and I
Oh,
sort
okay.
of everything with not trusting the government and all that. It's relevant and it's there, but I felt like it was all just a joke, and in the end, it's just sort of like almost an unexplained award for him being the one to challenge it and not take the easy way out. The way people are, self-prosperous over, helping everyone as a whole. The way government is, or the wealthy, which is what this is basically saying here. Like,
Love it.
how did you allow it to get to this point when the wealthy and the government and all these powerful people have the resources to fix this before it gets to this point, yet they choose self-prosperity? I mean, the
Love it.
adults in this are terrific, and they're very loving of their kids, and they want to protect them, and they're sad that they're going to do this, but they're taking the easy way out, and they never once apologize for their role in destroying the earth here and their role in creating this. And that's sort of heartbreaking. And it speaks to the values of the privileged class.
B, when you guys did this episode, I was against everything you were saying. And now you are singing my tune, dude. I see the movie the same way.
Yeah, look,
It's just out of tune.
I've never said that I haven't been wrong. It's happened before in tons of movies we reviewed. It happened with Devil's Candy. It's happened with other movies.
It happens all the time. It's the journey of taking in the art. It's a living, breathing process. And
Yeah.
I love to see it. Dude, it happens to me all the damn time. If
Yeah.
you ever hear me on the summer series, I'm always going like, I used to think this about this movie. Now I think this. And it's because I took an honest journey with the movie. And yeah, I did not peg you for this movie. I had My Heart Can't Beat Unless You Tell It to.
That's what,
Yes, the longest title of the year.
Yep.
See,
Oh,
that's
that's
what I
the
said.
one.
That's what I had for you.
I
Reminded
get
me
that.
of a B movie, but I didn't think you'd like the end. So
Yeah,
Sure,
it-
yeah.
that's it all.
7.5 for me on that one. I enjoyed it, but this one, I don't know why.
So tough to call.
I wanted to keep revisiting it and have it make sense to me. And in the end, even though I have what I just said, the statement on the wealthy class and the privilege and the government and all that is there. Ultimately, at its core, it's a great, family dynamic and a great sort of apocalyptic Christmas movie that, for me, and I know we talked about when we reviewed it, but for me, built tension from the start to the very end and terrified me, made me cry, really hit me in the feels, and I loved everything about it. Every performance in it was fantastic, and I mentioned I don't know if we mentioned this when we reviewed it, but the director is actually Roman Griffin Davis's mother, Art's mother.
Oh.
Yeah, the boy from
Yeah.
the boy who plays
Yeah.
from Jojo Rabbit, who plays Art in this, is his mother directed the
Oh.
film. Yeah,
Cool.
his mother is.
Really?
Yeah, so I just
yeah.
what a great dynamic, and I loved it, and it spoke to me even though I wasn't sure where it was going to ultimately end up. Just the fact that I kept going back and reading articles and deep diving and watched it over and over, I was just like, stop denying that you don't love this film, even if you're wrong about some things or can't make sense of some things. At the end of the day, I can admit that, like I did with films like Titane and others. So yeah, 9.5 out
Wow.
of 10 for me.
Go B. Nice,
Yeah.
bud.
That's awesome. That's a surprise, that's for sure.
Mhm.
Damn. Oh, there was a movie. Did you ever see These Final Hours, B?
Oh, I love that movie.
Oh, the Australian apocalypse
Yeah.
one?
Yeah, because that's what this reminded me of, but I forgot to bring it up on that show. It
Dude,
was-
that film is, I agree with Watts. That film is amazing.
Mhm.
yeah, it's great stuff. It's not
Yeah.
necessarily a horror, but then again, I wouldn't say this was either. So you might consider it that. Well, you saw it. Did you think it was a horror? I just think you
I
like-
felt it was horrific enough. Yeah, I probably would classify it as horror. Yeah, just because of the subject matter and how scary that is. Like, this is more scary to me than like a traditional horror film. Like this scared me the most. And the director, she when she was talking about like her influence of it, she was talking about Michael Haneke, who did Funny Games and stuff like that. She was talking about she basically described this film as Love Actually meets Melancholia, the Lars von Trier film, which is and these are, and these are films that are like, are they horror? Are they not? But they're so terrifying. And Melancholia is really unsettling.
10 out of 10. Love that movie.
Wow,
Yeah.
I got to see that fucking movie.
Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, I went back and forth. Is this number 2? Is it number 1? And ultimately, I'm just like, you know what, number 1.
Ah, cool.
So what's your number 2? Well, we'll do a countdown at the end. We'll just rifle through because I want to know, but it's okay.
Okay.
We'll do it. Okay. Number
we go.
1. Number 1. This is gonna.
All right, let's see.
Okay.
If I got you.
I
Still got one for you, Dave.
I have 2 for Dave, so it has to be 1.
Oh,
of these.
okay.
It's got to be then.
gotta
I
be one
told
of
you what it was gonna be. I told you in fucking last month what it was gonna be.
You did?
Told you, boys.
Yeah. I'll even pull it up in the chat when I told you. Either way.
I have no idea. I might not have gotten it.
What did I told you? Okay, well,
Look what you did to
this
the door.
movie is foreign, and this
Nope.
movie
I'm out.
found footage,
I might
definitely out.
still be in the run-in.
and it's called The Medium.
Yes!
Oh,
I got it! I
damn
got
it.
Yes,
Nice.
my last one.
Nice.
Night House gone, Saint Maud gone, The Medium. Like, did I miss it or did I get it? And I got it.
I had Candyman. I don't know why I didn't. And I knew you
I
would
can't
like
show
the
you on
DVD.
paper because it's typed in under my list.
You didn't have
I
sex.
typed everything in.
What's that?
Oh,
Can you
she
read that?
kills. Oh yeah.
If she
Yeah,
kills
yeah, yeah.
Baby as well. This will be my. Oh, okay. I remember
I
that
told
comment
you
now.
because I never thought it would happen.
You didn't have censor on your list?
I get 7 out of 10.
Wow. I don't know why. I just thought like that was gonna be it.
That's why I would think 7 out of 10. It was good. I can't believe I'm so glad. Yeah, I got one. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna fucking goose eggs here.
So we all got
This is
one,
my
right?
movie.
Yeah, I
Dave.
got one.
So we all got one except Dave.
Ah, terrible. I
Okay,
know.
Dave. Let's let Dave blow it. Come on.
Dave,
Yeah,
can't
this
wait
is
to hear
my
your thoughts
movie,
about
This
it.
time.
man. This is my kind of movie in every way. It's found footage, interview, mockumentary style, possession stuff. It's just the story. I'm not bored for a minute. Everything that happens makes sense, and I've seen it the second time. I had to make sure that I understood everything that was going on, and I do, which is great. But I mean, the shaman spirit being passed on, the question of faith is always cool. What's her name? When it goes over to Mink and they change freaking over to her again, I was gonna make her my actress for the longest time. It was her. It was Rebecca or whatever her name is. Rebecca Hall.
Yeah.
And it was the girl and the stylist, and I ultimately chose her because I think she showed more of a range of emotion. But I thought that this girl was great. Wow, the performance of her and just where they go with it, and it just when they get to where they go in the third act is just batshit crazy, and I think it's just my favorite freaking half hour of film for the entire year. Everything they do with the 2 different places and the stuff with when she punks them out, when she's possessed, this girl's possession is freaking great the way it's played out because she's normal, and then you get the reveals of her, and then she acts out, and then she doesn't, and you see her like struggling with it. But I can't even. It's just my kind of movie. Just everything about it is, the switch they pull with the baby trick when she was in the thing.
Oh.
How creepy was that? And it goes in, where's the baby? Where's the? And they open the door and she's doing the freaking crying. Oh, dude, that was freaking great. And then at the end, like I said, that last half hour, it's
bad shit. Yeah.
it really is. The good stuff with the night vision and all the attacks and the climax is just so much fun. But I'm just on base the whole movie. And how about the dog? There was an animal. It's a Bichon. I own a Bichon. His name is Bailey, right? Her name is Bailey. But the animal's name in this movie, the dog, is named Lucky. So 2 animals in my house are represented in this movie. And on top of it, you see what happens to the dog and the way it happens.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
What would Lucky do?
Poor Bailey. That man.
Poor Bailey.
Yes. Oh man. But just when they're trying to figure it out and the swerves in the story, what's going on, the dead brother, in the motorcycle, he killed, and it's just all misdirections. It reminds me of The Wailing, and it makes sense because it's same writers. This for me is easier to digest than The Wailing is.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah, and the second time, I pretty much thought I had it figured out. But the good thing about this movie is, even if you're not 100% sure, there's lots of different fascinating theories, but they all make sense. Because I went to the rabbit in Red Hole, the Reddit. I went to the Reddit.
Rabbit in Reddit.
Right? Yeah, I went to the Reddit. If people are talking about it, I went down that rabbit hole in there, and there's all types of people trying to figure out what happened. And by the end of it, there's like 2 or 3 explanations, and they all make sense. You can interpret the movie any way you want to, but it's just fun. It's just a fun freaking possession thing, and I'm bored from freaking start to finish. I love Asian movies like this with fucking, not ghostly, because it's not really ghostly, but where they go with it and the presentation of it, and of course the viciousness of the freaking kills when they happen. I just love it, man. Yeah, the switch they pulled at one point in this movie, and it just turns into something else. It just, I love it's 2 hours and 10 minutes long or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel that way at all to me.
I gotta admit, I didn't feel like it overstayed its welcome either. I know you said it might have been a little long, but I didn't feel it.
Oh yeah.
I wasn't bored, but it just felt it was long. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the story of the dynamic with the sisters and what's happening in her family and how she turned down the freaking presents and the stuff at the end, what you guys were saying before when they showed the end and the girl, why it happened, and then the reveal at the end with Nim and her.
Yeah, how matter of fact it's just sort of matter of factly presented to us too. I'm like, what? I had to rewind it when I was like, did I just? Is that what?
It's like No Country for Old Men. That all of a sudden there's like.
It's such a great story, man. It's such a great story.
Watson, you there? That was Mr. Watson. Thank you for being here. See you next year, buddy.
He kicked out like mid-sentence, I thought.
Yeah, he did.
Did he? Oh, that sucks. Wow. Anyway.
Is he on the call or what? That was weird.
Shows he's still here. You know what was really iconic from this movie that stood out to me is a really haunting, creepy image. Her in the basement when she just appears in the
character
corner.
who you're like, wait, did they?
Mr. Watson left. That was so fucking random. His voice popped up and it just said Mr. Watson left.
Oh, there he is. Cut off. I got cut off. Holy.
Yeah.
Cut off.
It
you
was
got kicked
so
out
weird.
Like 3 minutes ago.
And then, then your voice just popped up again.
And then
then it was the weirdest fucking thing.
Oh, well.
Wow.
Okay.
So what were you saying, Watson? We missed it all. Whatever.
Shit, I don't know. I was probably talking about something.
You're talking about No Country for Old Men.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that. Yeah, there's the ending. There's a character who their story arc in The Medium sort of reminded me of the end of a story arc for a character in No Country for Old Men, where you have to almost go back and go like, wait, did that just really happen? Did I miss this? Yeah, that's
yep.
Yeah.
I was gonna tell you cut out right at thanks for having me on the show. Here's my number 21. Take it from there.
Yeah, go rock it back.
Dave, that image of her in the basement when the camera catches her just sort of like hovering in the corner of the eyes.
Yeah.
Dude.
She did great.
Yeah, she was awesome. Like I said, she was my runner-up for Best Actress, but man,
I'm with you. This is all she's done. She's done nothing else.
She was so committed to that role. I felt like I was watching an actual documentary of a girl possessed. Like, she was lost in that role.
She was awesome. And she was freaking beautiful on top of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man. Yep. And all those scenes when she's taking the guys back to the stuff and what's going on there. I'm like, wow, this girl's freaking Buck Weiland at the job.
Hell yeah.
Buck Weiland.
At the job.
Interesting enough, Buck Weiland is the name of the guy that's hanging in the lodge in Friday 2.
Chief Buck Weiland.
Chief Buck Weiland.
Hey, since that's the only one you own, pop it into your goddamn player.
I will.
And have a look at that we're talking about there, and then realize that I'm the only one with any fucking sense on the show.
Okay, I will do that.
I hesitated. Okay. All of that's gonna happen.
Tell him I'll do it. Okay.
I really will. Good number one,
Unreal.
Dave.
Yeah.
Number 1. So 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. That's it. I wish I can go higher this year, but I have 6 9s, which is saying something. I just, but I do love the medium. It didn't change at all on the second view. Actually, most of them didn't. Most of the top ones. You know what I mean? They're just
He shot
Great.
6 9s.
69.
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So fucking tired.
Honestly, I think I had
Six
6 nines as well, but I changed those last 2 to 9.5 just because I was getting all giddy about my top 2. But
Well, what's left? Your bottoms and my biggest disappointment, which actually is not a disappointment, but at first it was the new Paranormal Activity. And but I watched it a second time, and I took myself away, because as I'm watching this Paranormal Activity movie, I'm waiting for the connection the whole movie, and that's all I'm thinking about. But then when I found out there is no connection, I went back and just watched it as a found footage movie.
nice.
And I 7 out of 10. I really enjoyed it. And so
I like
every
it too.
found footage movie I watched this year was really good. There's fucking
Agreed.
5 of them. Yeah. Except for the one, which is my own. I have 2 6s. My bottoms. One of them we did here. It was fucking Curse of Aurora.
Oh,
It was 6 out of 10. Only reason I watched is because we had to pick a found footage movie. And the other one was that Agnes movie I talked to you guys about. Then I have like 10 movies that are 6.5 out of 10. I can just pick what hasn't been talked
You
about.
blame Irene for Agnes. She wanted to watch
You know?
that. She ruined your average.
I did.
Holy
What did I
shit. Those
watch?
are your lowest? My
Yeah,
Lord.
2 6s. I had 2 6s, and I had 15, and I had 13 6.5s. Initiation, The Strings, Vicious Fun, Girl Next, Making Monsters, Caveat, Teddy, Held, The Banishing, Violation, Funeral Home, Lucky, Psycho, Gorman, and that's it. Those are all 6.5s for me. But that's not bad. They're 6.5s.
No, that's not bad at all, dude. You had a good year.
I did. Yeah. Yeah.
My biggest surprise this year was, I mean, I don't even think I mentioned it to you guys, but it was a small film I found on Tubi. You might be on Prime now. It's called Apartment 413. It's got Bree Grant in it. It was also one of those hit you in the feels movies. And my biggest disappointment by far has to be Spiral. As somebody who blows the first 8 films in the Saw franchise, I was just overwhelmed by how average and uninspired this felt to me.
Yeah, actually,
and you mentioned that. Dave and I didn't mind that one.
Yeah, I just...
No.
Sorry, Watson, you're about to say.
no,
you
I
guys
was
have
actually
awards
about
left
to
or no?
go there with B and say that actually my biggest disappointment were the Fear Street movies and Spiral.
Wow.
Well, I mean, like, here's the thing about the Fear Street movies is like, I actually like the first one's a 4, that's 7 out of 7.5. So, but the only reason they're a disappointment, because even a 4 is not a bad rating according to my scale, is just I was raised. These Fear Street books raised me up just as much, like in grade school and stuff, just as much as the movies we would rent and see on cable TV. And so when this finally hit screen, it just felt to me like Gen Z cosplaying as Gen X and from earlier times. And I never got past this, it was just too anachronistic. Like, we're all going to have current 21st century sensibilities with this, film that's, from a bygone and, 90s and 70s and 1600s. And I never felt it, but I liked them. I didn't dislike any of them. So, but the Saw movie too, because Saw's probably in my top 3 favorite franchises, and I was just kind of like, huh, okay.
Yeah,
So yeah, I'm with you, B.
cool.
Man, and that's why Fear Street surprised me. It was my biggest surprise because I didn't know anything about it. I had never even heard of it. All I heard is that R.L. Stein was involved, and I was like, it came on Netflix, and I'm like, well, this is probably not going to be very good, but about people are watching them, I'll give it a shot. And I was so sucked into their world. I love it. Like, fucking, I don't think there's another franchise of any movies that have come out. I couldn't tell you how long. 2010s. I'd rather watch these 3 movies than the 4 Hatchet movies. I love these movies. I never would have thought they would have happened. Honestly, took me by total surprise, but it is what it is.
Oh yeah.
Crazy.
Cool.
What about you? Did you have any awards left to see or no? Now we got
no
bottoms.
awards. I think I said. I
Bottoms.
said my. My biggest disappointment was Malignant, of course, and that's it. My bottoms. I have bottom 6 because those are
Do it.
3 or under.
Yeah, do it. What do you got?
So Shook, The Resort, I Blame Society, Safer at Home, Dark Web Descent into Hell, and Dawn of the Beast.
Safer at Home, really? Wow.
Yeah. And that's
like that one.
the laptop horror one I thought was pretty bad. And that's borderline on whether or not that's even horror.
My bottom 5 was Dementor, Hunted, a movie called Hacksaw, Death Rink, and number 1 was Dreamcatcher, which is on Hulu, which is the worst film I've seen all year out of 288 films. I can't believe
Wow.
this film
I've seen
exists.
none of your guys' bottoms except I Blame Society, which I brought, which is one of my. It almost made my list. It's an 8 for me still, honorable mention. But anyway, Watson, you have bottoms?
Yeah, bottom 5. I have sorry to break the lovely Scott Crawford's heart here. Ankle Biters, Hunted, Red Snow, We Need to Do Something, and
Really?
10 Minutes to Midnight.
Oh my god!
What? Oh man,
Yeah,
you
I think
broke
We
my
Need
heart.
to Do Something. I was like at a 3 out of 10 on it. I hate it. I didn't really like it at all.
You broke my heart
Wow.
on 3 of those.
Like Red Snow was fun. I think I was like at a 4. And there's a big jump in my rating from 4 to 3. 3 is when I'm just like, okay, I don't like it. 10 Minutes to Midnight was like a 2.5. I just was like, nah. But yeah, Ankle Biters was like a 4. Hunted was like a 3. Red Snow was like a 4. So yeah, it's nothing. Only 2 that I just really did. I think of 108 movies I saw this year, horror movies, unique horror movies. Dave Z, like you, I had a really good record. There were everything in the 7 and up range was just massive. I had a good year.
Yeah, I did okay. I mean, I had too many 6.5s, more than I ever had, but I left 3 8s off the list. These are my honorable mentions: The Vigil, Jacob's Wife, and I Blame Society are all 8 out of 10s, and they didn't make my
The
list.
Vigil was the other film I had in your final 2. I had The Vigil and Censor left, and I thought for sure it was going to be one of those 2.
Something happened the second time I watched. It's still an 8 out of 10. I still think it's good. But the climax didn't suck me in. It seemed like it was too quick. He went up there, he did his thing, walked down the hallway, and it was over.
It
I was
is
like,
very, it is very quick the way he faces off with the Mastic. But I love that final image where he leaves the house and the Mastic just sort of roams out into the earth looking for its next victim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That was
it's
cool.
a great story. It just missed.
I
And then
agree
I
with
have
you there.
My
It
Heart
was very
Can't
quick.
Beat. My Heart Can't Beat Unless You Tell It to, 7.5. Zebra Girl, I don't know if anyone saw that, 7.5.
Yeah, I gave that a 7, I think.
And Night
Zebra
Books.
Girl.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Night Books was really good. Night Teeth was also good. I think it's called Night
Oh,
Teeth.
I missed that one. That was a Netflix movie. I missed that one. I just
from the
didn't get.
From the people who did I See You, which was my number 1 2 years ago, and it was
That's right.
really, really fun film. And Night Books also super fun film.
I didn't name off one of my biggest surprises of the year was I think I rated it a 7 out of 10, and it was Here Comes Hell. It was a pleasant surprise. It's like Evil Dead if it took place in 1930s England, and it's on Shudder, and I'd recommend people check it out. It's not perfect. There's some narrative issues. If they had a script doctor to tighten some things up, you'd watch this movie and go, "Huh, what is this really like an Evil Dead
black
narrative?"
And white? Is that the black
Yeah.
and white one?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that like last year or the year before. I saw it.
Oh, is that not a 2021?
I don't think so, but
Okay.
but it is. But I'm glad you brought.
Biggest
I'm glad you
surprise is not even from this year.
Yeah, it's such a big surprise that it's not even.
No, I'm glad
surprises
you-
me that it's not even from this year.
I'm glad you brought it up though, because it is a good film. That's sort of like nobody really. I don't know how many people have seen it, but it is worth checking out.
Yeah.
Might have been last year.
Movies that haven't been mentioned that I give a 7.5 or higher. There's just a couple here. Happy Times is worth checking out. Wrong Turn, I thought was pretty good. They should have called it something else, but whatever.
The Foundation. How about?
Yep, The Foundation.
Yep,
Yeah.
Foundation. Yeah, Candisha. Oh, we did mention. Do you think Candisha is called that because of Candyman? Candisha, or do you think Candyman stole from Candisha? Because Candisha, I think, is a real thing, and you say it 5 times.
Yeah, I think
Candisha, Candyman. You know what I'm getting at? Do you think?
I think Candisha's a real folklore, and Candyman
Right.
is sort of the manufactured one.
So
I would
fucking
agree with that,
Clive
yeah.
Barker wrote Candyman based on fucking Candisha, possibly.
Look at Steve's face. Like, what?
No?
I don't like his face right now. He's like, what the fuck is going on? Gotta get to bed.
All right. Okay. Let's just. Can we read off our list and be out then?
Oh, yeah,
21
we're doing
down.
that.
Let's do that
Oh,
quick,
shit.
and then we can be out. Unless someone has anything else
Shit,
you want
I
to add.
forgot
I know
to
these
read
guys
it.
are tired. Oh,
Let's
then
do
don't
it.
worry about it. Then don't worry. It's okay.
I'll read it.
I got it on Letterboxd. I just have to bring it up.
Somewhere.
I
Want
could
me to
go.
first with this.
Go ahead, Watson.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
We'll stay in order.
All right, so yeah, we'll stay in order here.
Hurry
At
up.
21, I had Night Books. 20, Broadcast Signal Intrusion. 19, Red Dot. 18, Werewolves Within. 17, Benny Loves You. 16, Sador. 15, Vicious Fun. 14, Fried Berry. 13, The Last Matinee. 12, Antlers. 11, Skull the Mask. 10, Malignant. 9, The Medium. 8, Detention. 7, Willy's Wonderland. 6, Last Night in Soho. 5, Blood Red Sky. 4, A Quiet Place Part 2. 3, Halloween Kills. 2, Psycho Gorman. And at number 1, Titane.
Psycho Gorman.
Yeah. And I am at 21, Candyman. 20, The Stylist. 19, Slacks. 18, Antlers. 17, Meander. 16, Seance. 15, Coming Home in the Dark. 14, The Vigil. 13, The Last Matinee. 12, Vicious Fun. 11, The Medium. 10, Psycho Gorman. 9, Betty Loves You. 8, A Classic Horror Story. 7, The Columnist. 6, Halloween Kills. 5, Saint Maud. 4, The Night House. 3, Last Night in Soho. 2, Titane. And 1, A Quiet Place Part 2.
And he had a
And
stroke
my
at number
God,
5 there.
I'm being honest. Everything was a blur on my phone. I was just like, I was looking at, like,
Aw.
Dude,
I was
you're
looking
half
at-
asleep right now. Your
cover
eyes
art.
are closed.
You look
I look-
adorable.
You look like you could star in the sequel to The Medium.
Can I do a review of Starry Eyes?
All right, number
Awesome.
21 for me, The Night. Number 20, The Night House. Number 19, I have no idea. Wait. Number 19, Teddy. Number 18, Meander. 17, Censor. 16, Titane. 15, Last Matinee. 14, Quiet Place 2. 13, Synchronic. 12, The Medium. 11, sorry, my lists are all over the place. All My Friends Are Dead. Number 10, Vicious Fun. Number 9, Coming Home in the Dark. Number 8, Come True. Number 7, Howard's Mill. Number 6 was The Trip. Number 5 was Benny Loves You. Number 4, The Vigil. Number 3, Last Night in Soho. Number 2, Broadcast Signal Intrusion. And number 1, Silent Night.
Nice. Okay. 21, Meander. 20, Seance. 19, Slacks. 18, Malignant. 17, Night House. 16, Horror in the High Desert. 15, Howard's Mill. 14, The Stylist. 13, Old. 12, Fear Street 1666. 11, Fear Street 1994. 10, Queen of Black Magic. 9, Benny Loves You. 8, Fear Street 78. 7, Halloween Kills. 6, Last Night in Soho. 5, The Deep House. 4, The Maid. 3, Saint Maud. 2, We Need to Do Something. 1, The Medium. Wow, only 3 movies occurred on all 3 lists.
I
of
gotta
fucking
say,
21 movies.
Your list would have been redundant if Fear Street was a 21 movie series this year.
I'm just shocked they put out 3 movies like that. That is pretty
Yep.
crazy.
That's bold.
Man,
Yeah.
they could have done one a year and fucking I would have been happy with that. You know, keep people hanging. Either way. Wow.
Awesome.
Guys,
So that's that.
this was a blast. Thanks so much for having me on. I've been looking for, I haven't been on the show all year, which is, I'm sure good with all you, but I was real talk. I was very happy to come here. I love this show. It's one of my absolute favorites. When an episode drops, I drop everything and this becomes the thing I'm listening to. I love you guys a ton. Love the community. Happy to be a part of it. And always, I just love mixing up with you guys, talking movies with my buddies. So yeah, thanks for having me on. And if you don't mind, can I push a couple things here on the
Please.
audience?
We
Well,
might.
First
Yeah, we
off, see him
Good
here
idea.
like, we find of you to, we don't
The only,
mind.
the only thing you could push is the disconnect button.
That was,
Mark
We
Nato
gotta do-
laugh.
Yeah.
okay, hold on. We'll go faster. So, I hope
sorry,
everybody
push.
knows that Dave and I have a show called the Watsy Party Horror Show that you can you listen to. Everybody should be in the know about that. I'm very happy with the work we're doing over there. It's a joy to do. We don't get to do it as much as we'd
over
like,
there.
but when we come out with an episode, it's an event, and we're very happy to do it. So check us out, the Watsy Party Horror Show. Join the party and celebrate horror. Dave Z and me over there, and I'm part of a new podcast now. It's tune into my new show, everybody, that just launched. It's called Jay of the Dead's New Horror Movies, which you can hear anywhere podcasts can be played, as well as newhorrormovies.com. We've just released episode 1, 2, where we've just recorded it, but we have a couple odds and ends to do. And the show features an all cast of awesome podcasters that a lot of you are going to know. Jay of the Dead is a legend at this point. Dave Doc Chalk Becker, Gilman Joel Robertson, Dr. Walking Dead Kyle Bishop, and then there's me. So all these veterans and people, past and current people in horror movie podcast. And then Jay was like, you're coming with. I'm like, well, okay. So we each bring brand new horror movies to the table for review. Each kind of, each of our own 1 or 2 very short mini reviews. And then we have our own solo specialty segments. And then we all come together at the end to review an older horror movie from the 70s, 80s, or 90s, pulled from the pages of these John Kenneth Muir film critic books about horror from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So it's a fantastic podcast. Jay of the Dead is going all out to make this one of the best podcasts I've ever heard, let alone get to sit in on. So it's professionals all around, and it's fun. So yes, once again, that's Jay of the Dead's New Horror Movies, newhorrormovies.com. I don't even want to know how much he spent to get that domain, but he got it. So newhorrormovies.com, folks. Check us out anywhere podcasts can be played. I think you will find a show worth listening to. So that's my those are my plugs, my friends. Thank you so much for having me on. This is a joy to podcast with you guys. Yep, I know. He's dead now.
Awesome. And Watson, even if you would have had Psycho Gorman as your number 1, you'd still be welcome back.
Thank you, Dave.
I'm not serious about any of that shit.
No.
Say, right? Everybody.
Not at all, buddy.
Even when I yelled at these 2 guys before, I'm not really.
No, that was. I was just about to say. Oh, Dave, I'm so glad you mentioned. I was about to say my favorite part of this year was when me and Christian got yelled at earlier. But honestly, what a fantastic year! What a great show, Watson. Seriously, it really was a blast.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining us.
you.
I love these shows. I really do. And even though it went a lot longer than we anticipated, I had a blast. Even though I'm ready for bed.
Only an hour later.
Like the second. Yeah, it's fine. No, it was fun. Thank you, Watson, for joining. Thanks, guys, for another awesome year. Oh, wait, we're not completely done. We got one more episode. We got an old and a new.
No, that's fine. But
maybe
20
we'll just do one.
I can't believe. Listen, fucking theaters are closed here. Sorry, I froze again, so I'm sorry if I'm talking over you guys. Theaters are closed here. They closed them down, so I can't see Scream. They're not gonna. Well, Scream is going to be put into random theaters that are open, which are none here, and there's no streaming unless they decide, oh fuck, we're gonna lose money here. Let's get this fucking done. But as of right now, I'm not going to be able to see it, and unless
probably
they
not
bootleg
here
it.
either. But we'll figure something out.
If we can see Scream, we will review it. If we can't, we'll review another movie and we'll talk about what's going on in 2022. We got a list of movies we can just play with and talk about.
Sounds good.
Why
to
not?
Me.
Perfect.
So, Watson, thank you again, my man.
Thank
you're
Watson.
the greatest.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And
Thank you, sir.
that's it. Happy New Year, everybody. Hope everybody enjoyed this long ass crazy show, and it was a great time. And we got to get to bed, I guess. So, peace out. Much love. Everybody stay safe for real. See ya.
Garbage Pail Kids, Garbage Pail Kids.
Poo-poo.
Come on, Chi-Chi.
I'll change it up.